All right. Good morning. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome all members and guests to the June 12th, 2025 Council and Committee meeting. I will remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised. Please do ensure that your phones are on silent mode. For those attending virtually, please mute yourself when not speaking. When called upon to speak, please turn on your camera and unmute yourself. For staff in attendance, please use the Microsoft Teams raise hand feature to be called upon and remove it after speaking. With that, I will call the June 12th, 2025 Council and Committee meeting to order. Roll call. All members of committee are present with the exception, of Mayor Martin, who will be late, and Councillor Very, who I'm assuming is likely en route. I will just take this opportunity to remind members we do have a fairly substantial agenda ahead of us today, so I would ask that we stay on topic and follow due process. At this point, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Move to approval of the agenda and changes. Committee has the agenda before them. We have 5 changes to the agenda today. I will list them. First is to remove communication item 7.4 from the agenda, which is at the request of staff. Also a change to add a deputation from Dimitrios Bozek regarding agenda item 8.2.1, which is the Sidewalk petition. To add a deputation from Wade and Angela Gomez regarding agenda item 8.2.1, which is the Sidewalk petition. To add a deputation from Jennifer Day regarding agenda item 8.3.1, which is the Victoria Old Town Hall. To add a deputation from Joan Norman regarding agenda item 8.3.1, again, Victoria Old Town Hall. And also to move the appropriate staff reports to immediately follow the accompanying deputations. So where there's a deputation that is regarding a staff report, the staff report will follow directly those deputations on that item. Are there any additional changes or additions to the agenda that's before you? Seeing none, we do need a 2/3 majority vote to allow the changes to the agenda, so I would look for a motion to amend the agenda as presented, moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Micheli. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So now may I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Brunton, seconded by Councillor Van den Drieschie. All in favor? And that's carried. We have no early closed session items for today. We do have 10 consent items. May I have a motion to receive consent items 4.1 through 4.10 as information? Moved by Councillor Micheli, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. We have 3 communication items today. 5.1, 5.2, and 5.3, various letters from ministers. May I have a motion to receive communications items 7.1 through 7.3 as information? Moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All in favor? And that is carried also. Okay, we will move forward to staff reports. We'll start with Public Works Department 8.2, Asset Management Plan. James Boker, Manager of Asset Management, will present the report.
Thank you, and through the chair, I might just take a couple seconds for everyone to get out here. I think we moved through that part a little quicker than we anticipated. We appreciate that, but if you could just give us a minute to let staff get out here.
It's the goal for the day today, Andrew. James, just take a sec there, get yourself seated, and we're ready when you are.
Test. Thank you. All right, kind of a shotgun start there. Good morning. James Boker, Manager of Asset Management here. And today I'm joined by members of the consulting team, Municipal View and GEI, who we've been working closely with over the past year on the county's asset management plans. Today, I'm excited to announce that if approved by council, we will have the first all-inclusive comprehensive asset management plan. This will ensure that the county remains in compliance with Ontario Regulation 588-17, which sets out the legislative requirements set out by the province for municipalities to have comprehensive asset management plans, and provides the mandatory information for what is to be included in those plans. Last time we connected with council, we discussed specifically the requirements of the proposed levels of service and what that could look like for the county, as well as financial impacts that would potentially, excuse me, as well as the financial impacts and implications that would be if we were to impose certain levels of service. We showcased a few scenarios, and in short, we were provided feedback from council to return to the drawing board and come up with an additional scenario, which was a blend of two that we had showcased. Today we have completed that task, and we have included that in the 2025 Asset Management Plan. As I would like to remind folks, this is not a permanent plan and will be in a state of constant change. Changes and variables that may affect this would be climate, council changes, and master plans. We are not fixed to these proposed levels of service forever, but we have a great starting point to showcase for you today. Without further ado, I ask the consulting team to come forward, and I don't think everybody's here just yet, but we're ready to get started. Thank you.
Recording.
Councillor Berry, is your mic
Mine's
perhaps
working,
working?
yeah.
Oh, Tracy's got one.
Thanks so much. You can go ahead to the next slide. So good morning, everyone. My name is Andrea Clemencio. We're back. We are here, as James said, to present this first full comprehensive asset management plan. So after today, you can still, let's see, I'm just going to get caught up here. You can expect to see all the assets that aren't covered in other asset management plans. You have a few exceptions there, but all of your core assets, your additional assets we've added, and the focus today is to give you some highlights of the key messaging in the plan. The plan is built around your current levels of service and where you're proposing to go in the next 10 years. And so the focus are those 7 service areas that you'll see listed there. That's really where the nuts and bolts is. But the front end of the plan, as you'll see, has some of the basics about introducing you to the concepts and some of the assumptions that have gone into that plan. Next slide, please. A quick reminder of why to approve a plan. It is not a report that sits on a shelf. We want to make sure, number one, that you remain eligible for your funding. The province and the feds are looking for you to be able to prove that you have your investment planning in order, that you have a good feel of what you can and can't afford, and it lines up with funding applications as you go forward. They're looking to see that you have this asset management plan on hand and it's kept up to date. It's a great way to show that you're taking care of your $5.5 billion worth of assets. It is to be used. It should be, and your staff will have copies that are dog-eared and with yellow sticky notes, because it has great information in it that can be used for your budget decisions, for everyday planning going forward. It is a great means to be accountable to the public, to your constituents, to show how you're making your asset decisions going forward, and it keeps you in compliance. Next slide, please. It's a big document. They always are. Sometimes they're a little bit smaller with a really big appendix, but it's really because it covers such a great value of information and depth. So this slide really just quickly is a good brief summary for you to know how it's organized. The front end, at the very front, you've got an executive summary, and if you don't read anything else, that would be the important part for everyone to read front to back. Then there's a few chapters of background to kind of get you familiar with what the legislation asks for, what assumptions are in there. Then there's section 7, which is your overall state of infrastructure, bird's eye view, how is the county doing and how are the assets looking. And then the financial strategy, followed by recommendations. And the recommendations are really about how to keep getting better, where to focus your effort, where James will focus his effort, his group's efforts in the next few years. And then the 7 chapters with the deep dive. You can open any one of them and have a good feel for what each service area is doing. Next slide, please. This is just a quick updated summary now of your current value of that big $5.5 billion portfolio. Pretty typical, about half is your transportation assets, that's roads and bridges and so on, followed by wastewater, drinking water, your facilities and so on. Next slide, please. A reminder here, we wanted to make sure we refreshed you on what we talked about in our last workshop. This graph is really the core principle behind us and the county being able to look forward into what assets do over time. Not all assets, trees, just natural assets sometimes don't behave this way, but most of them deteriorate over time. So we keep a close eye on condition or performance, and we expect it to fall along this curve. So you start on the left-hand side with a very good asset, nice dark green. Its performance is 100%. And then over time, you do minor maintenance, you make some investments, perhaps in rehabilitation, minor repairs, but it falls through these 4 zones. It's still performing, it's still providing a level of service, but it becomes closer to its end of life. So the end of life is really at the bottom of the orange category. Important to note here, they're all a little bit different, the assets, but generally speaking, what's in the orange category is still functioning. It's coming near the end of its life. Picture a dump truck or a bridge or a playground. But it's time to start getting ready to save money to replace it. So there is a lot of nuance in choosing what should that end of life be, and you learn from the past. That is, James's group will continue to work with the data that all the service areas are able to give to further fine-tune that in alignment with finance to pick what those replacement ages should be. What is that optimal replacement time? After that, if the asset stays in use, it moves into the very poor zone. It's out of a state of good repair. And at that point, it might still function, but it's unreliable. It incurs risk. If it fails, you can take on significant risk, and the cost to replace urgently or to replace at that point can be significantly higher than if you had planned for it, say, in the yellow and orange zone. So just a reminder, that's kind of the basis of how we look forward, and we've taken every single asset you own and projected it along this curve to figure out what money would be needed for what and when. Next slide, please. So the result of that is this high level, this is also section 7, condition profile of all of your assets together. It's a good news story. You have 11% in very good, or very poor, sorry. About 11% of your assets by value have moved into that very poor zone. Relative to the other municipalities that we do work in, That's a fairly low number. You've done a good job in trying to keep your assets in the green, through yellow, through orange. Keeping those assets out of the red zone is keeping your assets in a state of good repair. Next slide, please. This one is just a further breakdown. We thought for your reference, you might want to look a little bit deeper and see across the service areas how they're performing. So you can compare the red, let's say, to the dark green, and you start to see a little bit more of a picture being told about the current state of assets. So an important note here, throughout the asset management plan, the assumptions that have been made, the data that went into these calculations is provided. So there are some areas where by default we start with an accounting exercise. If we don't know anything about the asset, the age of it, when you purchased it, or how it has performed over time, we can do a simple accounting exercise. That's really our bare bones if we don't have any other information. But the preference would be to at least go by its age. Even better would be if someone has inspected it or has an inspection grade or some sort of condition mark for it. So the various assets have different degrees of quality of data. Parks, for example, looks poor. We have a lot of assets there that look to be in red. This isn't necessarily the case as you continue to get better at your parks data. There's a lot of assumptions that goes in there, but we wanted to make sure it's with every iteration of this asset management plan, these pie charts get more fine-tuned and you can trust the accuracy of that data that much more. Next slide, please. So the other fundamental part that we talked about in our workshop is where you're heading, what levels of service you're expecting from these assets over the next 10 years. These, again, are commitments that are made to the community through your master plans, through your strategic plan. We've combed through those to pull together what the asset commitments are for the next 10 years. And this, you'll recall, was coming back to talk about scenario 5. What could be, what could we commit to, and still consider affordability and consider risk. So this was the next level of trying to balance what those commitments are and trying to put them into means that can be measured. You want to be able to quantify where you're heading and check in a few years, and then what investments are required. So the scenario we landed on, the example here on the slide is shown for fleet, but the detailed proposed levels of service for each service area are in those chapters within the asset management plan. So what we've tried to do there is not sacrifice state of good repair at its current level wherever possible, especially for your most critical assets. We've tried to increase the state of good repair target for your most critical assets. And we've tried to also fold in the commitments that you've made for increased levels of service with new assets being built, incorporating your growth requirements. So trying to balance all of those things and come up with a strategy forward that is the best optimum of those three things: cost, level of service, and risk. Next slide. In the end, the proposed levels of service are provided in the plan. We landed generally on a roads PCI. It's as roads are your largest asset in the portfolio. The state of good repair level that those are maintained at really does influence your capital needs. So we went through the workshops and landed on this general scenario that's just summarized in this slide. I encourage you to go look in the service area plans. So we are talking about maybe implementing about 50% of the energy conservation projects that are planned, implementing all of your commitments for growth and the other capital plan, capital forecast projects you have, plus maintaining your state of good repair as they're listed for each service area. What that results in is a calculated overall need, and compared to your current contributions to reserves, there is a shortfall, as there was last year. We know that exists. This updated shortfall is about 24 million a year for your levy assets and just under 10 for your rate assets. So there will be further information about the financial strategy to where do you go from here, and when do you make those changes, and how do you have those discussions at budget time. For the sake of rounding out our presentation today, we wanted to make sure you always remember it's not just about finding the money. As in the asset management plan describes, you are always at liberty to consider and change your level of service commitments. That's a first place to start. You can, like many other municipalities, continue to explore alternative service models. You can share, you can consider where money can be saved or assets can be combined, or even we hear about some partnerships with, say, Board of Education or Conservation Authority about parkland or use of gymnasiums, let's say, so you don't always have to own the assets that are providing those levels of service. More innovative, perhaps more future thinking, but something to keep in mind as well. And then the third obvious option is to find the way to make the funding work. That might be looking at external grants and external sources, looking at tax increases or rate increases, taking on debt, or looking at your reserves. And there will be further information coming from the group after my presentation. At this time, the county has opted to prioritize closing that asset renewal gap, the state of good repair needs, and going forward, we'll continue to adjust that strategy as you get more information and as new initiatives come forward. Just a reminder here, we wanted to make sure you're aware, of course, your county staff are aware of the compliance risks every day. This was just a sampling of some of the key legislation that applies to the assets that impacts the asset priority or the investment priority decisions that are made at budget time, but also throughout the year. So although you're in a shortfall position, those priority decisions need to be made. With the money you do have, how do we apply it to the assets we have, especially those orange ones, to prevent them from going into the red? And these legislative requirements definitely factor into those decisions. So lastly, just to circle back to what I said at the beginning, this is not the end. This is really meant to be your launching point. You want to make sure that these asset management concepts, this cost, level of service, risk triangle, the vocabulary we're using starts to become more familiar and used in your council discussions more often. We would love to see that this continues on through your asset management group and your finance group to be part of your budgeting considerations, to looking into new levels of service as master plans are tabled. As you come into, say, your new strategic plan, or you're checking in on other visions going forward, that cost, level of service, and risk impact is top of mind going forward. And finally, there's a lot of homework to do in-house with maturing some of these asset management practices, your data quality, the collaboration between groups, the ability to see and adjust and keep your data updated so that these graphs and these outputs become that much more reliable. That's it for today. Thank you.
So just as Andrea finishes up there, maybe before we answer any questions on the plan, asset management really is a partnership between Public Works and the operational groups and the finance team. So I think the finance team wants to explain some of the details in the report as well, and then we'll do kind of a wholesome question and answer period.
Thank you, Andrew. And just a few questions or a few comments from the finance team today. As noted in Table 8.1, Norfolk has identified an infrastructure funding shortfall of $24 million for levy and $9.6 million for rate assets. In order to close this gap and to achieve the recommended service levels, staff are seeking the allocation of $3.4 million as a council-approved initiative in the proposed 2026 operating budget. This will represent the first of 10 proposed 2.5% levy increases dedicated to infrastructure funding. While it's possible and quite likely that a myriad of factors could change that recommendation over time, it is key that Norfolk continues to make progress towards closing that gap. I also wanted to briefly highlight how the infrastructure funding shortfall has evolved. Council may recall that this number was originally communicated at $78 million, which was based on the 2024 data and a service level that included 100% of the county's assets in a state of good repair. The proposed service levels are now slightly lower, and the county's data has been refined, and some significant dollars have been contributed to reserves. So this led to a decrease from $78 million down to $33.6 million, as shown in Table 1 of the staff report. Lastly, I wanted to highlight the table on page 10 of the staff report, which shows AMP recommendations, current spending, and current contributions. It is important to note that the approved capital plan is forecasting a much lower expenditure than what is being recommended by the asset management plan. This could lead to challenges with delivering all the required projects to keep up with AMP recommendations. As the capital plan is built out to accommodate all the asset management projects, more work will need to be completed to compare and evaluate the basis on which asset replacements are being recommended. And with that, I think the entire team is available for any questions that council may have.
Okay, that completes the staff component, correct? Okay, so we will turn this over to committee. Questions of staff or the consultant? Andrea, thank you as well for being here. Councillor Van Passen.
Working now. Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just got to see if I got this whole big picture in my head straight. It's we need to start setting aside more money every year, which we should have been doing forever, but we're finally getting there, to replace an asset when it reaches its end of life. So if it has a 50-year lifetime, we put away a little bit every year. At the end of the 50 years, there's enough money in the bank to build the new one or fix the old one. My question is, there's options in there to extend the life by doing remediation and things like that and repairs. Does that money come out of the same pot, or is it come out of the separate yearly operations budget as repairs? Which do we get to double dip, or how does that work?
Through the chair, that depends on the nature of the repair. So there are some repairs and maintenance that are considered through the operating budget, and there are some that are higher dollar value, or we can directly say replacing, this thing is going to extend the life, then we can capitalize that work and it can come out of our infrastructure funding. So minor repairs and maintenance, no. Major rehabs, yes.
So can I use a real example then? An arena, we need new front doors. That's a minor repair. It comes out of the 2026 operating budget. But when we need to put in a whole new floor and dasher boards and the whole thing, that's going to cost $3.5 million, that would come out of the capital reserve budget out of the asset management plan. Is that generally how it works?
Through the chair, that's absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Duthie. Question with respect to the deputation. Andrea did an excellent job of presenting this report, but I've got a question with respect to the recommendation where it indicates $3.4 million from the council-approved initiative for the shortfall for the 2026 levy operating budget, and then a further 2.5% annually for the next 10 years. So what I'd like to know is, how have we been operating in the past? Like what are the dollars that we've allocated in previous years? We know what we're talking about when we're going forward, but if you look at page 6 of the report here, it talks about, it should be noted over the past 3 years, council approved increases of 3.9% 4.5%, and 4.3% to the net levy requirement for infrastructure. Yet we're looking at a recommendation lesser than that. So if somebody could explain that to me, if we had it in the 3.9, 4.5, and 4.3%, how can we get away with a 2.5%?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, that's an excellent question. So in the past, we had recognized that our reserves were insufficient, but we didn't have an asset management plan in place that could quantify how exactly insufficient they were. And so we were recommending large increases in infrastructure funding, knowing that we had a large gap to make up. So a combination of things have occurred. Council has supported staff recommendations, and so we've been able to make significant gains in the last few years in our contributions and our reserve sufficiency. We've also had operating surpluses, which have diverted several million to our reserve balances over the last number of years. And we've had a few very successful years where investment income has been very high, and we've been able to redirect some of that investment income to reserves. And we've been successful with a few grant applications as well, which have, allowed us to reallocate funds. So there's been a number of positive things that have gone well for the county, with all of those things increasing reserves, and with now being able to specifically quantify exactly where that gap is, we're able to back off a bit and to recommend that change, and I know we're recommending 2.5 going forward, but I think it's important to note as well that if we sold assets, or if we rehabbed assets, or if assets were in better condition or worse condition than we thought, or if inflation's higher or lower than we think, that number will be continually reevaluated as well.
So in one way, this is good news?
Through the chair to council, yes, I believe this is good news. It is still a gap, and we still have a lot of work to do, but we've quantified it, and we have a solid path, and the gains we've made in the last few years have allowed us to slow that number down a bit, and so this is good news.
Councillor Vanden Drieschie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Thank you for the presentation. A couple of questions. It all hinges to me on level of service. Correct? Because level of service can be here or level of service can be here. So do we feel in the level of service that you've quantified in the document that is satisfactory to the needs of the people of Norfolk County?
Through the chair, not all of it does hinge on level of service. I mean, some of it is just state of good repair, as we discussed, and the current state of our assets based on the data that we now have. But a large portion of the strategy moving forward does focus on the proposed levels of service. Do you mind just repeating the second part of your question there?
Are we satisfied with the level of service? Do you feel, as when you work at it and you've looked at the information, that you feel the level of service is, because levels of service can go here, are we saying that we're here, or that in some levels we are here, or that we are here?
I think that based on the information that we have, it's achievable, it's realistic, and based on the fact that we did communicate with all subject matter experts, we spoke with council, the amount of consultation we've done, it's a great starting point, and we can continue to refine it in the future if we decide that that's what we need to do.
Right. I think when we take, for instance, our facilities, I think we're doing okay. The roads, we have pretty well a lot of good roads. I mean, a lot of roads can have repairs, we all know that. But at the end of the day, as far as paved roads, we've got an awful lot for a municipality. So we're doing well there. And we're putting money aside, very satisfied with that. I think that's a good level of achievement. I like the explanation of either replacement or repair, because I see with a lot of our assets, we are continuously fixing up, which does boost the asset value. It really does. And the other question I have is, are you satisfied with the data collection? Are you satisfied with the system of how it works and how you collect your data? Do you need any assistance there?
Through the chair, that's a great question, and that is actually, I was going to mention that regardless. That is going to be one of our next steps, to go out and physically verify what's out there as well, because it was constraining using the age-based approach. But we will be working closely with the projects teams to understand what projects have been happening regularly, and hopefully we'd like to move towards more studies, feasibility studies on our assets to get a more focused and fixed idea as to what's happening there, aside from the age-based approach. So we will continue to refine the data.
Yeah, I might add that age-based approach is a part of it, but not a whole of it, because at the end of the day, we look, Parliament buildings, they're old, but they're in really good shape once they're fixed up.
I think Mr. Grice wants to weigh in as well.
Sorry, through the chair, just to chime in on the data validation and next steps. So once this is approved by council, it gets submitted. We meet our timelines with the province. We have an asset management plan in place. That doesn't mean James has done his work. It continues. And the next phase is looking at software tools. So what we currently use to collect and analyze data is very archaic. So we are looking to pilot and explore a few different options, and that will likely make its way into a future capital budget so that we can get better at looking at our data and making data-driven decisions. So that's the next step for our team.
Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I read this report a couple of times to make sure I understood things clearly. And I do believe I read in the report, and I'm not sure who wants to answer the question, but Ontario regulation to come up with an asset management plan is mandatory by the province, correct? At the end of the day, what we've requested for, I'll call it a tax increase, if for whatever reason we cannot meet that requirement, we're not really in violation of the provincial guideline. And for whatever reason, we have to, maybe instead of using 2.5%, we have to cut it to 2% for some reason. We are not in violation, correct?
Through the chair, no, we would not be in violation. That tax increase is also to support our proposed levels of service.
Right.
The proposed levels of service are designed in-house or guided in-house, so there would be no implications or violations if we didn't to meet that part of the requirement. The plan has to include proposed levels of service.
Right.
It doesn't say what they are.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Again, I just want to make sure I understand all these numbers. We are talking about a 2.5% increase. Is that 2.5% increase in the amount we put into reserve, or is that a 2.5% increase in the overall tax levy?
Through the chair, it's a 2.5% increase on the tax levy.
Okay, any further questions from committee for staff? Okay, seeing none, there is a staff recommendation before you. Are you putting that on the screen? It's available on the screen if you want to take just a few seconds to read that over. And when you're ready, I will look for a mover. Moved by Councillor Columbus and seconded by Councillor Van Passen. Anything further on the motion before you? With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. All right, moving right along. 8.2.3, Simcoe Wastewater Treatment Plant Capital Status Update. Mr. Grice, I'll turn this one over to you.
Certainly. Thank you. So today we did want to provide an update on the Simcoe Wastewater Treatment Plant and our next steps for our capital upgrades. You probably all likely recall that we did tender a project late in 2022 that came in significantly over budget. And by significantly, I mean double the budget. It was a $37 million budget. It closed at close to 70. This timing also aligned when we transitioned all of our vertical capital, so our pumping stations, our treatment facilities, over to Ms. Balaban and her team. And we took that opportunity to review this program and try to split it up into various phases that would achieve our objectives. So team has met with all the operational groups, with Ms. Davis and her team, as well as with the Ontario Clean Water Agency, our operator, and we've come up with a revised scope of work. At a high level, we are proposing this plan be delivered in two distinct phases. Phase 1 is our solids train of treatment, and phase 2 is the liquids train of treatment, but the real focus of today's report is on the phase 1 of the project. So in reviewing options for solids treatment, the team identified an opportunity to build and expand upon the old 2007 biosolids master plan and are trying to centralize biosolids management to a single facility. This approach has a lot of benefits, including the ability to produce a higher classification of biosolids that can be marketed. It eliminates our reliance on Haldeman lagoons, which are outside of our control and operation. And also, very importantly, it can eliminate costly upgrades at some of the other wastewater treatment plants, and some of those are not included in current upgrades that are underway right now. So while this approach is in line with the previous master plan as well as the integrated sustainable master plan, it does deviate slightly, and since there's been significant time that has passed since both of those studies were done, we are required to file an amendment to our environmental assessment, and that also includes public consultation and engagement. No money is needed at this stage of the project, and really we don't even technically need approval to proceed, but given the sensitivity of this project, we wanted to make sure we were in front of you to share this information and get your blessing before we embark on any of the next steps. That's just very high-level summary. There's a lot of technical information in the report, but if there's any questions, Stephanie's here and Mariana is also online and we'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Grice. Are there questions from committee on the report? Councillor Brunton, please.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of questions in reading the report, and I guess I'll address it to you, Andrew. I see all the, lagoons we use are in Townsend for a lot of the stuff. Do we pay for that, I assume? Is that through Haldeman?
Through the chair, yeah, there is an operational component to that, and we do pay to Haldeman County for use of those facilities. One of the challenges with that is they're not within our control, so anything could happen in the future. So centralizing does give us full control of our assets.
Okay, are the lagoons in Waterford still used?
Through the chair, yes, they are. So those are different types of lagoons. The lagoons in Waterford are actually part of the treatment process. The lagoons that we're using in Haldeman are really temporary storage before land application occurs.
Right. Where else? Port Rowan lagoons?
Through the chair, the Port Rowan lagoon is not part of the treatment process. It just happens to be kind of adjacent to the property, but that is not part of our treatment process.
Okay, I guess my question is, maybe it's not a fair question, but financially, what's it cost us to use the Townsend lagoons? Any idea?
Through the chair, we do. Steph's just crunching numbers in her head.
Well, while I'm waiting, maybe I could ask you, I know our wastewater plants are all under private contract. Are you happy with that? Staffing, and do they look after things adequately?
Through the chair, yes. So we are in year 3 or 4 of our contract with AQUA, the Ontario Clean Water Agency. They're a wing of the Ministry of the Environment. They are a very good operator. We have a very good relationship with them. We work very closely together, and I think they do a fantastic job for us.
I know previous to that was what, Viola or
Veolia, yes.
Did they look after things?
So through the chair, they had the same arrangement in place as we do with AQUA. I would say that based on performance to date, I think AQUA is a stronger operator and performs better, but Veolia certainly achieved most of their objectives as well.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're just perhaps waiting still on an answer, but is there, Steph's busy crunching numbers. Any further questions from committee? Councillor Van Passen, if you want to go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I read this report correctly, this has been a problem first identified in 2007, and then 2018 and 2025. Is this going to fix the problem, or is it just going to smear more lipstick on a pig?
So through the chair, I think that is the intent with the consolidated approach, is to once and for all fix the problem. Running biosolids management facilities at each of our places or each of our wastewater treatment plants, or hauling to a central or a location in Haldeman, is not very efficient. Creating a facility that can actually create a Class A product is kind of the standard practice today. It also leverages economies of scale by having a single facility and a larger feedstock, which makes it more attractive for operators to run a facility because they can market and sell that material. So not to get too into the weeds, but we produce a Class B product right now, which has limitations on where you can spread and in which type of fields you can spread. A Class A product is generally a fertilizer. You could purchase it at Home Depot. So it's much more lucrative, and this type of approach, I think, will solve our problem going forward. And I think a big benefit, and we just talked about asset management and rehabilitating and maintaining old assets, this would eliminate some pieces of equipment from various facilities, which is great for future growth and expansion, because then we have footprint available for our use, and we're also not maintaining assets that are no longer required.
I appreciate Councillor Van Passen asking my question, because I love to do that to Andrew. Ms. Davis, I think you have an answer to Councillor Brunton's question.
Yes, I do, through the chair. So for us to store the biosolids at Townsend is approximately $174,000 a year.
Yeah, and that's all by contract, I take.
Yes.
Yeah, we don't truck it ourselves, that's all.
No, we don't truck it ourselves. Aqua handles that. Yep.
And is that done by the current contractor that operates the plants, or is it done by another separate contractor?
It's done by another separate contractor. The Ontario Clean Water Agency has their contract themselves, so it's WESEC that performs that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything further from committee? Okay, seeing none, there is a staff recommendation before you. I think it's on the screen. Do I have a mover for the staff recommendation, please? Moved by Councillor Very, seconded by Councillor Brunton. Any discussion? Anything further? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, let's shift gears a little bit, and departments. 8.3 Community and Development Services Division, 8.3.2 Bill 17 Overview, Report CD 25063. I don't see Ms. Cull, so I'm guessing it's Bowden today. Perfect. Bowden, when you are ready, please present your report.
Testing. Good morning. Through you, the Chair, members of Council. I'm here today to provide a short presentation to complement the information report which you have on Bill 17. Credit is all due to Alicia Cull, who is the author of that report. It produced that report while I was away on vacation, but I will be presenting it today. We do not always do presentations on information reports, but this one is rather significant and active. No doubt you've seen lots of coverage in the press and the media. And if you Google search, you'll find more than one professional opinion on this bill. But before I begin, let me preface by saying, with a disclaimer, this is a very broad piece of legislation with implications across many business lines, which is a fancy way of me saying I may not have all the expertise to answer all your questions, but we do have other staff present today, and we'll do our best to answer every question that comes forward. Next slide, please. Oh, just a minute. So, on May 12th, 2025, the Ontario government tabled Bill 17, Protect Ontario by Building Faster and Smarter Act 2025. The goal is to simplify and streamline development in Ontario. And the changes touch many different acts. They're listed here on the screen. And the information report provides Council with just a summary of these proposed changes. Next slide, please. Under the DC Act, we'll start there. There's a number of proposed changes that might be of greater interest, starting with a new exemption for long-term care facilities. Other noteworthy changes include a change to the installment process for collecting development charges. Non-residential development is given a boost by not requiring payment until issuance of an occupancy permit now. Changes affecting the rate freeze as well as DC credits are also being rolled out with this bill. And finally, the government announced its intention to create, just a moment, to create a new regulatory making authority that will specify what constitutes a local service. Next slide, please. On the subject of Planning Act changes, something that affects the operation of my department, it is proposed that the following topics could not be required as part of a complete planning application. Sun shadow information, materials related to shadows cast by a proposed development on the subject lands and surrounding streets. This is no longer going to be a requirement. Wind proposals, information related to potential impact on proposed development of winds is now also not required. Urban design, information on materials concerning the urban design of proposed developments, including how a proposed development aligns with municipal urban design guidelines or policies, also excluded now. Studies dealing with lighting, information on materials relating to lighting and lighting levels on a site, including the location and type of lighting fixtures proposed on the exterior of the building and or on the site. And MMH is currently seeking input into this regulation. We will, of course, provide council with an update of the outcome of these consultations and the impact of any of these regulations will have on the processing of development applications in Norfolk County. Continuing right along, there will be new rules governing minimum distance setbacks, allowing for the deviation from the zoning bylaw as of right up to a prescribed percentage, which is unknown at this time as of the writing of this report. Additionally, MZO Minister zoning order powers are also expanded, not of critical concern here in Norfolk, but the next one, dealing with schools, is of more interest to you. The bill proposes amendments so that no official plan, policy, or zoning bylaw may prohibit the use of a parcel of urban residential land for an elementary school or a secondary school or a school board or any ancillary uses such as a child care center located in the school. It also retroactively deems existing bylaws with such restrictions as having no force in effect. Moreover, the bill proposes to remove controls that limit the speed at which portables can be added to school sites. Moving right along to the building code, there are several noteworthy changes as a result of this bill, and they're all in the report. One, it proposes to remove the Building Material Evaluation Commission's authority where Canadian Construction Materials Centre has already assessed an innovative material system or design, so again, allowing for more innovative use of materials and designs. And it proposes to remove the minister's authority to remove the use of such innovative material systems or designs that have been designated under the Ontario Building Code. And we have our Chief Building Official, Fritz Enslin, here today to answer any questions on these changes. Next slide, please. Sorry, just a moment. Another act that's affected by this bill is the Building Transit Faster Act. Primarily, again, affecting GTA municipalities, not as much Norfolk, but there are elements in here that are applicable to all transit systems. Next slide. Number two, in particular on this slide, is caused a lot of ruckus in Queen's Park as last week, I'm sure you've heard, and that is the requirement to remove the requirement to consult with First Nations on some of these fast-tracked community transit-oriented proposals. Next slide, please. There are some in the report you'll find some comments from financial services, and there are lots of implications with this bill that affect Norfolk, most notably as it affects development charges. And the proposed changes to interest rates associated with DC freezes and the installment payments, as I mentioned earlier, have an impact on the county's ability to finance growth-related projects. The county must carry the cost of growth-related infrastructure for a longer period of time before cash flow from DC collections is received, which could result in cash flow impacts in other areas of the organization. There will also be an administrative charges required to adjust to this new approach. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, again, there are many acts affected. Some are still open for public input on the environmental registry. Others have now closed, and we will be happy to answer any questions you have on this report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the report and to the author. Questions from committee. Councillor Very first, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. To Bowden there, could you, what's an innovative building material?
Innovative. I'm going to ask my colleague Fritz to answer that question.
Good morning, committee, through the chair. The building code only identifies certain building materials as prescriptive materials. They don't identify every building material that's out there. There's new innovation that's being created every day by businesses, industries, manufacturers that need that BMEC approval from the ministry. That is now being eliminated if they have received a CCMC approval prior. So an innovating material could be an exterior panel, a siding material, roofing material, window material. It could be a various number of items that would be involved in a building construction. So flooring, everything from the footing foundation up. So.
Thank you. Follow up there through the chair. So do you have, as our chief building official, like, is this concerning to you? That there's going to be that one fewer level of approval, or is this fine? Like, I guess I'm just trying to get a sense of what does this mean to development and construction in Norfolk?
Good question. Through you, Mr. Chair. It's not concerning. Actually, it's quite relieving.
Okay.
It just eliminates another approval authority for advanced and innovative building material approvals. So if it's handled through the CCMC or through another approval agency like Canadian Standards or ULC, those are similar approval authorities. It's just eliminating another level of approval. So I'm certainly comfortable with that.
Okay, thanks, Fritz. I appreciate the reassurance.
Okay, Councillor Van den Drieschie next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. With this new bill coming through, Bill 17, is there any financial gain to us in any way with the DCs? And correct me if I'm wrong, London, with this new bill, is going to get a windfall of X amount of dollars. Do you know anything about that? And does that apply to us at all? Because it would be nice to be able to, and they're going to be able to use those dollars to offset their tax rate.
I'm not familiar with the financial impacts of this bill on the municipality as much as Treasury is, so I will turn it over to them to answer that question.
Good morning, committee. From a DC perspective, there is really no financial gain to the municipality. A lot of the issues that are being proposed in the bill itself are paring back our ability to collect funds in a sense. We look at the long-term care exemption. While there might be merit to that, there is certainly a cost to the municipality for funding the development charges to offset those exemptions. The interest one in particular is something that it also kind of eliminates our ability to recover as well. The whole intent of the interest rate associated with the freeze and the installments was to offset some of the cash flow issues associated with providing that service to developers. But if the proposed legislation passes as written, there won't necessarily be a financial gain as a result of it.
Follow up, Mr. Chair, thank you. So with London, do you have any idea why in their sense, and correct me if I'm wrong, I just caught it at the tail end, it had something to do with development of low-cost housing and something in the DCs. I'll have to go over find the actual document there then and read it over. But since there is no financial gain or anything that impacts us financially then with this change with Bill 17.
That's correct, through the chair. I'm not familiar with what's occurring in London, but if there's something that they're receiving some additional funding for, it might be outside of the scope of Bill 17.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Huffman, did you have your?
Councillor Very asked my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Van Passen and then Columbus, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Another question about the DC charges. If the long-term care facilities are exempt, does that mean we have to make up for that amount out of levy dollars? Or is it exempt because the province says exempt, we don't have to do that?
Yeah, through the chair, any exemption, so the Development Charge Act actually specifies that any reduction in development charges provided to a development community can't be made up through future collection of development charges, right? So any negative contribution or something that's not being contributed to the reserve as a result of an exemption, regardless if it's discretionary or mandatory, would need to get made up by the municipality. Currently, we carry an annual expenditure in our operating budget for that of about $1 million.
Because, Mr. Chairman, if I could continue, like when I read through this report, most of them, the changes will need a little bit of tweaking within our zoning bylaws and our official plans and things like that. But is it worthwhile to make a comment, and on that DC charges is one that if the province says these things are now exempt across the board, they shouldn't take that out of the Development Charges Act, that we have to make up for those dollars somewhere else. And is it worth sending a letter to the province with that comment to it?
I think the CAO may have a comment.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I would say that would be completely appropriate. We can certainly send a letter and express our concerns and ask the provincial government to consider those revisions. I suspect there are other municipalities doing the same, but it wouldn't hurt for them to hear from all of us with those concerns.
Okay, so we'll circle back to that. Councillor Columbus, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bill 17 includes significant changes going forward, but will these changes increase or decrease staff time commitment?
That's a good question. I think we have to, through you, Mr. Chair, we have to carefully monitor what the effect will be of this. Certainly the requirement for less technical studies has pleased some members of the development community, that will no longer be required of them on a lot of applications. So we will have to see what the effect is. The regulations haven't been finalized for a lot of these things yet. So that's why we will have to come back with a report once that is completed, that process is completed, and report on the outcome.
Okay, any further questions? Councillor Brunton, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Reading the document there, I see the development charges are like the payment schedule differs now.
Yes.
And I guess it used to be at, and correct me, Fritz, if I'm wrong here, we used to be at the time of a building permit, and are they now at time of occupancy? What are they?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Brunton, that is a change. It's still a collection by the building department, but it's at a different phase or stage in the process. We did collect development charges at time of building permit applications, along with every other fee. That was a requirement of the Building Code Act, that all fees must be paid at time of application. What they're proposing now, and I'm not sure if it's been approved, but at the time of occupancy. So what we would do is we would just move that collection later down the line. So once we get called for an occupancy inspection, in order for that occupancy inspection to be approved and passed, we would require the collection of the fee at that time.
Okay, and then it's, if I read that right, it can be deferred over a certain number of payments? The development charge, the way that Bill 17 reads?
Yeah, I believe for certain projects that's the case. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, and the other one I just wanted to ask is front-end servicing agreements. We don't have one, do we, right now for development?
Through the chair, so for front-end financing agreements for development charges, we do not have any active. As council may recall, we did approve a policy for front-end financing a few months ago, which potentially would need to get amended if some of the impacts of Bill 17 are approved or ratified by the province.
Sorry, I didn't get that. Clarify that for me again.
Yep, no problem. We do have a policy in place for front-end financing. It was approved by council a few months ago. We do not have any active applications through that process currently.
And if you could answer that, who pays that upfront? We are going to finance? Is that what our policy says, if I may ask?
Through the chair. So the intent of the front-end financing is that the developer, in essence, front-ends the construction work required for their subdivision. And the municipality provides credits or best effort to collect it from other development in the area that is also supported by the infrastructure completed by the first developer.
It's not something we would finance and then we try to collect, and I couldn't remember what we did. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, anything further on this item? Further questions? Okay, seeing none, we will move forward with a motion. There is a recommendation there. Councillor Van Passen, I'm going to come to you. I think you would like to add to it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think just a simple statement that we direct staff to send comments regarding the issues would cover everything that we've discussed today, and just let staff send them a letter with how we think that good ideas, but we got ideas to make it even better. Right? So.
Okay, perfect. Clerks have captured that appropriately. Appears to be. So moved then by Councillor Van Passen. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Van den Drieschie. Further discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, moving forward again. 8.4, Corporate Services Division. Move to report 8.4.1, Summary of Bid Awards for the period ending May 20th, 2025. It is report CS 25070. Staff are just getting themselves set up at the back. For this report, we'll turn to the Supervisor of Purchasing, which is Jacqueline Hodgson. When you're ready, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Council. Report CS 25-70 is the monthly summary of bid awards. There are 3 bids being presented today for Council's consideration and approval. They include the supply and delivery of 6 half-ton pickup trucks, monitoring of closed landfill sites, and Ann Street and East Street reconstruction. Council will also see that there is a request for a capital budget amendment decrease in the amount of $476,000. If there are any questions about the procurement process, I would be happy to answer them. And if there are any questions about the projects, I will refer them to my colleagues in Fleet and Facility Services and Public Works. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Questions? Councillor Columbus, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to the purchase of 6 pickup trucks, I noticed on the chart there are not very many really local people who have submitted. So is there any reason for that? Like they're from, I don't know where Hallman Motors is from, but Oxford and Blue Mountain.
Any staff member have a Mr. Cridland, perhaps?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just looking at purchasing where they wanted to start. I can start. We do advertise all of our procurement and purchasing opportunities. They do go out through, I believe, bids and tenders and different media sources and that sort of thing. So it is open to anybody that wishes to bid. I can't answer why we didn't get more local ones, but we did get bids, and as you can see, I think we were very successful in getting a low bid, or what I think was a pretty appropriate bid for these trucks.
Thank you, Bill.
If I may just pick up on that with a question for Ms. Van Dyke. I think at one point there was some conversation regarding the bids and tenders and publicizing those a little bit more than we did before. Is that still taking place? Are we still doing that?
So thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to committee, and I will defer to Ms. Hodgson as well. We do, as Mr. Cridland said, we do use the bids and tenders platform. It is included on our website. We do publish them, and it is a very open, public, transparent process. And so I am not aware of any recent feedback from potential bidders that they are not aware of the process or have not been able to access it or anything like that. But I will ask Ms. Hodgson if she has any additional information to add.
Thank you, Heidi. Through you, Mr. Chair. Heidi is correct. So everything budgeted for $100,000 and more would be publicly advertised through a newspaper ad, as well as through social media, that we may select certain bids or whatnot to post on social media, but everything is publicly available for bidders.
So we are still publishing things on socials?
Yes, that's correct.
I just feel like I had seen that in the past, and I'm not sure that I had really noticed it of late, but
Yeah, that's correct.
perhaps it's just me. Okay, further questions from committee on this? Councillor Van Adrishi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, just a really silly question. When you advertise for these vehicles, you don't advertise the color or anything like that, right? Like, in the sense that always white is cheaper, nothing is cheap, because I do see different vehicles of different colors, but we don't do that, correct?
Through the chair, I believe for new vehicles, we do ask for the white. That is the Norfolk County color. What complicates things is we do short-term leases on a number of vehicles, and those we try to get white, but often do come different colors. So white is the chosen Norfolk County color. I can say that.
White is the chosen color, and white is usually less expensive than the others. Okay, just wanted, because I have seen different colored trucks out there, but as long as we are the white. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van Passen.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize, I should have just done this by looking up the actual original tender, but a pickup truck, what kind of pickup truck? Conservation Authority, they went through the tender process a month or so ago, got a couple pickup trucks considerably cheaper than these ones, but like, is it just a plain Jane two-door long box pickup? Is it four-wheel drive? Is it a quad cab? Like, there's a lot of difference in pickup trucks, so.
A great question through the chair, and I do believe this question came up a year or two ago from yourself as well. The only thing we did different is we do ask for a four-wheel drive truck now. That's been part of our spec going forward, and that comes with folks, public work folks working in fields like our drainage folks, and also our road staff with winter control. We do ask for four-wheel drive. We found that we used to ask for two-wheel drive, and suppliers were almost looking at us that the four-wheel drive is what they get. We do also look for, I won't say a true crew cab, but we do look for extended cabs. So with, instead of having two folks in a staff in a pickup truck, we can get 3 or 4 in the back seat as well as carry gear. So the only thing we've had over the years is the four-wheel drive every tender and some type of extended cab truck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, because I think I had this discussion at LPRCA that we had tendered for a four-wheel drive half-ton pickup truck, and one of the tenders was for a 3/4-ton four-wheel drive pickup truck, and you know, it was only $1,000 more than the half-ton, and I'm going like, even though it didn't meet the criteria requested, it was actually in my mind the better deal if you're going to be pulling trailers around like we do with our parks and things like that. And you know, I'm just wondering whether there's enough room in our tender process to open it up a little bit with the specs and let's go like, which one is, like, for $1,000 you get twice the truck. That's a pretty good deal, you know. It's so I just hope that we, you know, in future keep some more flexibility in the specs that we put in there, that try to get the best deal for what we need to use it for. You know, it does make a difference for our drainage department. Sort of by definition tends to drive out in the mud, right? So yeah, they need the four-wheel drive. The cab and a half is nice, even if it's just to throw all your extra stuff that you need to take with you, and you still have the room for the two people. And you know, I understand all of that, but maybe don't get too specific. Get a little broader on the specs when we order them. So.
Did you want to respond, or we're okay?
No, I through the chair. Yeah, no, I thank the councillor for that comment. I think the other change we've did in fleet over the last couple of years is we've tried to uniform the trucks a little bit, and what I'm getting at is we would have road patrol foremen. So you take a truck year 2019, road persons would have 350, 360,000 on them. Our park staff, who in the summertime are very busy with the trucks, and in the winter they sit more, same truck would maybe have 50 or 60,000 kilometers. So what we, in the Habitat's new program we have now, is we would go to the high mileage folks and we'd switch those trucks. So that's where we try to keep that common spec in mind, that when we do the truck trade, we're not giving them something they don't need. But I definitely heard you on, looking at the 3/4 ton, and we'll keep that in mind for future tendering.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Anything further? Questions? Nope. Okay. Seeing none, the staff recommendation is before you. It is on the screen. It is lengthy. I won't read it, but it is all there. Number of different projects. Is there a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Michelli, seconded by Councillor Very. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. 8.4.2, special event C2502-00059293, Sandpines Summer Concert Series, temporary road closure, CS 25074. And I believe Ms. Van Dyke is presenting this.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to committee. The purpose of this report is to inform council of some upcoming temporary road closures for the Sandpine Summer Concert Series in Port Rowan. Just a couple of things that I would like to note. The September date is for the concert is September 20th, not September 27th, as shown in the report. There was a correction that needed to be made to the application that didn't quite make to the report. So the September date is September 20th. As well, the map that is on the appendix correctly shows the road closures, but it is the same map that we use for Bayfest. So just clarifying for council that there are no vendors and no midway associated with the concert series. As seen within the report, the road closure includes Sea Queen Road just south of the Boathouse Restaurant as to maintain access to the restaurant while also providing a safe and accessible viewing experience for the concert attendees. The concert series is hosted in Lions Park in Port Rowan and will include local food vendors, Canadian music acts, and a community barbecue. The road closures will be in place on the Thursday before each event at midnight until 12 noon on the Sunday following the event. We wanted to bring this report out of consent and to council's attention because we note that the June event is the same day as the Bass Fishing Derby, and that was taken into consideration, and there have been conversations with our colleagues in roads about that. So with that, I'll ask Mr. Cridland has been involved with this file, so I'll ask Mr. Cridland just to update council on that, and then we will be available for any questions.
Thank you, Heidi, and through the chair. Yeah, we pulled this out of consent because I know as soon as the social media went out about this event, I was getting calls on that as the same day as bass season. So what we did as staff is we are leaving the ramp open in the marina. We have some signage made up, and I think it's very adequate 6x6 signage that are going to go at the boat dock. The road closure begins at midnight on Thursday, so the signage at the ramp will go up about dark on Wednesday or Thursday morning. So with people coming to use the ramp on Thursday and Friday and Saturday, they will see the signage. We've also made sure we didn't turn any renters down from the Port Rowan Community Center, but we blocked it out last minute, and the sign does say that additional parking for boats and trailers is free, obviously, at the community center for the event. So we will advertise this on all social media. We'll reach out to the boathouse owners. It's probably impossible to know who will use that ramp for bass fishing because people come far and wide, and it is signed, so we're doing the best we can. So if folks come to use the ramp, they're still there. They just have to park at a different location, which is very close, but we'll definitely look for feedback for future years so we don't have an event happen on opening of bass season.
Okay, thanks to staff for that. Are there questions? Councillor Michelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, and thank you, Heidi and Bill, for bringing this out for people just for their information and knowledge. And I have spoken to several people close to the Marina operation and who are very knowledgeable about this and explained the plan with the signage, and they seem to be very comfortable with that working well. We will, of course, have to see how it goes, but I do think that plan of having them park at the back of the community center and just being able to go ahead is going to work out pretty well. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Michelli. Anything further from committee? Seeing none, there is a motion before you to receive as information. Is there a mover of the staff recommendation? Councillor Brunton, seconded by Councillor Huffman. Call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, I have 11:20. How is committee doing? I see there's about 4 reports ahead of us before we would potentially break before deputations to start at 1. Do we need a quick break, or are we okay to keep going and push through a bit longer? Keep going? Consensus to keep going? Perfect. Okay. I like it. 8.4.3, Water and Wastewater Billing Services Analysis Report CS 25063. Would ask Mr. Fleming, the Tax Collector and Manager of Revenue Services, to present his report.
Good morning, Chair and members of committee. Today I'm providing an overview of CS 25-063, which is Water and Wastewater Billing Service Analysis. So the purpose of this report is to respond to a council resolution passed in the latter half of 2024 requesting a review of our current outsourced third-party water and wastewater billing methodology against an in-house option with the goal of funding efficiencies and cost savings. As committee might be aware, the current third-party water and wastewater billing arrangement is set to expire in January of 2027. Meaning now would kind of be the optimal time to have a look at that anyways, regardless of what approach is chosen. So the purpose of this report, staff undertook both a quantitative and a qualitative analysis. Both are summarized in quite a bit of detail in the report itself, and I'll provide a bit of overview for both today. So from a quantitative perspective, the dollars and cents of it, staff completed a 5-year costing review comparing in-house against our current third-party billing contract provider. For the purposes of the outsource model, we index what our current rate is at 3% annually. For the in-house approach, staff completed a detailed analysis, which included annual operating costs for salaries and benefits, including 5 new dedicated billing FTEs, material supplies, services, interdepartmental charges, and offsetting revenue. Staff determined the staffing level of 5 FTEs based on a comparison of our tax billing operations, the staff that's currently available or allocated to Norfolk County through our third-party billing, as well as independently it ties to analysis that was completed in 2016 for a similar purpose. If we were to adopt this approach, it would need to be started rather quickly this year, and we looked at having what the one-time cost would be of providing that service, and that's also included in Table 1 of this report. We looked at these costs over a 5-year period as well for the annual operating costs. As can be noted in Table 1 of this report, it is estimated that doing water and wastewater billing in-house would generate annual savings of about $280,000 or about $1.5 million over the first 5-year period. There's a number of key assumptions that are included in this report that make up the analysis. I would encourage council or members of the committee to review those as well if they haven't already. So from a qualitative perspective, there was some benefits noted of completing the water and wastewater billing in-house. The more pertinent of those would be adhering to customer service standards here at the county. Right now, we obviously don't have control over the customer service standards adopted by our third-party provider, and having it in-house would ensure that all of our operations align, which would be a benefit indeed. There'd also be more coordination or more enhanced coordination between our revenue operations as well. There is a bit of having a third-party billing model, a bit of the what we do on the revenue side, like transferring of water arrears to property taxes, is a bit of a burdensome process, and I think that there could be efficiencies gained from doing that. And then obviously the overall, the county would have greater control over all of our billing data, service quality and processes, which is obviously of a benefit. With that being said, having an internal billing for water and wastewater would have some challenges associated with it, particularly given the nature of water and wastewater billing. It is potentially a monthly exercise that would need to get completed. So ensuring that we have the necessary staffing redundancies in place and cross-training would be of key importance to us. It's a bit different from our current operation of property taxes on the revenue side of our finance department here, which we only bill a few times a year. There would also be an increased administrative and audit workload associated with our other areas within the finance department, particularly our financial operations group. And obviously during the implementation, it would result in a bit of a strain on internal resources to get this achieved, but it is something that staff feel would be doable. Within the report as well, there's also a few items for council's consideration that were not necessarily included in the analysis, but we would look to kind of building out as we go down the process of an in-house billing model, if that is something that council endorses. Particularly the billing frequency. Right now we bill monthly. It's very common in utilities to bill bi-monthly, so every 2 months. That would save considerably on postage and printing costs of about $100,000 a year. Another common thing with utilities is a surcharge for mailed invoices. We understand that there's been quite a decent uptake on electronic billing. So that would be if we implemented, for example, a $2 paper surcharge fee, that would help offset some of our postage costs as well. Another one that we just wanted to flag is currently in-house payments, or in-person payments rather, are not available to residents, being that our third-party billing provider is not located in Norfolk County. We maintain that service level within this report and our analysis. But if council elected to do an in-house model and allow in-person payments for utility bills, there might be some changes associated with that, particularly if we adopt a monthly billing cycle. So as you can see in the report is recommended for information only, but there are 2 options for resolutions that are presented in the report as well. One is to continue with our third-party billing process, and the other one is to choose an in-house billing model. Regardless of the approach chosen, we would be looking to get some direction from council today, hopefully, and then ratified later this month. Because either option does require a bit of work, being that this is the last year of our existing third-party contract, we would have to look at developing an RFT and getting that out the door, and it would require some transition time. So again, optimistic we can get something figured out today in terms of resolution from council. That kind of concludes my opening remarks, but if there's any questions from members of committee, I'm more than happy to answer.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Fleming. Any questions of committee? Councillor Very?
Thank you, Councillor Duthie, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, whatever. So to Rob there, when you say you're looking for direction or feedback or whatever, are you looking for us to say, yeah, we want the contract today, or are you asking us to give you direction to go back and do some more work? What exactly are you asking me today?
Yeah, through the chair, what we're looking for today is there's 2 resolutions at the about page 11 or 12 of the report. Yes. I'd be hoping that we get one of those passed today.
No, okay, I understand that. I guess I asked that bad. I've been doing that a lot lately. Let me rethink about how I want to ask that, and I'll ask you again. Sorry.
Okay, just I think to aid in that, page 10 of the report are the resolutions. Councillor Huffman?
Thank you, Chair Duthie. I would like to move forward with a resolution for in-house. So how could we go about that?
Okay, maybe we'll just pause on that for a second.
Okay.
We'll deal with any questions of the report first, and then we'll come back to you for a motion. Councillor Columbus, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recall when this was first spoke about at council in 2017, and it was a split vote because a lot of the councillors at that time wanted staff frozen, no hires, and that's probably why it went down. I supported the in-house at the time. But my question is with respect to the RAB building, the building office would be at RAB. Perhaps that's going to follow, but Just wonder why would it be at the RAB building if we had 5 in-house personnel?
Through the chair. So right now, under a proposed in-house model, the water and wastewater billing would fall under the revenue services team. As of today, all of the revenue services team is located at RAB currently. We have existing space in that facility that would require some renovation to get it to accommodate the staff, but there is sufficient space there now to house 5 FTEs.
That's on which floor?
Through the chair, would be the first floor.
Okay. Councillor Vanden Driesche, please, then Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. This took an initiative from the roundtable to send to you. Is there a method that could be taken upon finance to look at other, either that we source or in-house, to see what is financially feasible? Like, because unfortunately, I would have thought that maybe this is something that would come through you guys in advance rather than being asked to look at it. You know, in-house versus contracted. It just concerns me. There's savings here, and it took the roundtable initiative to actually ask to do it. So on other ones, do you look at that on a regular basis, is my question?
Through the chair to, am I on here? Okay, through the chair to Councillor Vanden Driesche. So yes, we do as contracts come up. And so we would have reviewed this initiative when the contract came up for renewal anyway, but the roundtable sort of brought it forward a little bit sooner, which is fine and good, and it's good to have these things brought forward and discussed. And we do certainly look at initiatives. So it was reviewed at last time when the contract was up for renewal, and it was decided to outsource, and then as we're locked into a contract, we would wait until that contract term to review it again.
Okay, perfect. That's the words I needed to have. Thank you.
Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Many of the changes that you mentioned could be implemented with a new contract too, like the double-month billing and so forth. But I guess my question is, where are we at? I thought there was a surplus going to occur because of the health board amalgamation. And there's quite a few within scattered departments, I understood from the county manager, that would be coming up. I don't know when that will happen, but that was to be, I used the word surplus.
Through the chair, I'm going to defer that one to Ms. Van Dyke. I think she may have an update for council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to council, as we work through the transition of the health unit merger, we are reviewing operations with all of our internal departments that provided service to the health unit, and there continues, in some areas, there continues to be some minor levels of service to support the transition through to its completion. Staff are currently working on an update to come before council as we finalize that process that will identify the changes in service levels and any and all operational efficiencies and savings. So that is coming forward to council shortly. We're in the process of quantifying that.
So Councillor Brunton, I will just say we're probably getting off topic just a little bit related to the report that's before us. So if you have specific questions to the report, happy to allow you to continue.
Well, it's a staffing. It's about staffing. These 5 new employees that we would hire would become unionized in what union, I assume?
Through the chair, there would be one non-union component to this, which would be the implementation lead, which would then transition to supervisor of water and wastewater or corporate billing after the implementation phase is completed. But the rest would be currently planned to be unionized.
And they would all the financing would be through the rate budget?
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think historically when they used the third party, because, and I'm sure Councillor Columbus knows more about this than I do, but we were doing hydro and water and sewer, And it made sense when we got rid of the hydro part. And I think the comment was already made, it was more a political decision in 2017 to not do something to save money to make, not have to hire employees. So I can support this change, but I'd also ask staff to maybe investigate a little farther on how else can we do it better? Are there options like going to the bi-monthly billing rather than monthly billing, or even quarterly billing? Or I know I pay bills where there's options of, a certain amount gets paid, an average gets paid every month, and they only read the meter on the third month, and you pay more or less on that third one, and do it electronically. Maybe it's easier to call it a discount if we're doing it electronically rather than charging extra for using the post office. But let's look at all the ways we could make it better and more efficient, not just say, okay, we'll just take over and do it the same way as some other company did. So if we approved the direction to do it in-house, can we also add sort of bring back another report on options so that it gets out in the public early and get some input, that we don't just make a drastic change on the 1st of January of 2027. So.
Okay, was there a question wrapped up in there somewhere?
Yes, is that, does staff think that they would be able to have time to go look at other options on to make it more efficient?
Thank you.
Through the chair, I think you have a good point there, Councillor. Staff would be back at council with various options throughout the implementation process. This is preliminary in the sense that not all the details have been worked out, obviously, but as we go through the process, we anticipate there will be further engagement with council as well as the community. As part of our implementation first year cost, we have flagged that there would probably be a need for increased marketing of the program and engagement with the community as well, just because it is a change in who you're getting a bill from. So we want to make sure that everyone is aware of that. And well, as part of that, obviously any changes that are being proposed, we do want to engage the community on those as well.
Okay, thank you. Before we move on, we can have a sort of better discussion about that in just a moment. A couple of quick questions. Do you have a general sense of surrounding municipalities, how they handle this? Do they use third parties? Do they do bi-monthly billing?
Through the chair, in terms of bi-monthly billing, that is, I don't have necessarily have a list today available, but I am aware of Brantford, for example, does bi-monthly billing. It's not an uncommon practice across Ontario. In terms of in-house models, there are a number of municipalities that are actually in the process of converting to in-house now. Most notably, Guelph would be the closest one to us. A few other ones, there was a transition from a third-party billing provider in Hamilton that's no longer providing the service. So as part of that transition, a lot of municipalities did adopt to pursue an in-house model as well.
Thank you. And do we get, certainly there's always griping online, but do we get regular complaints about the current practice and provider?
Through the chair, not necessarily regarding the current provider. I think that they provide a quality service for us overall. But I think the main item that would be a benefit from a customer service perspective is the one window approach, right, to customer service. Instead of having to engage with the county and our third-party billing provider, by having it in-house, that would obviously eliminate one party of that discussion overall, right? So there would be a benefit from that.
Okay, thank you very much. Further questions on the topic? Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was mentioned by staff here, Guelph and Brantford are possibly comparisons for whether we're wastewater billing. And if we are going to use that as a comparison, I'd like to know if staff could get the average cost per month for that, because I think it's far less than what the average cost is for example, my water bill is $220 a month. So that would be $440. There's some people would be lost with that. It's a concern.
Okay, thank you. So noted. Councillor Michelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on Councillor Columbus, I was thinking the same thing. If we went to quarterly billing if someone got a $600 bill, again, with respect, not everybody is great at managing their finances, and they get this whopping bill. So I would be cautious about those types of efficiencies as well.
Okay, I think do you have a question?
No, just a comment on those last two that were
Okay.
not questions. That's why there is the option of like an automatic withdrawal at your bank for 220, but we only read the meter on the third month, and then you get a bill and it might be 240, it might be 210, but the payments come out every month. Like, those are the kind of options. I can understand the, $660 and you got to write a check, and I forgot I didn't pay for 2 months. But if it's already been there, and this one is just an adjustment of the actual use, that's a workable solution that way. So.
Okay, I think in order to advance the topic, let's move forward. We'll end the questions section. Is there someone that would like to make a motion with a recommendation? I'll start with Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Duffy. I believe it's on the screen that the report will be received as information and staff proceed with option 2, transition to in-house water and wastewater billing services, and that staff will investigate options for efficiencies and report back to council. And I just wanted to add that as the chair of the Mayor's Affordability Roundtable, what part of the issue was we were trying to come up with ways to make our water a little bit maybe more affordable for people. Was there anything that we could do that like reading it every third month, and who knows? But there's got to be a way to be a little bit more palatable for our current water and wastewater rates. So
Okay.
I would like to make that motion.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Huffman. Is there a seconder for the motion that's there? Councillor Van den Drieschie, is there discussion on the motion? Staff, treasurer, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through you to our clerk's team. Within the report, there's a number of items within option 2 motion. Would it be possible to bring forward all of those onto the screen for council to review? Or do you understand that there's several other items in there that we'd like all of them included?
So we'll just leave that with the clerk's department to edit that for just a second. Move forward with discussion on the item as it is. Councillor Brunton, please.
Speaking to the motion there, I guess my question is, with the proposed changes that we're asking staff to look at, we aren't going to give a contractor a chance to look at those changes either. You're saying we're going straight in-house, are we? That's the way I read the motion? With no option to go back to the contractor?
Staff have a comment. I think that is the intent of the motion. But.
Yeah, through the chair, that is the intent. I would have to look to perhaps Heidi from a purchasing perspective. I'm not sure if that's something that we can do, tender a contract and then decide to go in-house after that. I'm seeing a no. So I think that gets a bit trickier when we're looking at pulling back from an RFT afterwards, after it's issued.
Ann Dyke, anything you would like to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to committee. Yes, certainly. I think that when we put a contract, according to our purchasing policy and procurement law, when we put a bid out into the marketplace, it is with the intention to award.
Okay. Next on the motion, Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wonder whether this is the correct motion to be voting on. I think we should be looking at the one on page 10, I do believe, that like there was a bunch of conditions that staff would need to have to proceed this direction. Is that, rather than, like the motion gives a general idea, but I think there's some very specific financial things that they would need in order to go in that direction, so.
Thanks, Councillor Van Passen. It looks like on the bottom of page 10, there's a resolution required for in-house billing model. That's what's up on the screen. Is it the same?
So would it be best to withdraw that motion and insert this one instead?
So just to confirm, Tracy, this is different than what was there previously? Okay. So with mover and seconder's permission, we'll withdraw that motion?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Huffman, did you want to move the resolution that's on the screen currently?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is there a seconder to that? Okay, seconder to that is Councillor Van den Drieschie. Before we move any further, Ms. Van Dyke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just noting for committee that there is also one last clause at the top of page 11 regarding the single source for the billing module with dynamic GP. So if that could be included, please.
Oh, okay. It's
Okay.
a straggler.
Thank you. And I think to the clerk's department, we probably also want to add the comment about looking for efficiencies that was noted before.
Yes.
Is that fair? Again, mover and seconder, appreciate that. Okay. Any other discussion on this motion then? We'll just give the clerk's department a second to update that and get it on the screen for us. Is there further discussion? Councillor Van den Drieschie, please go ahead.
One quick question then. By seeing that in the motion that you're going to use this module, dynamic GP or whatever, that's a purchase that we have to make to be able to get the system going in-house, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And that's purchased, and then year after year, there's updates or upgrading or whatever.
Through the chair, that's correct. That's a module of our existing financial system. So
Oh,
we'd be
okay.
using that same provider, but adding on an additional module.
Add that module onto that system. Okay, perfect, thank you.
All right.
Anything further? Okay, do we have that available that we can make on the screen, or put on the screen?
Sorry.
Jokes, anyone? Yes, I'm getting a nod from staff at the back. Perhaps Mr. Hobson can tell us about his recent trip. It's funny, you feel the pressure that staff are under when you're sitting in this chair. You guys are doing wonderful. Thank you. Okay, so while you're working on getting that, if it is the resolution that's in the report, perhaps in the interest of time and technology, I'll start to read it, and then we'll move forward in that manner. So the motion then would be moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded, I believe, by Councillor Van den Drieschie. That report CS 25063, Water and Wastewater Billing Services Analysis, be received as information, and that Council endorse an in-house water and wastewater billing model effective February 1st, 2027 for inclusion in the 2026 rate-supported operating budget and capital budget as required, and that Council approve the amendment of the 2025 rate-supported operating budget for the inclusion of a water and wastewater billing implementation lead in the amount of $67,700 to be funded equally from the water and wastewater reserves in 2025, and the Council approve an amendment to the 2025 rate-supported capital budget for the inclusion of a one-time implementation costs in the amount of $151,000 to be funded equally from the water and wastewater reserves in 2025, and further that Council permits a single source supply as outlined in section 4.8.4 of Norfolk County's purchasing policy CS02 with Central Square for the purchase of the utility billing module within Dynamic GP or a comparable system, and that staff continue to look for efficiencies to this process and system and bring that back in a report form. Does that sound okay? Okay. That motion is moved and seconded. Any further discussion now that you've heard it? It is mostly on the screen. Seeing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That's carried. Thanking you. 8.4.4 Norfolk County Historical Financial Review, CS 25080. Turn it over to the County Treasurer, Miss Amy Fanning, to present her very lengthy but excellent detailed report.
Thank you, and through the chair. I have a few opening remarks, and then my team and I are here to take any questions that council may have. Aside from the fact that this report is responding to a council-approved motion, I think that piecing this report together was a valuable exercise, and that this report tells an important story. This is the story of an organization that has transitioned to a more strategic and sustainable financial approach that is founded in solid principles and solidified through updated comprehensive policies. 10 years ago, Norfolk faced real financial vulnerabilities. Reserves were depleted, debt was increasing, and operating budgets routinely resulted in deficits. The county's financial systems lacked the structure and capability to keep pace with demand for more accurate and timely information across a growing organization. But that picture is beginning to change. Now, through hard work, strong leadership, and critical decisions made by Council, Norfolk is starting to build the financial foundation that we need to support long-term financial sustainability. The county's future direction is guided by an unwavering commitment from this finance team to work towards sustainable infrastructure funding, reduced reliance on debt, and improved integration of master plan recommendations into financial planning processes, leading to more stable and predictable tax and rate impacts. Consistent with messaging that has been included in previous key reports, momentum has been building in terms of financial improvements. So what are some of the milestones that have been accomplished so far? Improved budget practices through right-sizing, increased in-house knowledge, more thorough estimates, additional finance team involvement, and reducing budget amendments, among other things, have led to year-end operations resulting in surpluses rather than deficits. Increasing reserve transfers led to higher balances, which means more infrastructure needs can be funded from reserves rather than debt, ultimately mitigating future tax and rate increases. Our team has updated 11 policies since 2023, and we are targeting another 5 before this year is out. These policies help solidify progress and ensure that financial processes are documented, approved, and will be maintained as part of ongoing operations. As reserve balances increase, there are more funds available to invest, and the county has taken a more aggressive stance on ensuring that investments are reviewed regularly and that each dollar is maximized. The finance team has taken a strong position on debt mitigation as well. This involves setting financial principles to determine when the use of debt can be a strategic tool and working to maximize all funding options to mitigate debt where possible. Some key trends based on building momentum and the vulnerabilities that we've recognized. What are we measuring to ensure that progress continues? Graph 1, reserve balances. This graph shows that balances are trending in the right direction. However, most of those funds are already committed to approved capital projects that are getting underway, so the trajectory of those lines needs to be monitored over time. Graph 3 shows outstanding debt by repayment area. This graph shows that the amount of outstanding debt has increased over time. However, the future shows that more dramatic increases in debt are on their way, particularly in rate-supported operations, which is very concerning and needs to be closely monitored. Graph 4A, change in capital plan. This graph shows the dramatic increase in planned capital spending that has taken place over the last decade. This is concerning because the speed of increase makes it nearly impossible for reserve transfers to keep up. However, closer integration with the asset management plan will help alleviate this in future and allow a longer time horizon to plan for major capital needs. Graph 5B represents the annual operating variances for both levy and rate budgets. What we see here is that operating results have improved after several years of deficits. Staff will continue to monitor these results closely and analyze the driving factors each year to ensure that any enhancements that are needed can be implemented in a timely fashion. In short, key performance indicators have been identified, and processes are in place to monitor and report on them regularly. This will allow both council and staff to continue to monitor the county's progress. Okay, so what's next? The finance team will continue to strive for improvement in how financial information is presented to council in order to ensure that what we are bringing forward is done in a manner that is transparent, clear, and easy to understand. We will work to integrate the asset management plan into future capital forecasts to ensure that improved long-range planning can take place. We will continue to take an aggressive stance on policy development to solidify our progress in all areas of finance. The finance team, in coordination with all county departments, will continue to review and bring forward grant opportunities for consideration in order to maximize revenue. Strong mayor powers may change budget development timelines and our processes, but we will continue to research and work with our peers from the municipalities and will bring forward more information to council as appropriate. In the coming years, the finance team will take an active role in working with Norfolk's IT team to replace the county's enterprise resource planning system. A large component of that is our financial system. So in summary, a number of issues have been identified, including insufficient reserve contributions, lower than required tax levy increases, inappropriate use of debt, poor planning for the cost of maintaining infrastructure, and insufficient resources available to address those concerns. However, actions have been taken to make improvements, to mitigate risks, to solidify progress so that we can continue moving forward toward our long-term financial sustainability goals. With that, I'd just like to note that summary of this report, a very short and high-level summary, is being developed that we can place online for the public to access to make this a little bit more accessible and easy to digest for everyone. And my team and I are here to answer any questions that council may have.
Okay. I do want to just note, I believe Mayor Martin has joined us virtually. This was her original motion that brought this forward, so she may have some comments as well. I will also just note our treasurer works very hard. I think we all know that, but I used to see her fairly regularly at the dance studio on a Friday night, and for several weeks she was keying away at this report. So thank you for that. I know it was a large volume of work to review and pull it together. Okay. Questions? It was just so well done, it appears. Councillor Brunton first.
Well, first of all, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say it's a great report. Took a long time to read it for me, but a lot to digest. But I had a couple of things in there, and, you know, I know and it scares me when I hear the word debenture come up every once in a while, and but it doesn't matter where the money comes from, reserves, taxes, it's all taxpayers' money. And, you know, so the word reserves to me makes it sound like it's a little less burdensome on the taxpayer, but it's not really. And I guess I had a couple questions. One, like, when you do your accounts payable, is it 30 days or 45 days? How do you work that? How do you work all your accounts payable?
Through the chair to Councillor Brunton, so I'd like to go back to your first comment if I could just for a moment. I wanted to note that putting money into reserves is more efficient because we're not paying interest on those dollars. Whereas if we take out debt, you know, we're paying significant fees to take that out. So if the more we can put in reserves, it does mitigate those impacts and it does help to make that a little bit more affordable for us and for residents. But in terms of accounts payable, we have a corporate policy of net 30 days. So we do look to pay everything net 30 days. Obviously, there are different pieces of legislation that dictate accounts payable as well. So the Construction Act has prompt payment guidelines, so we have to pay within, I think it's 28 days of receiving an invoice, and so we do follow along with legislation, but our general policy is net 30 days, and we do hold invoices until, you know, as close to that 30-day mark as possible to keep the money in our accounts as long as we can.
When you're debenturing, like, do you sit back and wait? I know you say you use money, how do we word it, in-house before you debenture a certain amount, correct? Like, do you sit and wait to see if there's a rate change? Is that how you work it? Or, I mean, if you got a 6 date, you have to go out debenture?
Through the chair to Councillor Brunton. So yeah, the county's policy is to not issue debentures until the capital project is complete. Right. And so there's a couple of rationales for this. One is that it allows us to ensure that all expenditures are complete. So it limits our administrative burden. In order to issue debt, there are several reports that come forward and bylaws, and it's a lot of work for our team. So we try to reduce that as much as possible to make sure we're using our time as efficiently as we can. But it also allows us a little bit of scope of flexibility in terms of timing, so that we can look for competitive rates and try to, put our best foot forward to get those rates down as low as we possibly can. If we get to a point where our reserves are not sufficient to front that, then we'll have to issue construction financing, which means the debt goes out before the project's complete, and we'll lose that flexibility.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Martin, then Councillor Columbus, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, great report, really interesting read. My first comment would be, can we please take this document, or question, can we please take this document, make a summarizing document, and then pin it to our website under the budget section for reference? That was the intent of the report. How do we explain concisely and quickly to residents the financial path that we have been on, and why we are in the position that we're in? So that's my first question.
Through the chair to Mayor Martin, yes, we can. We're working with our communications team on that strategy, and we hope to get that posted as soon as we can.
Thank you. My next question is about the timeline. So the motion that went forward was pretty comprehensive with the specific categories to dig into. However, we learned that it was best at the time to isolate it from about 2:15 based on our computer software and where we could access the information. Is there merit in giving staff considerably more time, but extending the years back a few years to take a more comprehensive look at our finances, or do you feel as though 2015 to present tells enough of a story?
Through the chair to Mayor Martin, so I'll start, but then I'll invite our CAO or our General Manager of Corporate Services to make comment on that as well if they feel. I think that using 2015 to current, you're correct, allowed us to utilize our current financial system and allowed us to produce a document that we could do at a greater level of detail than what we'd be able to do going back further than that. So my fear is that going back further than that wouldn't allow us to provide the same level of detail, and it would take considerably more time. So I think that this report tells a great story showing kind of the uptick from where the issues really came to a head and the improvement we've made over the last 10 years. And I think that's an important story and that we've told it. So, from my perspective, I don't see that we'd be able to provide something that would really meet what you're looking for in earlier years, but I would invite the CAO or Ms. Van Dyke to chime in if they'd like to as well.
Okay, and if I could just quickly before they do that, I suppose the corrections through policy and financial planning and commitment and dedication of the last two councils, is a positive. It is a success story, and it helps to explain why things are the way they are. But more importantly, I think the question is, how did we get here? Not why are we undoing it? Everyone can understand the merit behind sound policy and financial planning, whether it's for a household or a municipality. I think more of the intent and more of the question has been that I received from constituents has been focused on the how did we get here and why were these decisions made? And so I guess under the lens of those questions, is there merit in going back further?
Start with the CAO, I think.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think we know where the mayor is going with this, and I'm going to try to just generically provide some commentary on it, and I think our treasurer, rightly so, is trying to be careful. I think at the end of the day, we can conclude without a shadow of a doubt that tax increases in Norfolk County were falling behind required revenues. We know that there were insufficient reserve contributions to keep our assets in a state of good repair. We know that in all likelihood, we were probably tapping into reserves to keep tax increases artificially low. We certainly weren't investing in infrastructure like we should have. We certainly weren't divesting underutilized assets in this county, and we certainly weren't adjusting service levels to try to keep us at a service level that we can afford. All of those factors combined led us to a situation where we're now, over the last 5 to 7 years, have been taking proactive and very courageous decisions to right the ship and get us back into a solid financial footing. Now, I'm going to leave it at that. I think we can conclude quite solidly that that's what led us here. I'm not sure there's anything that we can do in terms of, was it a staffing issue? Was it legislation has changed? Was it a council issue? I think we can solidly say that those are the reasons that got us to where we are today. And from a staffing perspective, we'd love to focus going forward and not backwards, but I think that's the way I would summarize it.
Ms. Van Dyke, anything you wanted to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would agree with the Treasurer and the CAO. I think that the research that has been done to date and using the data that comes from our current financial system has identified the what, or the what's, as the CAO has indicated, and has quantified the amounts, as the Treasurer has indicated. I think some of the questions of the why would be very challenging to answer. That's some qualitative research that I'm just not sure that we would have the means to be able to answer that question. But I think the information that we have is very important and is very comprehensive, and it helps us to continue to chart our path forward.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Martin, anything further?
Yes, a couple more, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yep.
So how, legislatively, how were we able to persistently put forward budgets with reserves in a deficit position year over year when the municipality itself cannot run a deficit budget, unlike the province?
Through the chair to Mayor Martin, so the legislation states that our operating budget can't fall into a deficit. So we couldn't budget, like if we were to bring forward the 2026 proposed operating budget and not have enough revenue allocated in that budget to cover the expenses that we're forecasting, we couldn't table that. That would be contrary to legislation. But individual reserve funds falling below their balance, although it's contrary to, what our general financial goals and accounting standards would indicate, it's not that the individual reserve funds aren't covered under that legislation in the same manner that our operating budgets would be. And so we had individual reserves falling below, and that's not something that we're ever going to let happen again. We did have that happen in the past, but that isn't covered under the legislation in the same manner that our operating budgets are.
We hope. Thank you. And so that's a classic distinction there, the operating budget. And I think that is a commonly unknown fact until this report and your clear statement there. Another thing, and under audited values on assets, what steps, so we've seen that we've right-sized our budget and we've changed a capital budget that's now grown substantially by hundreds of millions to now tackle over $1 billion in assets. Yet the reserves haven't grown to meet that. Obviously, we're not able to make that funding commitment overnight or over 1 year. What is the practice going forward to ensure that staff will always be valuing those assets and maintaining those assets, because that is not in the wheelhouse of council members. So how do we ensure that we are always accurately representing the value of our assets in the capital plan year over year?
Through the chair to Mayor Martin, that's an excellent question, and it's a common theme across the province right now. So asset management has only recently become a legislated exercise for municipalities, and Norfolk County is not the only municipality that's grappling with a large infrastructure gap or a funding gap and how to handle it. There's news coming out all the time from various municipalities, and I think recently it's been a bit more of a hot topic because the financial strategy component of the asset management plan is just July 1st of this year that part is required. And so we're all dealing with the same issue. And I think that our next step as a finance team is to make sure that what spending level is being recommended by that asset management plan is being incorporated into our approved capital budgets. And that is a great check for council, and that's a great way that you can continue to ask and to monitor that. And that's something that we should be looking for is, are we planning to spend the money that our asset management plan says we need to? If we are, great, we're in alignment. And our reserve forecast will be built off making sure that we can make those expenditures when we need to do so. If we're not in alignment, then we need to investigate why. Maybe our assets were forecasted to be replaced based on age. And you know what? We took a look at that truck and it's actually in great shape. So we're going to drive it for another 5 years. Or maybe, you know what? That truck did not make its life cycle. That's a lemon. We got to get rid of that thing. So there will be peaks and valleys where we will be off pace. And so we need to be able to understand and to quantify those. So there's a few things there. I think that our next step is to line up what the asset management plan is recommending with what our capital plan is. If we can't deliver that operationally, then we need to look at, okay, where can we reduce levels of service to make sure that we're not forecasting projects we can't deliver? If we can't deliver it because our reserve transfers aren't adequate and we've at our debt ceiling, then where can we lower our levels of service to make sure that we can still pay for those assets? And we'll have a lot of give and take there, but those are some of the key themes and key metrics we need to be aware of moving forward. Sorry, long-winded answer to that question,
Okay.
Mayor Martin.
No, that's great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My last question for the time being is, would you prefer something like this to be formalized in a policy or direction from council? But how can we ensure that moving forward, especially given strong mayor powers and the authority for mayors to create their own budget, how can we ensure that moving forward in Norfolk County, there will always be a staff recommendation that is publicized publicly and published for the public, for auditors to see, and for council members to fully understand, with a staff recommendation on a tax and rate increases that will cover off those exact needs for reserve balances, for capital plans, and what is in the best interest of Norfolk County. In the future, if a 5% property tax increase is required, but a council moves it down to 2%, that is the will of council. However, the public should know that for X number of years, a council has not done their financial due diligence on a budget, and there will be more hurt in the future for the residents of Norfolk County when we need to play catch up. And likewise, should a strong mayor use their powers and put forward a budget at a 1% or a 0% despite a staff recommendation of 5%, I would like for the public to know that we are deviating from the plan, because a lot of hard work has gone into rebounding our financial position, and it's not for the taxpayers of today to pay for all of these growth and long-term requirements and reserve contributions that will inevitably impact and benefit taxpayers of tomorrow. We can't go through this process again. So how can we ensure that staff are always making a very clear projection on what the increases should be, and how do we make that known each and every year moving forward to councils and public?
Through the chair to Mayor Martin, that's an excellent question, and I love where you're going with that. I think that, in short, my team is currently working on a budget control policy, which we're hoping will be coming forward within the next few months. And I think that investigating how and what we can include in that policy to shape future budget recommendations and what the minimum requirements are in staff recommendations. I think that's something that we can take a look at. I think it would be tricky to ensure that it's enforced, you know, in perpetuity, but it's something that we can look to solidify in a policy that is approved by council. I think we'd have to consider legislative change and, you know, what strong mayor powers mean in terms of what staff recommendations we can bring forward. But I think that that's excellent direction and something that we can take back and research further in how we can make sure that what we are bringing forward always covers off those basic items, like what reserve transfers are required and what basic, you know, levels of expense we want to ensure are covered to make sure the county doesn't slip backwards. But I think I'll have to take that one away and give it a little bit more thought and research. But I do like that direction very much, and I don't know if my GM or CEO wants to add to that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can certainly give you my 2 cents. I agree with what our treasurer is saying. It would be very difficult to put into legislation or make it mandatory that our staff always present what a fulsome budget requirement would be, only because of the dynamics, and I'm just going to be frank, the dynamics are such that there are times, depending on the relationship between council and staff or between the mayor and staff, that for job security reasons and other reasons that staff won't put together a fulsome summary of what's actually required. And so I like where it's going. I like what we're saying. What we're basically trying to do is enshrine it in some sort of law that you know, staff will always speak truth to power and be able to say to council, here's what you really need and here's the reasons why you need it. But we can certainly investigate that further and see what we can do in terms of some established policies. Policies would always be subject to change by future councils, but we can certainly look at providing a framework where staff would have more of a foundation to provide a courageous financial outlook and recommendation to councils.
Mayor Martin, does that answer your questions?
Lovely. I look forward to it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, any further questions from committee? Councillor Columbus, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In recent years, council's experienced some good surpluses. And to whoever can answer this, to what do we attribute those good surpluses? Was it vacancies or was it provincial money because of COVID, or can someone delve into that for me?
Treasurer?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, so you've hit the nail on the head with a couple of those. So a big driver that we have often is salary gapping. So where we have vacant positions that, you know, it's almost impossible to predict that at the beginning of the year. So we do often have some surpluses there. We also did have, during COVID times, some provincial funding that came in and covered costs that we weren't able to anticipate we were going to get. So there was some surplus drivers there. In the last couple of years, you know, interest rates have skyrocketed way beyond what we anticipated they would. So we've had some big investment income surplus drivers as well. So it's been a number of factors. Winter control surpluses, occasionally. We do base our winter control budget on a 3-year average. So, you know, as climate changes and winters get warmer, and we're seeing some surpluses there. But those are a few of our main drivers. We will have the drivers for 2024 to you next month.
And those surpluses, they were put towards reserves primarily?
That is our primary use. Yes, that's correct. We have a surplus management policy that we approved as part of our reserve and reserve fund policy in 2023. And so we look to mitigate debt and to prioritize capital reserves with surpluses where possible.
Would you happen to have a number in your head as to what the surpluses were for a couple of those years?
Through the chair, I can have. For 2020, it was about 11 million. 2021 hit higher, closer to 14. 2022 was 8. 2023, just over 12. So we're, you know, hovering in that area.
Not bad for off the top of your head there. Further questions of committee? Councillor Van Passen.
I'm going to try to slip an extra question in here that might or might not be allowed by the chair, but since we have strong mayor powers on May the 1st, if I read the legislation correctly, it is now the mayor's responsibility to present a budget to council, and if the mayor does not do that by February something, then council takes over that responsibility. Now, is that correct, or am I just reading that wrong?
Through the chair, in general terms, yes, I believe that's correct. We haven't kind of fully gotten into the parameters and the ins and outs of the legislation. I believe there are various periods of after the budget gets, presented, there's a certain period of time where council can make changes, and then there's another window of time when the mayor can veto the changes, and there's some back and forth that happens. But generally speaking, the budget will be presented by the mayor, and we'll bring some more information back on that, and Al may be looking to add to that.
I think Mayor Martin may want to weigh in, so maybe if it's relevant, we'll let her do so, and then if the CIO has further comments.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just happy to go on the record that I will not be producing my own budget this year, although I have toyed with the concept of working with staff to produce a immediate fix budget to provide context and reference for council on where we would need to be financially if we were waving our magic wand and topping up all of our reserves and all of those fun things. However, that will not be presented to council, and I won't be making any changes. I will be leaning on our staff fully to do the good work that they do every year.
Thank you. CIO.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to comment that staff are meeting with the mayor next week, and part of what we are doing is finalizing the budget process for 2026 and cementing how this is going to move forward in light of the strong mayor powers. So we will have more concrete information on how it's going to move forward as of next week.
Close. Okay, good. Anything further? Councillor Michelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Amy. Amy, just maybe to remind me and maybe the public, when it comes to reserve contributions, do we have a standard formula that we use for determining how much we put in various reserve accounts, or is there some staff discretion in that total amount? And I'm kind of asking this now because I think this may come up later in another report.
Through the chair to Councillor Michelli, so that is a process that has evolved over time. So in the past, we haven't had a defined process for how much goes in what reserve, but through the approval of our asset management plan, we will have. And so we'll have asset categories, and the asset management plan will tell us, for the next 10 years, for example, here's what you need to spend in order to replace all of your fleet assets. And so then we'll be bringing forward recommendations to make sure that what we're putting away is going to set us up to make sure that when those fleet assets come due for replacement, we have the money there to do it. So it will be based on what the asset management plan is recommending to ensure that we can maintain our service levels. But in the past, we didn't have that. And so we were prioritizing based on the capital plan because we can see where the largest capital expenditures are going to come from. And so we prioritize based on that. But going forward, it will be based on the asset management plan.
And just to follow up, Amy, so basically it sounds to me like this approach we're going to be currently using is a much more efficient way to do it, and which might explain historically why some of those reserve funds were in the condition that they were.
Through the chair to Councilor Michelli, yes, that's correct. So going forward, our reserve contributions will be based on our asset replacement needs directly tied to the asset management plan. In the past, we didn't have those master plans in place to help us to line things up.
Thank you.
Okay, I think given the time, it's not my intention to stifle any questions, but it is 12:23. We're hoping to break around 12:30, so that would allow us to have lunch and start deputations promptly at 1. So with that, I think we will cut off questions on this item, unless there's anything overly pressing. Okay. There is a recommendation before us, which is to receive this report as information. Is there a mover? Moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Brunton. Any further discussion on the motion? Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Okay. Chugging right along, 8.5, Office of the Chief Administrative Officer, 8.5.1, Community-Led Initiative, Simcoe Lions, Wellington Park Gazebo Proposal Rehabilitation, Report CAO 25061. I think we have members in the gallery that are here to hear about that, so thank you for bearing with us through these reports. At this point, turn it over to the Manager of Corporate Initiatives, Stephanie Potter, to present the report.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Through the chair to the mayor and council, before you is a community-led initiatives application from the Simcoe Lions Club proposing the construction of a new gazebo in Simcoe's Wellington Park as phase 1 of a proposed park rehabilitation project initiated by the Lions Club. The Lions presented this project to council in March of 2025 and then submitted their community-led initiatives application in April. The Simcoe Lions Club has committed to raising 100% of the estimated $475,000 capital project costs and would manage the project contracting and construction proposed for 2026. If after the project is constructed, the county would assume responsibility for ongoing maintenance, operation, and insurance of the asset, estimated at $2,000 annually, as well as insurance costs of $600 annually. The county would also be responsible for future capital replacement costs to be budgeted at $32,600 annually for 25 years to cover an estimated replacement cost of $815,000. If the project is approved by council, a building permit and an agreement between the county and the Lions Club would be required to specify each party's responsibilities and to ensure the project is built to county standards. Staff have reviewed the application and are supportive of the project as it provides a low-maintenance improvement to a public park consistent with the criteria outlined in the Recreation Master Plan. Thank you for your consideration. Staff are available to answer questions.
Appreciate Ms. Potter has picked up on my need for keeping things moving along. Thank you. Are there any questions of the report? Questions of committee? Seeing none? Okay. There is a recommendation that is before you on the screen. Take a second to read that. I think Councillor Columbus is making the motion. Is there a seconder? Councillor Huffman. Any discussion on the motion? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That's carried. Thank you. What do we think? Break now or do Justin? Chief Hobson, do you think you can be, without rushing, relatively brief? Okay. Thank you. 8.5.2, Medical Priority Dispatch System, MPDS Implementation, CAO 25068. Call on the Chief of Paramedic Services, Justin Hobson, to present his report.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the memo before you today is pertaining to the MPDS system, which is the Medical Priority Dispatching System. This is a system that the province is rolling out across all EMS services. Our current EMS service is operated through Hamilton Communications Center, which controls the movement of ambulances for Hamilton, Haldimand, Six Nations, Brant, and Norfolk County. The set date to go live is going to be November the 5th, 2025. The purpose of MPDS is to move to a new process instead of the previous version, which was called the DPCI, or the Dispatch Priority Card Index. It's known for over-prioritizing dispatch criteria using only 2, Code 3 and Code 4s, whereas the new system utilizes 5 different color codes. With MPDS, people in Norfolk County calling 911 will expect more detailed questioning. This is going to enable our dispatchers to make quick decisions that are based on evidence, assigning the appropriate level of urgency, matching the appropriate resources that are available. This ensures that the right paramedic resources are appropriately dispatched and available for life-threatening conditions. Patients that are experiencing those life-threatening conditions are going to receive an immediate response, which is similar to what they are now. The change is going to be the low urgency incidences, which we've seen an increase in paramedic services over the last 2 decades. These patients are now going to be dispatched when there's an available resource that is best suited for this call. With the delayed response on those lower priority calls due to the less urgency of those, the ambulance communication center is actually going to be calling and following up, and if any updated changes happen, they will update the priority of these calls. MPDS is different as it's based on evidence-based dispatching, ensuring that the appropriate resource is able to attend to those life-threatening 911 calls. The expansion of MPDS is part of Ontario's government, Your Health Plan, which ensures that paramedic services provide the right care at the right time to help relieve pressures on the emergency departments. This transition is a significant step forward to enhance emergency services capability across not only Norfolk County, but the province.
All right. Thank you, Chief Hobson. Questions of the Chief? Look to Councillor Huffman first, please.
Thank you, Chair Duffy. Through you to Chief Hobson. Just wondering, are there going to be, it sounds like there's going to be a few more questions asked at intake to make sure that the proper things are dispatched to the individuals and to meet in terms of high priority and lower priority. Will there be communication to the public regarding this so that we can let our community members know that there will be a change? It might be something different to somebody who maybe has called before, or there has someone in their home with, life-threatening conditions, and they maybe might be thrown off if they start getting asked more questions. So I think it's pretty important that we do a comms about this and let them know that this will be a more efficient service and will meet the needs of our community members better. That wasn't really a question. Sorry. It was a question. Will there be comms?
Through the chair to Councillor Huffman. Yeah, so absolutely. So with this rollout, the province is taking the lead on this and actually producing a lot of the communications material. So we will be dispersing this amongst the community. This is just phase one of communication, is presenting it to council so you are aware of these changes. With that communication, there'll be bulletins, and we'll work with our communications department to get that out. We won't be able to disclose, all of the questioning that's going to be added because the system looks at 1,400 different pieces that could change that priority response.
Thank you. Okay, up next, Councillor Vanden Drieschie, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. The system, the MPDS, is already in service, including Toronto. And as you know, there was an incident there not a few days ago where it took, they were on hold for a significant amount of time. And so how do we know as the public that this system is going to work well for us? Right now, our system works. I don't think I've ever been put on hold. I've been asked 3 questions, if it's fire, whatever. And, but I have grave concerns, and I think the general public will as well. So how do they relay to you that this system is going to be a good system and it's going to work well?
Through the chair to Councillor Vanden Drieschie. So the 911 process is going to remain the same in regards to, you call 911, it actually goes through the OPP, and that's where they ask those questions and then assign you to ambulance. They do not anticipate there to be any longer delay in actually transmitting to ambulance. They expect that to be fairly seamless in that process. They automatically dispatch the ambulance if you say that it's one of the high priority, which are the first 3 questions that they're going to ask you. Then they'll actually send an ambulance at that exact moment to the scene while they're continuing to ask the other questions. So they're not waiting until they're done all of their questions to move forward.
So they're going to be working simultaneously during those questions that they continue. Will there be an upgrade in the GPS system? Because right now, a lot of the GPS isn't correct. It's sending you down back road, especially if you're in a rural setting and you have a road that is paved on one side and the other side is called the dirt road, but yet it will send an ambulance down there.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Vanden Drieschie. So the older version of, and this is going back a while when, and actually I guess it still is pertinent to today, when people had landlines, the landlines automatically would enter that dispatch address into the system. So there was no question as of whether or not the address was correct or not that was being entered. Moving to the cellular network, it gives them a range, so it could be anywhere in this general location. So we do need the address, which is why that's a prioritized question in the dispatching. So there is still the risk of human error when they're entering those addresses. They are to clarify by asking what is the major cross street, but that again, given our rural roads, that can become an issue as well.
Thank you. Councillor Columbus, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. By how much do you feel that the MPDS will improve response time to high priority issues?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Columbus. So this MPDS program, we are really excited about moving forward with that, because the current system, if we were to get down to status zero, which knock on wood does not happen very often here in Norfolk County, but it does happen, it would leave a select number of ambulances available only for priority calls. So it will keep ambulances in a base. So, you know, if we decide that that number is going to be 2 ambulances, we'll have one in the east, one in the west. They'll be sitting there standing by, even though there's other low priority calls of, you know, stomach ache, these types of things. They'll be waiting in the event that there were a more serious incident, because 911 calls are now taking 45 minutes versus what they used to be. It used to be show up, pick somebody up, take them to the hospital, and offload.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from committee? Seeing none, okay. There is a recommendation that is before you on the screen. Receive the report as information. Is there a mover? Moved by Councillor Michelli, seconded by Councillor Van den Driesch. Any discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Okay, I think we will recess now for lunch. It is about to arrive, and we will hopefully start promptly at 1 o'clock with deputations. Okay.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before Council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation / Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing / Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In Step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, Council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's 2 entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have 3 main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center Mall, which is where Food Basics is located. Your second option is 2-hour street parking on Court Street. And your third option is 2-hour street parking on Lott Street. If you can't find any parking in any of those 3 options, don't worry. Downtown Simcoe has plenty of street parking in all of the surrounding areas. If you enter through the Colborne Street doors, you'll have to make your way through the building to get to council chambers. But don't worry, if you require any assistance, you can feel free to ask Service Norfolk at the front desk. Make your way along this path and you'll end up in the main lobby. To your left, there'll be an elevator. You can either ring the bell or go ask the people at the front desk for assistance. If you don't need to use the elevator, you can head on up the green staircase and go up to council chambers. If you enter through the Talbot Street doors, the elevator will be immediately in front of you, or the green staircase will be ready for you to go up and deliver your presentation. Once you reach the top of the stairs, you'll have made it to council chambers. Feel free to take a seat here or here and wait for council to call your name when it's time to present. When council calls your name, make your way to the podium and ensure that you don't walk between the railing and the chairs on your way there. When you arrive at the podium, adjust it to your desired height using the arrow buttons and turn the microphone on using the button on the right. If you're giving your deputation in front of council, begin by saying, "Through the mayor." If you're giving it in front of a committee, begin by saying, "Through the chair." Then, clearly state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Upon having 1 minute remaining, the chair will give you notice. When you're finished your presentation, council may have questions for you. Ensure that you always begin your answer by saying "through the mayor" or "through the chair" to councillor and their last name. If you can't answer the question, that's okay. Inform council that you'll gather more information and get back to them. After that, council will have heard out what you've had to say and they'll take appropriate action as they deem necessary. And now you've finished your deputation. You can either have a seat and watch the rest of the meeting, or you can leave through the door that you came in and ensure that you leave as quietly as possible.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000 pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I'm proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226-NORFOLK from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
This summer, discover the hidden gem of Norfolk County, Ontario's garden. Stroll through historic villages where time seems to slow down. Feel the sand between your toes on our pristine Lake Erie beaches. From live theater that captivates to trails that wind through breathtaking landscapes, adventure and relaxation await at every turn. Meet the farmers who grow your dinner and taste wine and beer crafted right here. Experience Norfolk County this summer, where small-town charm meets farm-fresh flavor. Ontario's garden. It's time you came home to it.
Today we're announcing an exciting partnership with Scott Lynn and Norfolk County Economic Development, and we're transforming transport trailers into mobile ambassadors. We're showcasing Norfolk's story of opportunity, excellence, and quality of life across all of North America, and Scott Lynn is the ideal partner with an amazing logistics network and will help us share our story all across North America.
Meet Captain Clean, the toilet paper superhero, here to protect Norfolk County's pipes and keep everything flowing smoothly. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps: pee, poop, and toilet paper. Flushing anything else can cause big trouble. Things like wipes, hair, or grease can create sewer blockages. These blockages restrict flow, combine with other debris, and cause costly damage, overflow, and even water pollution. By sticking to the 3 Ps, you can help prevent clogs, reduce repair costs, and keep our water clean. For items you can't flush, proper disposal is key. Throw regular waste in the garbage. Do not believe claims on packaging that products are flushable. Take it from Captain Clean, they are not. Household hazardous waste can be dropped off at Norfolk's temporary depots during spring and fall. For things like medication and sharps disposal, take them to your local pharmacy or the health unit. And remember, grease belongs in the trash, but let it cool and store it first. Don't pour it down the drain. Be a flushing hero like Captain Clean. Together we can protect our pipes, our homes, and the environment. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps. Norfolk County is counting on you.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/Our Future Norfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes Council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover Secondary Plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to the provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
We all have the right to feel safe at work. when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event, Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our respect and responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our respect and responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/RNR.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like, what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different types of severances. These are reviewed by Norfolk County's Committee of Adjustment. An example of a minor variance is when a garage is being built closer to a property line or is taller than what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. An example of a consent to sever is creating a new lot to allow for a new house. Second, are zoning bylaw and official plan amendments that are considered at council. An example is changing the permission in an urban area to allow for a triplex where a single detached dwelling is permitted. Third, are applications that Ontario's Planning Act gives Norfolk County's Planning Department authority to approve. For example, a draft plan of condominium or subdivision, which are types of applications which enable the division of land for future housing. And fourth, are applications which rely on approval from another regulator, such as telecommunications towers and hazard land boundary line adjustments. As a resident, when do I need to submit a planning application? For the average homeowner, a planning application may be required if your project does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw or official plan, or your property falls under site plan control. The building department will let you know that a planning application is required. If you want to change the boundaries of your lot, create an easement, or create a new lot from your property, you will need to apply for a consent to sever with the planning department. What is a pre-consultation meeting? A pre-consultation meeting is the first step of a planning application and allows staff to clarify the application process and provide a checklist of documents required. A complete application can reduce the time required for review and decision-making. Applications that must undergo a pre-consultation meeting before the application can be submitted include official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, draft plans of subdivision, draft plans of condominium, and site plan applications. A meeting may also be required for certain Committee of Adjustment applications. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842. You can also email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the Planning Department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment, and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1, the change is minor. 2, the development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And 4, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment? If the committee approves an application, the applicant and anyone else involved is notified. Certain parties can appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within a 20-day appeal period. If no appeals are filed, the county issues notice that the decision is final. For minor variances, an applicant can now proceed with the building permit process. For severances, specific conditions must be met within 2 years, or the application will expire and the process will need to restart from the beginning. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a severance? Severance is a planning process to separate a piece of land from
All right, welcome everybody. We have quorum. We're just finishing up lunch, but I will reconvene this council in committee meeting at 1:05, June 12th. I will just note for members of the gallery, Mayor Martin is en route at this point and hopefully will arrive in the next few minutes or so. Right, we're moving on to the deputation section of our agenda today. We have 8 scheduled deputations today. Committee may accept the deputation for information after the speaker concludes. The committee may also direct staff by resolution to bring back a report on any matter for further discussion. We will start with 7.1, which is a deputation from Tom Vi on the Long Point Biosphere at-risk animals in Norfolk County. If Tom is present, or perhaps online. Okay, there's a little button on the right side of that. Okay, sorry. What I will just say, you have 5 minutes for your deputation, and I'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you.
Okay, please give us your name.
Good afternoon. I'm here for Mr. Via, who isn't able to attend. My name is Janet Dassinger. I'm the interim executive director of the Long Point Biosphere region, and with me today is Carrie Gunson from EcoCare International. The biosphere has been bringing attention to the problem of the high mortality rate of animals on the causeway since 2006. We are currently funded by Environment and Climate Change Canada to address the threat of roads to endangered species. But we are here today at the recommendation of Andrew Grease, General Manager, Environmental and Infrastructure Services Division, and Darnell Lambert, Director of Engineering, who met with Carrie earlier this year. Our goal for the deputation is to initiate a longer-term process of working collaboratively with Norfolk County in ways that align with the climate adaptation plan. So I'm going to turn the mic over to Carrie now.
Which is the side?
You're good.
Oh.
Just let them know when you want to advance the slide.
Next slide, please. Next slide. All right. Endangered reptiles. Endangered reptiles are comprised of turtles and snakes, and they are been around on the planet Earth for millions of years, evolving. Currently, they are one of the most endangered groups of animals on the planet Earth, and roadkill is a top contributing factor to this. The county has the biodiversity of reptiles because of the Carolinian forest and the marsh wetland habitats. There's the Blandings turtle with the yellow throat and the eastern fox snake. Eastern fox snakes get killed on the road quite often, and they are globally only occur in the Great Lakes region. And there's 2 populations that occur in Canada, in Ontario, and one of them is here in Norfolk County. Eastern fox snakes are vital to our ecosystems, and they one thing they do is control our rodent populations. Next slide, please. The Road Ecology Working Group has prioritized 2 reptile migration corridors in Norfolk County. The one on the left is a green arrow. It's along the Big Creek riparian corridor. And eastern fox snakes move from County Road 60 in the Walsingham Carolinian Forest southerly into the Long Point Marsh area. And the corridor on the right is Turkey Point Marsh corridor, and our freshwater turtles, including Blandings turtles, move up from the marsh northerly up towards Front Road on Eco Adventures property, and they nest on the roads there. That's that orange arrow. Wherever roads bisect these corridors are hot spots for roadkill for these animals, and we know that. So we devised solutions. Right now, each of those roads that are more roadkill than not, than baseline, has an attractive billboard sign that you see on the slide. Next slide, please. So what we have done at these marked locations is developed conceptual mitigation plans that include consultation and partnership. Each plan uses the best available data, science, and cutting-edge materials to devise cost-effective mitigation solutions for these reptiles at these road locations, and that can include crossing structures, fencing, and nesting habitat. Next slide, please. We would love to share these concepts and ideas at our prioritized hotspots with Norfolk County in ongoing consultation and fill in knowledge gaps. And for example, on County Road 60, there will be a bridge replacement project at Big Creek. That would be a perfect opportunity to bring in our conceptual plans and ideas.
You've got 1 minute remaining.
Formalize a plan. And we also have standalone projects where we've implemented fencing and nesting habitat for turtles.
So in conclusion, our work at the Biosphere is a strong foundation for a future collaboration and knowledge exchange with the county. It aligns well with the mandate of the Sustainability Advisory Committee, the Biodiversity Action Plan, and the adaptation strategies number 3, 6, 8, and 11 of the Climate Adaptation Plan. We would like to request the opportunity to make a more fulsome presentation to the Sustainability Advisory Committee to explore models of ongoing collaboration, followed by a report back to Council. Thank you very much for your time today. We're happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, both of you, for your deputation and sharing this information with Council today. Welcome, Mayor Martin. Is there any questions from committee of the deputation? Start with Councillor Columbus, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know your organization has been heavily involved with the Causeway project and the tunnels under there. Is there any monitoring going on as to how many wildlife lives you've saved by putting those tunnels in place since they've been there for a couple of years? Or more than a couple, I guess.
That would be a very interesting question to have the actual number of animal. We need more funding for that type of monitoring so that we can collect the baseline data before the fencing went up and after the fencing went up. But typically, if a fence project goes up and there's no gaps or problems with that fence, in other words, it's functional, then there should be an 80% reduction in roadkill, and that's in the published literature. So what we've done, we've shown that in different segments of the causeway with monitoring in like 1 kilometer segments where there's fence on both sides and crossing structure. We can show an 80% reduction.
Any further questions? Councillor Michele.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, ladies, for the deputation today. Very interesting, and I'm going to also maybe add to what Councillor Columbus was referring to. I think a lot of people are not aware of how much the fencing and the wildlife tunnels have reduced the mortality rate of reptiles on the causeway. But I do believe also that you are indicating that the mortality rates on some other Norfolk County roads are still pretty high. Is that correct? Okay. And so these initiatives that you're talking about today, they are aimed, of course, at reducing that mortality rate. But is there something that you might be able to make a comment about that maybe the public could use as a general strategy to help reduce that mortality rate on our other roads?
For example, Erie Boulevard is one area where we could implement these kind of concepts, which would be exclusion fencing on the one side, on the marsh side, so they can't nest on the other side, and then putting the nesting mounds on the marsh side. In that example, we don't need crossing structures. County Road 60, Big Creek Bridge Replacement Project, wing walls along the riparian corridor would help funnel the fox snakes into that corridor. So if that was part of mainstream policy and practices, then we'd have a good way forward.
And Mr. Chair, and if it's okay, ladies, I would also try to add to the public's information and suggestion that they slow down in those areas.
Speed bumps on the causeway.
Okay, thank you. Are there further questions of the deputation today? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. You may be seated. I would look for a mover to receive this deputation as information. Moved by Councillor Brunton, seconded by Councillor Michele. Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Item 7.2 is a deputation from John Valley of Valley Consulting related to the Port Dover Marina. Good morning, Mr. Valley. Welcome. You have 5 minutes for your deputation. I will let you know when you have approximately 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is John Valley. I am here speaking today as a private citizen, not representing my firm. I am a patron of the Port Dover Harbor Marina, and I hold 2 slips in that marina for 2 different boats. My comments today are directed only to the Port Dover Marina, not to the Port Rowan Marina. I first want to applaud staff's direction and their efforts here with the report that is before you and their efforts to address the financial crisis at the marina. It's over and over again, it's stated in the report before you today that there is substantial capital investment that is required and that simply cannot be met through traditional municipal funding and user fees. As I understand it, for many, many years, the profits out of the marina were taken from the marina and applied to the county general reserve, general levy, to reduce the tax increases on the general taxpayer. In essence, the marina subsidized the general taxpayer for years. Now, perhaps it's appropriate for a portion of that money that went to the general reserve to come back to the marina. I think that is something that council needs to revisit and to get their head around a little bit. In February, there was a series of open houses, and I attended the one here in Simcoe. At that meeting, I presented a business plan for the marina and to show sustainability financially. My plan was based on a few assumptions. One, there was a $14 million of capital cost that needed to be spent and over the timelines presented in a staff report. 2, there was going to be about $500,000 each year of marina profits that would go back into a reserve fund. 3, there'd be $0.4 million per year for 10 years, so $4 million total, coming from Norfolk County back into those reserve funds, and this would be a partial payback of that money that had gone out of the marina and into the general levy. And then the last point was a $6 million injection of cash from a land developer to buy a chunk of land in the marina for residential development. So what we were talking about here at the end of the day was a $10 million cash injection into the marina. With all of that, $10 million coming in, at the end of 2034, the marina had $72,000 left in its reserve fund. So that shows the situation here. I'm not trying to have a proposal with detailed estimates or anything. I don't know how much a developer would pay, but I'm trying to set the stage that this is the magnitude of problem that we have here. There's great ideas about bringing in food trucks and marketing opportunities and all this, but they are simply not even in the right scale or order of magnitude to address a $10 million problem. The problem here is much, much bigger than that. The revenue streams from the majority of these ideas are simply insignificant when compared to the problem that you have financially there. There's been a lot of talk about marina rates. The writing is on the wall. 25% increase this year in dockage rate has driven away 100 slip holders from the marina. The marina looks vacant if you go and you drive around down there now. Revenue is expected to be $350,000 less this year than was compared to the budget that was set. So the reserve profit, if you will, that was expecting to be over $700,000 will be under $500,000. That amount won't make my budget program. I said $500,000 every year. You're not going to meet that target that year because prices have gone up and people have left. There's a lot of conversation about comparing marinas in Port Dover to Port Colborne and to Erio. I have a lot of experience as a boater at both those marinas. I don't have time in my 5 minutes to talk about that comparison, but I would really love it if one of the councillors would ask me a question on that when we're done.
And you've only got 1 minute left, sir.
Very good. So what's my message to you? One, Port Dover has got to stop subsidizing Port Rowan. Port Dover can't even afford to keep it self-sustainable, let alone try to carry Port Rowan. Raising rates at the marina has backfired. You're looking at 55% of the revenue that you expected. Multi-million-dollar solutions are required here. There's a quote from your report that says, highlighting the urgent need to identify new revenue sources. Urgent need. Unfortunately, what we're doing is we commissioned a study that won't be available to Christmas. That study is going to look at a municipal development corporation. I think our staff, I think everyone around this table knows that's the direction we need to go, and we should start now. In the meantime, there's $450,000 of scheduled capital improvements this year at the marina. I don't know this, but I think those are on hold. Again, we're just deferring this problem.
Mr. Valley, I'll just ask you to wrap up if you wouldn't mind.
Okay, thank you very much. I would just say if you're running a private business and you raise your rates, you have to be able to show your patrons they're getting more value and no money is being spent on the marina now. We'd ask you to please aggressively investigate the idea of residential development on that site, and we can't wait for a report to come at Christmas.
Okay. Thank you very much for your deputation. Are there questions of the deputation? Councillor Brunton, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John, I attended your presentation at the rec center where you had that proposal of development in the marina. Do you remember how many units you had on that?
I have that information handy. Just give me a second. At the presentation at the rec center, we presented a site plan and so on. I do have copies I can send around if council's interested, but we were talking about around 58 townhouses, around 36 studio units, so 94 dwelling units in total on the site, and we were able to show that there was parking to meet your bylaw to accommodate all that. We ended up with dedicating 440 marina parking spots, so a total of over 700 parking spots on the site to service the marina and the development area.
And that was based on the current land available and the present use of the marina?
Yeah, the plan that we presented at that time, and again, I have copies. I can hand this out to council if they wish. Preserved all the marina functions. preserve the existing building and basically use specific areas around the marina where you could develop in a condominium format.
I think it'd be great for council to see that. Personally, I don't think they'd object, but not get into the finances, but that particular presentation, did you divvy out any financial data? I can't remember.
We took a very coarse look at, on a per unit basis, of what we guessed that the municipality may be able to get for a unit. That's how we came up with the $6 million, but that's a real guess. It could be higher, could be lower.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Further questions of the deputation from committee. Councillor Very next.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. To Mr. Valley there, you mentioned a moment ago about $400,000 a year coming back for 10 years. Where did that come from? Like
Again, we plugged some numbers in to see how this is going to work. So we did this spreadsheet, which again I can hand out to council, and it was a simple analysis based on the numbers from staff in a previous staff document. I can pass that if you will. So we simply took the costs, the projects that were identified, and there were 26 projects identified, the costs from the municipality, and then the years in which those projects were scheduled, and we started doing cash flow.
So just to put a finer point on it, you picked a number, essentially.
We picked a number to make it work.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Councillor Huffman and then Bandit Rishi.
Thank you, Chair Duthie. Through you to John. I just wanted to clarify that this is something that you are taking on as a private citizen, and this has nothing to do with an initiative that council started. This is something that you're doing on your own behalf, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I have very vested interest in making sure this marina succeeds. I'm obviously very interested in the whole boating community, and I think this is a way forward. I brought this to the public meeting to say I think this is a business plan. What I was hearing from other deputations in these meetings was, we need this, we need that, we need this, which is all great stuff, but those are all costs. I didn't hear anyone coming forward and saying, this is how you're going to generate this $10 million that you need. So I thought someone needs to step forward with a plan as to how we could do that. So I did this, and I brought it forward and presented at that meeting, and Councillor Brunton was there, and perhaps Councillor Van Passen, there was a second councillor there, forgive me if you were there as well. So, this is my own initiative. Haven't been asked by the county to do this.
Thank you. Councillor Vanden Driesche, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. You were mentioning you didn't like the comparisons between Norfolk County's comparisons versus those in the other marinas you were talking about. Can you give me a little bit of an explanation before that, and then after I have a question?
Absolutely. So I think, if you look at the Erio Marina, it's located in Erio. It's a private marina, privately owned and operated. The one in Port Colborne is a municipal marina, so there's a little bit of variation there. But if you look at the actual facilities that are available to the boater compared to Port Dover, there's quite a striking difference. And I equate it to this: if you were going on a holiday and you're looking at different resorts to go to, you don't just look at the cost. You look at things like the location. Do they have a bunch of restaurants? Like what amenities are there to support you? So unfortunately, our analysis has been just on cost per foot, cost per slip, cost for whatever. So if you look at washrooms, for example, Erio and Port Colborne, they have bright, clean, new, modern washrooms. What you would expect. I don't know if you've been to the ones in the Port Dover Harbor Marina, but I would call them beyond their life expectancy. The finishes are worn off. They're well below standards of other Norfolk County facilities. They're just very tired, right? Staff have done their best to keep them clean, but they're just beyond their lifespan. If you look at HVAC, for example, in Erio and at Port Colborne, the entire complex is air conditioned, including the showers, including the washrooms, all this. In Port Dover, there's none of that. So if you're a boater, it's a 90-degree day, and it's 100% humidity. You go in to have a shower, and you're doing that in a non-air conditioned space. By the time you get out of the shower, you're sweatier than when you went in the shower. It's just not realistic, right? There's none of that. Wi-Fi, I can't speak to that in Erio or Port Colborne, but the Wi-Fi in Port Dover, we list that as a benefit and a strength. It's absolutely useless. You can't get on your phone to get a weather forecast. You can't do any of that stuff. It just simply doesn't work. Parking, Erio and Port Colborne, new, clean, asphalt, beautiful parking areas. Port Dover, muddy, gravel. You get out in the rain, if it's raining, your boots are covered in mud and you track that mud down the dock and onto your boat. Not ideal, not comparable. Other services, Erio has a store on site. They have an LCBO on site. They also have heated indoor winter storage on site. Port Colborne has a restaurant on site. Port Dover has none of this.
Okay,
so I'm just setting the
yeah.
tone that there's a huge difference in the services that are provided by the comparables.
Okay, and my question is then, what is the difference in footage? Like how much you pay? What is the price difference?
I think that is in the staff report. I think they're similar, and I think the staff report outlines that for big boats, our marina is overpriced, and for I think it's smaller boats are maybe medium priced, and for very small boats we're overpriced.
Just for
again.
quick reference, what would you say the difference is for large boats? Are we charging, and I'd have to look it up, I've got it in my notes here, but what is the difference? Like, are you talking $10 a foot? Are you talking $1 a foot?
I don't have those numbers.
Oh,
I'd have
okay.
to dig through the staff report. They're in there.
Okay.
But again, I think sometimes we're getting distracted on talking about that topic.
Okay.
Because you can see council increased the dockage rates 25%, and you've ended up with the same amount of revenue. It's down a little bit, actually, from what I understand. So it's almost a market condition where, you raise your prices, you lose people, you lower your prices, you gain people, but your revenue is going to be basically the same. But part of the problem, I have a number of friends who have left the Port Dover Harbor Marina and taken their boats to Sarnia and to other places because they just perceive more value. It may not be that much cheaper, but there's more value
to it.
where they're going. But
Yes.
the real question here is, where are we coming up with the $10 million?
Right, yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Further questions from council? Looks like Councillor Columbus, please.
Yes, John, county owns the property of the marina, but who do you envision would actually do the development, like the construction of these townhouses and studio units, et cetera?
So I would vision that the county would go through some planning process to get part of the land rezoned, redesignated, sever off a parcel of the land, and then offer it to sale to a developer or to developers. Perhaps you put it out on the open market and take bids or proposals or what have you. You would want to make sure through that process that there was connectivity and that the development was in keeping with the marina, and that the interface and cooperative nature between development and marina was maintained. But I don't see the county being the developer. I see you creating a land parcel or parcels that a developer could come and purchase from the county, and then the developer would actually do the construction.
Are there any other questions of the deputation from committee? Seeing none, I would look for a mover to receive the deputation as information. Moved by Councillor Brunton and seconded by Councillor Very. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. I will just alert the gallery that earlier today when council or committee rather passed the agenda, we have moved the staff reports that would correspond with deputations will be moved up to then follow the deputations on that related topic. Okay, so with that in mind, and we'll just let those members clear out, we will move forward to the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great job today. I was listening on my drive-in. You run a tight ship. I'm wondering, before we change topics, if I could actually pose a question to staff on this subject. Through you to staff, we've discussed this recently, but I don't have it in my notes handy. Can we get a comment on the slips? So I understand that we've increased the user fee, the slips, and the number of boats and the dockage, it has decreased. I also understand that staff did a comprehensive consultation plan with some other marinas, and I understand that they are also down in boats. So are we, Mr. Valley noted that the plan has backfired, and while I would agree the revenue is the same, and that wasn't part of the plan, we also are not a private sector business, so we have to be very conscious that we're not using tax dollars to subsidize a plan. So if his comments here today are correct, that the plan has backfired, I would suspect that other marinas would not have decreased boats in slips. If there is a decrease across other marinas, I would suspect it's the market and not totally attributed to the 25% increase. So can you please share what we know about other local marinas and if our plan has backfired?
Start with the CAO on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. I would say to committee that our analysis has indicated that there are marinas across the region that are currently suffering in their spring business. Part of the feedback that we've received is the economic uncertainty in the current economy. Part of it is the cold and unusually wet and cold spring that we had. And I'm going to admit part of it is probably related to our fee increases as well. I don't want to minimize that because it's likely had an impact as well. But I will say that backfire, the description of backfire is perhaps premature at this point in time. What we are looking at is a robust marketing plan to try to market some of those empty slips to day boaters, to weekend boaters, attract more tourists to come to Dover, and we might find a bit of a niche here. So we're evolving this as this goes along. We knew that the 25% increase was going to likely have an impact, and that's what this season is for. 2025, we've always said it was going to be a bridge year for us to determine exactly what our go-forward plan was going to be, and we will learn from what we've done for this year. But in regards to the backfire comment, I will say it's a bit premature. We don't know just yet. The reduced slips for sure has an impact, but the 25% increase in fees has mitigated the majority of that financial impact.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, staff will do an analysis again at the end of the season with other marinas and validate.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct. So you'll hear from staff in a bit when we present the report that we are planning on bringing back a report to council in the fall or late fall in regards to how this summer season went, some of the operational efficiencies that we're bringing forward, and trying to finalize what a sustainable business plan will be for this marina. Council's made the decision that we're going to own this marina, and so now it's staff's objective to make it as efficient as possible and make sure that it's sustainable and here for the long term.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move forward now to the staff report related to this item. So it is 8.5.3 on the agenda, Marina Business Sustainability Plan Report CAO 25-067. Turn again today. Being interrupted here, pardon me. CAO, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate your indulgence this afternoon. As I think council knows, I don't use this chair as a pulpit to inject commentary into council meetings. These are your meetings, and as staff, we're here to present recommendations backed by data and facts, and then allow council to debate and make decisions. However, today I wanted to deviate slightly in an attempt to correct the facts and false narratives that are spreading on social media, being spread by a select few who prefer to constantly cast a shadow on this council and staff. This coordinated propaganda campaign will have people believe that they are fighting for democracy, transparency, and the betterment of Norfolk, but in reality they are a consistent source of misinformation, disinformation, conspiracy theories, and attempting to silence and bully those who do not agree with their opinions. More and more Norfolk is finding itself in a position to have staff spend countless hours of time to address these false narratives, and these are expenses that are funded directly by the taxpayers of Norfolk. And I wanted to clarify some of the most recent falsehoods, misinformation, and conspiracy theories that are out there right now. The first one is that the deputation that came forward today in regards to the marina, who is a resident of Norfolk and is presenting his ideas. Norfolk County did ask all residents to present ideas and help ensure the marinas remain a viable asset in our communities. We had several open houses and received concepts and much feedback. The deputation is not in any way affiliated with any staff, nor has any of his ideas or concepts been approved by council. To insinuate something that is different is irresponsible and disrespectful not only to the deputation but to the county. Once again, this group of individuals are not listening and are interested in listening to different opinions. They want to bully and intimidate those who do not agree with their thoughts and intimidate them into silence. To be clear and to provide the facts to the public, Norfolk did not pay for the deputation's work and suggestions. He's not a consultant working for Norfolk regarding the marinas. He's a private resident who's presenting his ideas just like every other resident who was asked to submit ideas on the marina and make a sustainable, self-supported service. There's been also discussions about a development moratorium in Port Dover having an impact to our plans for the marina. This too is irrelevant. We're discussing marina operational plans. More focus on the facts and less on a conspiracy theory is required here. The idea being raised by some on social media that somehow a historical development moratorium in Port Dover is being ignored to redevelop the marina is false and in many ways self-serving to those raising these false and irrelevant concerns. Connecting this file to the Victoria Town Hall is also something that's been a source of much information on social media, misinformation on social media. The one file has nothing to do with the other. On social media, there are some trying to link the two separate reports and insinuating that council has some preconceived decisions already made. To be clear, council decided months ago to retain ownership of the marinas, and later today they will debate the future of the Victoria Town Hall. These are two separate issues. They are not related, as some would have you think. And there's also no contemplation at this time of selling anything at the marina. Despite the deputation that's come forward, it's a conceptual plan, it's an idea. Council has decided to retain ownership of the marinas. The current exercise is to better refine our operational plans to make the marinas self-sustaining with zero taxpayer subsidization of marina operations. Those plans remain a work in progress. So thank you for your indulgence, but I certainly hope that, and I sincerely hope that the residents can find the courage to push back on this negativity and seek the facts before they make a determination on what's happening in Norfolk. There are so many positives in Norfolk, and this constant cloud of negativity casts a shadow over all of us. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Meneses, for your comments. I appreciate it. I gave you the gears going into that. However, I think they are apt. I certainly saw some of the things that you're referring to, and it wasn't accurate nor appropriate. So thank you for your comments. Okay, this time we will dig into the staff report. I would welcome back Stephanie Potter, the Manager of Corporate Initiatives, to present her report.
Thank you. Good afternoon through the chair to the mayor and council. Before you is a lengthy report that provides an update on the Marina Business Sustainability Plan for Norfolk County's two municipally owned and operated marinas, Port Dover Harbor Marina and Port Rowan Harbor Marina. The report includes the results of our February 2025 Community Engagement Initiative, an update on the 2025 season and marina capacity, a comparative analysis of marina user fees, preliminary sustainability findings pending the outcome of the 2025 season and the ongoing Municipal Development Corporation feasibility study and business case, which is expected in December of 2025, and an action plan for 2025 that will help establish a foundation for sustainable marina operations. Full results of the February community engagement are available on the Marinas Engage Norfolk page. To provide a high-level overview, we hosted 4 open houses and had approximately 115 total attendees. Only 142 people responded to the survey, over 50% of whom were from either Port Dover or Port Rowan, about 27% from each community, and nearly 40% were Port Dover Marina slip renters. 75% of the respondents rated the condition of the marinas as good or fair, but we received a lot of comments recommending service upgrades to docks, washrooms, Wi-Fi, and especially dredging in Port Rowan. We asked which financial sustainability strategies respondents thought would help make the marinas financially self-sustaining. There was high support for public-private partnerships, service and amenity expansions, and hosting events and improving community access. 92% of the respondents believe the marinas have a positive economic impact on Norfolk County, and voters reported spending money at local restaurants, shops, and service providers. There was, however, no consensus on which governance and operating model would work best for the marinas. 50% would support either a third-party operator, a public-private partnership, or a municipal development corporation as a governance model. The reason we saw little consensus was likely at least partially attributed to the consensus on the governing and operating model. We saw the overwhelming majority believe that a different governance and operating model is needed for each marina. We consistently heard that Port Dover is a large commercial operation with potential for expansion into new revenue-generating businesses, a large marina with a small park. Whereas Port Rowan is a small marina with a large park with high value to the community, full public access to the pier, and heritage and tourism value. With fewer opportunities for expansion and increased revenue, Port Rowan needs to operate with different expectations than Port Dover. When we asked for the community's priorities regarding the future of Norfolk County's marinas, we saw opposition to high user fee increases, support for reinvesting marina surpluses into the marinas, and support for service expansions, increased public access, tourism, and economic development. This was also reflected in the key messages that we heard at the public meetings. And through the survey and the open houses, we heard the top ideas for sustainability included expanding into new businesses and rentals, hosting events, exploring partnerships, improving existing leases, and expanding winter storage space, and possible consideration for mixed-use development. The top recommendations we heard were to develop separate governance and operating plans for each marina that would be locally informed by resident and user input, to reinvest surpluses into marina infrastructure and improve amenities, expand revenue sources beyond user fees, ensure transparent financial management, and to develop a long-term vision that integrates the marinas into waterfront development. To highlight another key element of the report, private marinas throughout the area have reported a slow start to the 2025 season with higher than usual vacancy rates. While Port Rowan is nearly at full capacity, Port Dover has a 37% slip vacancy as of May 2025 compared to a 15% vacancy in May of 2024. This is partially a result of the 25% user fee increase exacerbated by economic pressures, low water levels, and unseasonably cold weather that have impacted the marina industry as a whole. Staff conducted a comparative analysis of Port Dover Marina's user fees against 5 privately owned Norfolk County marinas and 6 comparable marinas located outside of Norfolk County on Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. The analysis showed that Port Dover's current pricing structure is largely in line with market conditions for service slips ranging from 30 to 35 feet, which represents nearly 60% of Port Dover's slip inventory. However, we are above the target market rate for smaller slips up to 27 feet and for larger slips up to 45 feet. So what this analysis, the current market conditions, and community feedback tell us is that the marina operations cannot be made financially self-sustaining through user fees alone. We need more sources of revenue. We also know that creating these new revenue generation opportunities and service improvements can best be achieved through public-private partnerships and private sector investment, as the county has limited capacity to invest in facility expansions. Our preliminary analysis indicates that securing private investment, partnerships, and potential development can best be achieved through a municipal development corporation, particularly in Port Dover. This governance structure would create an arm's-length corporation owned by Norfolk County that would have the flexibility needed to create partnerships to enable facility improvements and revenue-generating expansions while allowing an advisory committee to perhaps provide input to an external board of directors. As mentioned, we are currently engaged in a municipal development corporation feasibility study with our consultant Urban Metrics. The final report is expected in December 2025. Staff expect to be able to make formal recommendations once the study is completed and once we've had a chance to review our 2025 operational data. In the meantime, we are working to establish the foundation for sustainable operations through the action items outlined in the report, which include reviewing existing agreements, operational data collection and review, and targeted marketing. Recommendations in this report include allocating funds to remove the derelict boats that are abandoned on our site in Port Dover, advertising slip availability, initiating a security camera pilot program in Port Rowan, and referring some items to the 2026 budget. Thank you for your patience and consideration. Staff are available to answer questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Potter. I realize that was a lengthy report that you've managed to condense into a relatively short synopsis, so thank you for that. Are there questions of committee? Okay, start with Councillor Very, please.
Thank you, Chair. Lots of great stuff in here, Stephanie. I mean, I like the economic development outlook here, the tourism, the marketing. These are all great things. I have a question about the proposed marketing budget, though, and how did you land at $2,000? Because that seems like not a lot of money.
Through the chair to the councillor, we consulted with our economic development staff to come up with the budget for the remainder of the 2025 season. This number was thought to be adequate. We have engaged in some initial marketing for transient slips, particularly for Friday the 13th tomorrow, which is use some of the communications advertising budget. So we feel this number is sufficient. If council has further recommendations for increasing it, we could certainly consider them.
Just wanted to know how you got there. So how's it going so far?
We just launched the advertising campaign late last week for the transient slip, so it might be too early to tell. I don't know if Mr. Crinlin has an update from our marina manager on if we've seen an increase in transient bookings for Friday the 13th, but we haven't previously advertised slip availability, so this is our first try at it.
Okay, and I have a question for finance through the chair there. So Amy, a lot of this is going to be borrowed at this point. The idea is to borrow a lot of this. Can you clarify for me, does the interest on loans come from the Marina Reserve as well?
Through the chair to Councillor Very, that's a good question. So both principal and interest payments would be allocated to the Marina budget for Marina-related capital works. So yes, they would all come from Marina operations to make those repayments.
Okay, thanks. And then I have another question. I don't know who it goes to, so maybe I'll throw it to Heidi. Just heads up there. So, okay, so we've got the numbers that we have here from the feedback that was gathered, and admittedly, and fair enough, it's a lot of the Marina users or people with an interest in the Marina. But there's a big component to this, which is how do we, as council, make sure that the Marina pays for the Marina and it doesn't fall to other taxpayers. So I guess what I want to know is how are we, are we collecting data from what does the rest of Norfolk think we should do with the Marina that isn't directly related? And if we are doing that, how are we doing that? And if we're not doing that, why? Like, I wanted to know, you know, this does affect the rest of the county, so how are we tracking those, that feedback?
So thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Councillor Very, all of the engagement that has been done to date on the marinas has been self-selected community engagement, meaning that it has been advertised broadly across the entire county, and people from across the county have chosen to participate or not participate. Like any type of community engagement, it is more likely that those who are either directly impacted or who are very interested are going to self-select to participate. And we can see that that does have an impact on the results of the engagement that we get. In order to do a type of engagement that would get a cross-section of the entire county that we could then extrapolate to the entire community, we would have to undertake what's called a public opinion poll or research, and that's going to be coming forward to council as part of our engagement strategy in July. But we would need to hire a research firm that would do a random selection, a random poll, and a random selection of residents throughout the county. And then as long as we got a minimum number of participants, which is just shy of 400, is our statistically significant amount, then we could extrapolate that to the opinion of the entire community. So to date, we have not undertaken that type of research. The engagement that we have taken has been self-selected community engagement.
Thanks, Heidi, for that. That's really good explanation. I appreciate it. So I guess my follow-up to that is, and maybe this is back to Stephanie, is that something that we're going to do? Like, you've told me how we could do it, fair enough. I guess what I'm trying to get at is, are we going to be looking at just the people that use the service, or is this a county-wide project that we're trying to measure here? And I'm not saying one is better than the other, I just want to know what the plan is.
Sure. Through the chair to the councillor, we hadn't planned any additional engagement for the Marina study, but we could certainly entertain some at the direction of council.
Okay, that's good for now, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Very. Is there any other questions then on this topic? Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to staff. Have we received any other comments outside of what's commonly discussed from any of the public feedback, the meetings, or just from community members through to staff that would generate revenue outside of the suggestions? One we've heard here today that I don't believe has been vetted, and two would be the other considerations like food truck and so on. Is there anything else?
Through the chair to the mayor, we have heard suggestions for expansions into, say, rental businesses for paddle boards or boats or a dinghy, or expansion into retail, restaurants, potential vendors. We don't believe the county would pursue those expansions on our own without private investment. There could be an opportunity to generate revenue through some of those expansions, but it would require a level of investment that we don't believe the county would make in those expansions. So we would be looking for those partnerships to fund them. I know in speaking with our marina manager, we have had food trucks on the site before in Port Dover, and the revenue generated was minimal, similar to hosting special events.
To be expected. And then to staff, so I was not at the public meeting when this proposal came forward. So this is the first that I'm seeing of it. But have you had a chance to look at it in any way, shape, or form? Like, I would assume that could be zoning concerns and issues, floodplain issues, among others. Like, is something like this even viable?
Through the chair to the mayor, staff did review the proposal. Our understanding is that we would need more planning review in order to assess its feasibility, and I also understand there would be a requirement to have Conservation Authority approval. There would also be some zoning amendments that would need to be made. So further investigation would be needed to determine whether or not that development is feasible.
Thank you.
Is there any, Councillor Berry, I do see you. Councillor Michelle, I think did you have a question?
I do, Mr. Chair, but I would defer to Councillor Very if his was connected to Mayor Martin's previous comment.
It is not, but it's Port Dover related. Are you going to Port Rowan, or?
I'm going to go to Port Rowan, so why don't we go to
Okay,
Port
can
Dover?
I just, okay.
Councillor Berry.
We're just horse trading. Okay, so back to, thanks, Chair, and for Councillor Michelle to defer there, I appreciate it. So back to, thanks, Stephanie. So in the report, mentioned many times is the MDC, and you did mention it, and thank you, but we didn't really talk about it a lot. So for people who aren't going to read the report, and then are going to get their information on Facebook that we talked about earlier there with Al with the, can we talk about the MDC a little bit, and what are some of the advantages, just really quickly, just so it's on the video so people might watch it?
Certainly, I can start, and then I don't know if our Director of Economic Development wants to add to it, but essentially a municipal development corporation is a well-established practice in a lot of municipalities across Ontario. Several of them are set up. What they are is a municipally owned organization that reports to an external board of directors. That key benefit really is additional flexibility, that operates outside of municipal processes and has the ability to respond at the speed of a business and operate like a business. So that's the key advantage. I don't know if there's anything our CAO or Director of Economic Development wants to add.
Well, can I jump in there before you throw it to John? Could you give me an example or two of how that might benefit the marina operations?
Sure. So the key benefit would really be that it would better enable those public-private partnerships. So if we wanted to expand into any kind of business opportunity, it would be able to enter into those investments more easily than a municipality.
Okay, thanks. And so my last one is, in the researching there, and then the people that we've talked to and surveyed, you know, we've heard about the food trucks and all the other amenities and attractions, and I understand, you know, the need for new showers and better parking lots and all these other things. I get all that, but the sort of attraction type stuff, the food trucks and the stores and whatever else. When we did this, did we give people an opportunity to say that they don't want those things? And the reason I'm asking is because I've had a lot of boaters come right up to me and say, don't put any of that stuff down there. We don't want it. Yeah, fix the bathrooms. Yeah, make it nicer to be there as a marina, but we don't want like a resort or whatever you want to call it. Did we track that? Did we give them an opportunity to say that is what I'm asking?
Certainly. So through the chair to the councillor, yes, the public feedback was open. Anybody could come and provide their feedback at the open houses or through the survey, and the comments are reflective of that. I would say it was a little bit more of a minority, perhaps, but not tracked with any kind of statistical data. But we did hear concerns about security at the marinas and the need for that if it's going to become more publicly accessible in Port Dover.
Beautiful. Just wanted you to say it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Very. Councillor Michelli, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I guess I just want to first begin by thanking our deputation and staff in the report for outlining the reality of the tremendous difference between Port Dover Marina and what I think I prefer to refer to as the Port Rowan Harbor. Our report very nicely, actually, in some previous slides, describes Port Dover Marina as a large marina with a small park, and that Port Rowan is a small marina with a large park, and I would probably add a small boat harbor would be even more accurate, and further accuracy would be in that it is a beautiful, large community park. I think that you know, for the Port Rowan harbor, I don't really see any advantages, and I guess I'll start with that one with to staff, and perhaps our CEO can add. I don't really see how a municipal development corporation would really have benefit for a small harbor marina like Port Rowan. So maybe you could just elaborate on that. And Stephanie, I know you said that, you know, they can develop business opportunities and these kind of things, but I'm really more interested in actually how the day-to-day operation of these MDCs goes and how it would help a harbor like Port Rowan.
Certainly. Through the chair to the councillor, we did consider that when we were drafting the report, and we agree that it may not have the direct benefits to Port Rowan that it could potentially have for Port Dover. I think the reason why we want to keep the option open at this point is because we don't have the feasibility study yet, and we still want the consultant to consider it, because it may open up opportunities for, say, more tourism initiatives, or something like a film destination, like the film in Norfolk. It may just open up more opportunities that could potentially help generate more revenue for Port Rowan. We've also considered that maybe Port Rowan might not be a good fit under an MDC. It might be a better fit under, say, the Norfolk County Park System.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie. I guess that leads me then to my next question. We have this report coming in December, you know, and I realize that that report is not part of this recommendation. But is there still opportunity? And I know we've engaged the consultant already, and I think I know the answer to this, but I just want to ask it. Is there option for us I'm using us, I shouldn't, for the Port Rowan Harbor to be excluded from the part of the report that consultant will do on the MDC, and you know that we could possibly just focus on being governed under the Norfolk Parks Department? Is that possible at this stage, or are we committed?
Through the chair to the councillor, I would say that it's possible at the direction of council, if that's the direction that you'd like to pursue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would suggest it's always a decision of council to make, and you can direct staff accordingly. I would recommend we carry on the path we are now. There might be something that might come out of the consultant study that would make both Port Rowan and Port Dover more viable. But in the absence of that, I think the report is leading you in a direction where the likely recommendation at the end of this day is to separate the two as to two separate entities and treat them differently, just by the very nature of what they are. But I would be hesitant to put that as a definitive direction we want to go in yet until we do some fulsome review that we're ongoing right now.
Okay, thank you for that, Al. I guess I should ask, if we were to go in the direction that I just suggested, would there be a significant cost saving in the consultant fee we're paying?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would suggest no, there would not be any difference in the fee that we're paying.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a couple more, but I'll see if anybody else.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate there are a few questions, and I would like to try and advance the topic relatively soon. I have Councillor Van den Drieschie, then Columbus, and then we'll circle back to Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. This is, I want to go back a bit for the reasons why Port Rowan was purchased from the federal government. It was at the time when harbors the feds just didn't want to have hold of those anymore, so they came to each municipality and looked for that. So the reason that Norfolk Township decided, and it was controversial at the time because it always cost money, to access that harbor was the fact that we calculated how much lakefront that was owned by the township, and there wasn't very much. And so at the end of the day, what happened was the reasoning was to have lake access for the general public. It wasn't there to say that it was going to be a marina and it was going to be profit making. It was for access to the public from all over to be able to access that lakefront. And it is used by all sorts of areas come down from Toronto, from Sarnia, from different areas come down to that lakefront. So in my mind, I'd like to see a separation between Port Dover and Port Rowan. There's two distinct differences in the way. It is not a marina, it's a harbor. It just happened that it had slips there, but the actual grounds itself was run by the Lions, so it was wonderful. And I don't want to lose public access to lakefront, and that's why it was purchased and just as a reminder, the cost was zero. The negotiations were done, and at the end of the day, the feds paid for all the cleanup, dredging, and the whole works. So the cost to the township was zero.
So I don't think there was a question in there. Okay. Let's try and keep the questions, please. Councillor Columbus, please.
Great. The Port Dover Harbor Marina is not a viable operation on its own, but my question to staff is, have you looked at leasing it out to someone else who's already operating a marina in the area privately, or doing something on a cost-shared basis, similar to a sharecropper in tobacco, where the farmer owns the land and the buildings, and then a sharecropper would come in and operate the actual farm operation. Same with the marina. I think it's probably done in other parts of the world.
Certainly. So through the chair to the councillor, that is something that we presented as an option in the previous report that came forward in September. If we were to pursue that direction, we could certainly probably put out a request for proposals or expressions of interest to pursue that. Again, we are still awaiting the results of the Municipal Development Corporation feasibility study, so we haven't pursued that yet, and we haven't had direction from council to pursue that yet, but it is something that we could consider.
Okay, Councillor Michelli, we'll come back to you now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I may have misheard, was Councillor Columbus, were you did you say that question was aimed at the Port Dover Marina or Port Rowan?
Said Port Dover, I meant Port Rowan.
Okay, because I thought you said Port Dover. Okay, yes. I guess I would have to comment that one of the features of some of the surveys that were conducted in our staff report about community feedback, sometimes the results there, they are, and I'm just going to ask that to staff so I qualify this as a question. And the people who are asked about, they're asked about, how do you feel about the marinas kind of thing, but when it doesn't distinguish between the two marinas, I don't know if those survey results are really all that helpful. And Stephanie, I hope maybe you could comment on that.
Sure. So through the chair to the councillor, yes, we didn't receive very statistically significant results from the survey. A lot of the questions did consider both of the marinas because we weren't surveying the marinas separately, and they are at the present time still considered under one umbrella with Norfolk. But that is the reason why we put in the question about should the marinas have separate governance and or operating plans.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie. And further, Mr. Chair, with regard to the sort of the whole operating model that might eventually come about for the Port Rowan Harbor, probably better, I feel, and I'm speaking partly on behalf of there is, as I know council is aware, there is a Port Rowan Harbor Committee that has been established, and it has, I'm amazed at the number of members it has. I think they are between 18 and 20 members of this committee, and they represent tremendous experience, expertise, and energy. And I am confident that their recommendations and their analysis of the circumstances we are in is very important, and will take us through, because and I'm not going to raise those questions today, but I do have some questions at a future time about the comment that the Port Rowan Harbor is not a sustainable operation. I do believe that it is, and the committee has got quite a significant amount of facts to support that. But in any event, it is certainly one that can be made sustainable, again, if it's not already. And I believe that is the approach we need to take. I know that the big problem right now for the Port Rowan Marina is the dredging requirement. Frankly, just as an anecdotal comment, and I'll try to make this a question, do you know how long some boat lease owners have waited to try to get their boat into their boathouse? No one knows that. Some are waiting over 2 years because they can't get their boat into their boathouse. Meanwhile, to be fair, or just to make you aware, they have been paying their fees this whole time, and now they've had a 25% increase. So I'm wondering, is there a possibility? I guess I'll just ask this question to staff, to our treasurer. Will there be a possibility for those people to get some kind of credit?
Through the chair to Councilor Michelli, I'm not aware of the issue with boathouse access, so I think I'd need to take that offline and understand a little bit further about what's been going on and why that can't occur in order to kind of review the situation.
Okay, we are veering slightly off topic here. The report before us is a little different than the discussion and the direction that we're going at this point. So before we advance the topic any further.
Point of order on that last question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman. I think that's totally unfair. We don't rent boat dockages to the boathouses. Those are leases. They lease that piece of property. What they do with it is their choice. There is no guarantee. They could have dredged it themselves. They could have raised their boathouse. They could do all those things. It's an unfair question to try to shift the conversation.
I think that's a fair point. Thank you. At this point, though, I think it's time to advance the topic. So is there someone that would like to make a motion? I will turn to Councillor Very.
Yeah, I'd like to move the recommendation. I'm not going to read it. It's right there.
Yep, perfect.
I guess we can get it on the screen.
So I think the clerk staff is just putting the recommendation on the screen. So it is moved. We'll come to that in just a second. Moved by Councillor Very. Is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Huffman. Okay, discussion on the motion as presented. Okay, seeing none, we will call the question. All those in favor of the motion that's presented on the screen? Opposed, if any? That's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Potter, for your work on this. All right, we are going to shift back to deputations now. The next one is 7.3. Is from Dennis Trevally to rehabilitate the Simcoe splash pad. I will welcome Mr. Trevally this afternoon. Sir, I'm sure you know the rules here, but you have 5 minutes for your deputation. I'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before the clock starts, I have a question, and that was the staff report. Was it presented this morning and approved?
No. The staff report will follow this deputation.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Your Worship, councillors, and I am Dennis Trevally for the record, and I am here representing the Kin Club of Simcoe. And I do want to, on behalf of the club, thank staff, Bill Cridlin, Mark Bow, and Stephanie Potter for working with the club over the last number of months and will continue into the future, I hope. I have with me today the Kin Club President, Mike Ryder, over here in the black and red shirt. And beside me is Josh Parsons, and he's the Executive Director of the Norfolk Community Foundation, and more from him in a few minutes. The Kin Clubs are wholly Canadian-owned and operated, and the Simcoe Club received its charter in May of 1927, coming up on 100 years. The Kin motto is serving the community's greatest needs. I'm also here representing the children of Norfolk, children of all abilities, children who deserve to have equal access to play and adventure that is free of barriers, including cost. The 2004 the Simcoe Kin Club built the Dave Russell Memorial Accessible Play Park on Head Street. All the funds raised by the Kin Club and the play structures were purchased locally. Many volunteers participated in providing time, money, and labor. A total of $160,000 was raised. In 2005 and 2006, the Simcoe Kin Club also built the fully accessible splash pad to partner with the Accessible Play Park. The donations were the excavation machinery, plumbing services, gravel spreading, concrete leveling, laying of sod, the installation of benches, tables, and security lighting. Donations. The work was again completed with the assistance of many, many community volunteers, and that is one of Norfolk's superpowers: service clubs and volunteers. The play park and the splash pad are play destinations used for the past 20 years by parents, grandparents, guardians, caregivers, as well as summer camps and daycare organizations. It's an immense joy to hear the giggles and the laughter coming from the children in the environment that is safe, affordable, and I remind you again, no fee applied. There are, I think, also of the smiles of those adults watching those children run through the spraying water. Well, after 20 years, many serious cracks and deterioration of the concrete surface have been noted, and recently the pad was closed for a week to do some patch and repair. County staff will continue to monitor the condition of the concrete, and hopefully the splash pad will not be closed permanently. It is past its best before date. The staff report that you will receive will highlight that the Kin Club has agreed to the removal and replacement of the concrete along with the underground piping. That's the only remedial action, at a cost of approximately $80,000. The Simcoe Kin Club will endeavor to raise the entire amount. The Norfolk Community Foundation, represented by Josh here, the foundation is a local charity managed by local people and relies entirely upon donations. The partnership of the foundation and the Kin Club is a showcase of community cooperation and dedication. And today, the Simcoe Kin Club and the Community Foundation are asking everyone to support the rehabilitation of the splash pad. Please go to the Community Foundation website, click on donations, and scroll down to the splash pad page where you can make a charitable donation. I would hope every councillor would do that. Every dollar donated will assist in saving this very valuable, fully accessible play facility. The Kin Club has been busy collecting wine bottles, beer bottles, and liquor bottles and cans at 4 trailers across Norfolk. The prominent trailer locations are the Simcoe Legion on West Street and the Esso Station in Waterford. So another way in which you can donate is put your bottles and cans in those trailers. Josh, over to you for a moment.
A quick 30-second moment.
Thank you, Dennis. And yeah, I'll be quick here. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me here. I come here today to represent the Norfolk Community Foundation. My name is Josh Parsons, the Executive Director. In addition to providing flow-through donations for the Kin, we're also proud to announce for the first time the foundation is donating $10,000 to kind of kick off the donation. So we're pretty pleased to kind of have that here on hand for Dennis and Mike, and we're hoping that the community can kind of come together and help with that kickoff and support us a little more. So thank you for your time, everyone, today, and we look forward to hearing from you a little more. Thanks.
I've heard of buying some time, but that's one way to do it.
I do want
Wrap
to
up if
announce
you don't
also,
mind.
in addition, the Kin Club is putting an additional $10,000 in the kitty as well, so that takes us to $20,000, which is a quarter of the amount that we need to raise. So many childhood memories have been forged at these accessible play facilities over the past 20 years. So let's hope that more will be formed over the next 20, and we ask that you see the great benefit in the fully accessible facilities here in the community. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your presentations, and it sounds like you're off to a great start with fundraising, so that's awesome. Thank you for that. Are there questions of the deputation? Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to our deputation, thanks for coming. It's not very often we get deputations with no financial request or, and furthermore, $20,000 to jumpstart things. So thank you very much for the work you're doing. Is this like for like replacement, or is there any additional expansion on any of the work you're doing?
The Kin Club is raising the money for the replacement of the concrete and the piping underneath. Any other additions that may come along would be at the recommendation of staff.
Will there be any grants applied for?
Yes, the Kin Club has a program of solicitation for donations within the community and outside the community. We have a lot of runway in front of us. The staff have informed us that the work won't start until the spring of next year, so we have many months in which to raise the monies that are necessary. The question I get sometimes is, what if you overachieve? Well, that's fantastic if we do that.
Would it be helpful at all for a letter from my office supporting all of the work you're doing for any grants that you would apply for?
Absolutely.
Okay. And when you started this work in 2004, is it a requirement to stay on until you replace the full life cycle, or are you just doing that for fun?
No, the facilities are owned and operated by Norfolk County, and the Kin Club does have a history. As I said, in 2004 we built the play park. In 2005-06 we built the splash pad, and then turned it over to the county for maintenance operations. But you do own the property. So our role now is to raise the money. I'll leave with the message that if we didn't do this, you'd pay for the whole shot.
Okay, thank you. Other questions then of the deputation? Okay, seeing none. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being here.
Nice to be here again.
All right, can I have a mover to accept the deputation? As information, moved by Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Brunton. Call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. So we will now move forward to the staff report on this topic, which is 8.5.4, Community-Led Initiative, Simcoe Kinsman Splash Pad Rehabilitation Report CAO 25-061. And again, turning over to the Manager of Corporate Initiatives, Ms. Stephanie Potter.
Thank you. I'll be faster this time. Through the chair to the mayor and council, before you is a community-led initiatives application from the Simcoe Kinsman Club for the rehabilitation of the concrete pad at the Simcoe Kinsman Splash Pad. The splash pad is a Norfolk County-owned asset that was constructed 20 years ago by the Kinsman Club. The concrete pad has deteriorated and is nearing its useful life expectancy and requires replacement. The Simcoe Kinsman Club has proposed raising 100% of the capital costs needed to replace the concrete and will present a progress report to council in autumn of 2025. Project costs are estimated at $80,000 to cover the replacement and any project contingencies such as the underground piping infrastructure. County staff would tender and manage the construction of the project once 100% of the funding is raised and transferred to the county. Construction is proposed for early 2026. Staff have reviewed the attached application and confirmed that there are no additional operating costs or impacts associated with the project, as the splash pad is an existing county asset. Staff appreciates the Kinsman Club's contribution to maintaining our assets and improving our community, and recommend that council approve the proposal and authorize staff to enter into an agreement with the Simcoe Kinsman Club. And staff are available to take any questions.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Are there questions of staff? That was nice and easy. We like it when people bring money and ideas. That's great. Okay, so can I then get a mover for the, I believe, staff recommendation, which is available on the screen? Moved by Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Brunton. Any discussion on the motion? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Seeing none, that's carried. Okay, back to deputations. This one is 7.4 from a Andrew McGuire. It is related to the Sidewalk petition. If Andrew is present or perhaps online.
Yes, through chair, I'm online.
Okay, Andrew, I will just let you know you have 5 minutes for your deputation, and I will chime in and let you know when you have 1 minute remaining. Please go ahead.
Okay. So I just wanted to start off just about we're here today to discuss removing a sidewalk due to a petition of people who just say they don't want it, but I'm still unclear of exactly why the petition has started and why they don't want it. I'm going to cite the petition exactly where it says, this is a new neighborhood and there are no schools, churches, stores, transit lines in this development. We, the undersigned, are concerned citizens that urge our leaders to act now to cancel the upcoming project for sidewalks on McIntosh, Dutchess, and Argyle. I'd like to reiterate the line stating, we are concerned citizens. Sorry, concerned for who? Concerned of a sidewalk that is going to be installed to provide safety to the people and children of our neighborhood. Again, my name is Andrew McGuire, and I actually am disgusted at the fact at this point, discussion on this petition. The sidewalk is meant for safety, to remove pedestrian interactions or possible interactions for vehicles. My family moved into our home in December 2024, and we're baffled at the fact that there was this petition. The plans were to put a sidewalk in, and therefore a sidewalk should go in. We're one of the only families on Dutchess Drive currently, which I would like to add is only 1/3 developed. And if you remove the plan for the sidewalk, I guarantee we'll be the only family on Dutchess Drive. I'd also like to point out that after discussing with neighbors, the creator of the petition did not even approach myself or my wife on this matter. I can take a guess that this is the fact that we have a child, and they know we wouldn't sign a petition to remove a sidewalk for that matter. So again, the statement on concerned citizens, in my opinion, is a joke. My son is 3 years old. We're a young family who enjoy spending time going for walks in the evenings after dinner before bedtime. Our son is learning to ride a bike, learning many new things, and we are already concerned with the speeds on adjacent roads such as Cortlandt Street to be exact, let alone what it would be like in the future on our street. The sidewalk provides safety for our children and all pedestrians. So again, we are talking about removing it. To increase curb appeal maybe, but out of anybody on that street, I can definitely say that I spent a lot of money on the curb appeal in my house, but I never jeopardized that for the risk of other safety. So further to my strong opinion on the matter, I'd also like to state facts. The council policy EIS 12 requires new developments to include sidewalks along at least one side of every local road. Proper warning clauses were included within the subdivision agreement, such as purchasers were made aware of the proposed sidewalk location at the time of the lot purchase. While the new sidewalks will not be contiguous with other area sidewalks, currently there's an opportunity within the 2030 reconstruction plan to address this concern and connect the area to contiguous sidewalks, improving walkability in the area. It is not our fault as homeowners that they were allowed to remove sidewalks in phase 1 and 2, which would have provided more contiguous path. Also noting that them doing this provides no safe access for kids to attend the park in that phase. I'd also like to point out that the petition cited there are no schools. That is fact incorrect. St. Francis Elementary School is down the street. With the construction of the sidewalk in the future, it allows kids to walk safely without interaction of vehicles. Also, a huge point in the matter is in 23, the council removed the approved policy that Norfolk County will be consulting the public when it comes to future sidewalk installation. And I'm kind of really confused on that. But if anyone would like to reference the article, it was dated April 18th, 2023. In the article, it states that the current snapshot in time, keyword is current, there are current people living there, which are not a snapshot of the open lots that built presently.
You have 1 minute,
So the
Andrew.
selfishness of those who started the petition affect future families, future residents, and who want to build. Just more facts that 1 in 4 Canadians have disabilities, 1 in 100 Canadians use a wheelchair, and 1 in 24 Canadians are blind. So how does this affect these potential future residents of our community? The selfishness of some should not restrict the quality of life of others, which a sidewalk would provide. I could go further in more detail if required, citing sidewalk topics in the Ontario Traffic Manual 15, such as 2.1.5 legislative requirements, or 3.3.2 about walking considerations, or even 3.4.1 aging road users and sidewalk safety. But I think I've kind of tried to express my point. In conclusion, I strongly disagree with the petition and lack of justification to why this is a discussion based on the above information, or why we're even entertaining a petition when policies are in place to avoid this. The safety of the people of our community should not be jeopardized on the selfishness of those who started this petition.
Okay, thank you very much, Andrew, for your deputation. Are there questions of the deputation from committee? Okay, I'm seeing none. Andrew, thanks again. I would look for a motion from committee to receive the deputation's information. Moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Micheli. Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. Moving right along, 7.5 is a deputation from Demetrius Bozak, I believe is the pronunciation. Also
Yes,
related to the sidewalk petition. Demetrius appears to be online. Welcome. I'll let you know you have 5 minutes for your deputation, and we'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Demetrius Bozak. I would like to address the petition regarding the removal of the requirement for sidewalks in Bluegrass Estates Phase 3. As a resident of this new development, I strongly support the removal of the sidewalk requirement. Firstly, the 2 previous phases of Bluegrass Estates and the majority of roads and subdivisions in Delhi do not have sidewalks. Within the first 2 phases, residents also objected the installation of sidewalks, and the requirement was omitted from those phases. Installing sidewalks in Phase 3 would be completely unnecessary because no neighboring areas have any installed, and people wouldn't be able to go to any destinations from the sidewalks that exist, such as businesses, schools, etc. Other recent newer suburban areas within Delhi, such as St. Michael Street and Viola Court near the former golf course, don't have sidewalks. Also, Melody Drive and Wintergreen Crescent near Highway 59 and Hawtree Road, which are also newer developments, do not have sidewalks. These are newer developments, of course, and they never had sidewalks installed also. Next, there's minimal foot traffic down McIntosh Drive, the end of Argyle Avenue, and Duchess Drive, because these roads are not thoroughfares. The only cars that drive down these roads are visitors and residents. Also, based on the county maps, the sidewalks wouldn't even continue down any major roads, so it is useless to install them in one of the areas with the lowest density in Delhi. There are not many vehicles going through this area, and there's minimal foot traffic. Next, sidewalks reduce the amount of green space front lawns provide, and this damages habitats for animals and contributes to the urban heat island effect, making these areas much hotter than they already are. Sidewalks also ruin the natural look of front lawns and the rural subdivision vibe that so many people move to Delhi for to escape the city. Next, sidewalks reduce the amount of parking space on driveways significantly. This is a challenge for most homeowners because most park their vehicles on their driveway. Next, sidewalks may lower the property values when selling to future buyers because it is a deterrent and inconvenience to maintain. There's minimal traffic, and even on Argyle Avenue, it is still very safe. I can attest to this as someone who walks to and from school every day and biking down the nearby roads over the past nearly year and a half that we've lived here. There's never been a time where I did not feel safe walking or biking on these roads, as there's minimal traffic and drivers are respectful in sharing the roads. Over this period of time, not once have I seen someone speeding down these roads, as this is a rural subdivision. For safety reasons, people should stick to the shoulder on the side of the road, and this removes any safety concerns. Now on Macintosh Drive, that all 9 lots have been completed and 8 homes occupied, there's minimal traffic and there's no concern of speeding for myself. Lastly, over 74% of the current residents have signed the petition, including my household. This is a clear majority, and it shows that most residents are opposed to the county installing a sidewalk for reasons that I mentioned. For these reasons, sidewalk installation in Bluegrass Estates Phase 3 is completely unnecessary and not wanted, and ask that council honor the voices of the residents and remove this requirement for this development. This concludes my comments. Thank you.
Okay, Demetrius, thank you very much for your deputation. Are there questions of the deputation? Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Mr. Bozak. When you bought your home, what I think you said a year and a half ago, were you aware that there was going to be a sidewalk in front of your home?
Through Chair to Councillor Huffman, in the contract, I cannot attest to it specifically, but it was unknown at the time specifically to most of the buyers, from my understanding at least.
Okay, so there's no fact there, just from your understanding. And are you aware of the bylaw that Norfolk County has regarding sidewalks?
Through Chair to Councillor Huffman, thank you for the question. I am aware, but also, like I previously stated, the previous phases had those requirements omitted through petitions as well, and most residents in this phase object as well. Thank you.
Are there further questions of the deputation? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Bozak, thank you for your deputation today. I would look for a mover to receive it as information. Moved by Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. All those in favor? It's carried. Thank you very much. The next item is a... Okay, sir, can you just confirm your name and I'll have our clerk's department look into it. You are next, sir. Okay, next is a deputation from Wade and Angela Gomez related to the sidewalk petition. So you may come forward to the podium. The button to turn on the microphone is on the right side of that little device. As you have now heard numerous times, you have 5 minutes for your deputation, and I'll let you know when you've got 1 minute remaining. Please go ahead.
Sorry for interrupting you, and this is all new to me. As you heard, my name is Wade Gomez. First of all, hello, good afternoon. My family and I are very new to Duchess Drive in Delhi, which is within Phase 3 of Bluegrass Estates. We were not present at the time of the petition, as we just moved in 2 weeks ago, but we are in full support of the elimination of sidewalks for a number of reasons. Firstly, there's not a great deal of traffic here that would warrant sidewalks. Also, it would be inconsistent with the first phases of Bluegrass Estates that do not have sidewalks. As well, the established neighborhoods surrounding Bluegrass Estates do not have sidewalks, which we heard earlier. It seems like a big cost for sidewalks that aren't going to lead anywhere. What Phase 3 offers is a cluster of new homes nestled among established homes. So the sidewalks are going to end abruptly where the new homes meet up with the established homes on both ends. Doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. Certainly, I don't think it would look very good when you have a sidewalk just end abruptly and then there's a bunch of homes as you go further along that all have full lawns. It can also promote more cars parking on the road, potentially creating difficulties with snow removal and traffic blind spots. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Gomez, thanks for being here and for your deputation. Are there questions of the deputation? Seeing none, I think you're off the hook.
Again, sorry for interrupting.
That's okay. You weren't present earlier when we added your deputation, so no problem. Can I have a mover, please, to receive the deputation's information? Moved by Councillor Columbus and seconded by Councillor Michelli. Thank you. Call the question. All those in favor to receive as information? That is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, I think that completes the deputations on that topic. So we'll now move then to the staff report, which is 8.3.1, Bluegrass Estates Phase 3, petition to eliminate sidewalk from subdivision, report EIS 25-012. We'll turn to Mr. Lambert, Director of Engineering, to present the report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Our staff report responds to the petition that this council received on May the 13th. The petition contains a request, as we've heard, to not build the sidewalks within the Bluegrass Phase 3 subdivision in Delhi. Staff's recommendation on this matter is supported by County Policy EIS 12 regarding sidewalk installations. The policy has a clear purpose and direction. It serves to ensure all parties, residents, builders, businesses, and even prospective purchasers are aware of the county requirements and objectives related to sidewalks. The goals and objectives of providing sidewalks are many, encouraging and facilitating walking and active transportation, and to do so on safe public facilities that separate vehicular traffic from pedestrian traffic. Sidewalks also provide a visual boundary delineating the private lot from the public road allowance, and can serve to deter private encroachments. Sidewalks are placed within the public road allowance and not on the private lot. Private front yard areas would be unaffected. Sidewalks also provide a safe space for learning to ride a bike or to stroll with young ones in carriers. Albeit that many may say they can walk on the side of the road, sidewalks provide a safer place. The policy does speak to the benefit of having connected sidewalks, and while some areas of our community, like this one, may not be well connected today, it should be our goal to make those connections, and to do so, we must simply start. New subdivision areas provide the county with an ideal starting point, a clean slate of paper where we can plan for these facilities, the homes, the infrastructure that goes to support them, advise owners of their proposed placement, and allow them to make an informed purchasing decision. In Bluegrass Phase 3 areas, purchasers had the option to buy a home with an abutting sidewalk or a home that did not abut a sidewalk. This provides purchasers the option while at the same time allowing the county to ensure the area is serviced with sidewalks. While staff appreciate the desire of some of the area residents to change the plan based on a concern of not being interconnected, our objective should be to start and commit to achieving that objective rather than not building any sidewalks and not starting at all. With that, staff's recommendation, which is in alignment with the policy, the subdivision agreement, the plans, and the warning clauses, is to proceed with the sidewalk. Should the committee have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you, Mr. Lambert, for your report. Are there questions of committee? I have Councillor Columbus up first.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move a recommendation when the time is required to do that, please.
Thank you, Councillor Columbus. Councillor Van Adrishi, questions of the report?
Yes, of the report. If we have a bylaw that recommends that we do use and implement sidewalks, if an accident were to occur, is the liability on the county because of the fact we didn't abide by our bylaw? I mean, I'm a total believer in sidewalks. I've seen lots of areas where they have them, subdivisions. I think it's great to see the kids on the sidewalks, and does provide a safety factor as well. But the question is liability. Who is liable if we have a bylaw that says so and we don't do so?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, while I'm not a lawyer, and I will state that, you have a policy that you pass that gives direction to staff that we follow, and you're here today to make a decision on changing the direction on that policy in this specific location. I think you do need to be mindful of the impact of those decisions and the changes that you're proposing to make. Our report has gone on record saying that sidewalks do provide a safer place for people to walk. Certainly, there can be all kinds of reasons why or whatever accidents happen, so I can't specifically attribute one thing to an outcome here. But certainly, your decision here deviates from the policy that has that purpose of providing a safe space for walking.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions on the staff report? Seeing none, Councillor Columbus, I'll turn to you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move the recommendation, the first paragraph as printed in the report, and the second paragraph, further that council directs staff not to proceed with the sidewalk installation just not to proceed with the sidewalk installation in phase 3 and 4 of the subdivision agreement.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Columbus. So just to confirm then, you are moving the first part of the recommendation, which is to receive the report pertaining to this.
Right.
And that direct staff not to proceed with the sidewalk installation in phase 3 and 4, correct?
Right.
Okay, is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Brunton. Okay, is there discussion on the motion? Debate. Councillor Columbus, you go first as the mover.
Yes, what we heard from, and I've heard it loud and clear from the residents in that area where they do not wish a sidewalk. And there is a few that do, okay? So it's a democratic process, of course. There is no direct connectivity. For example, in the report reads there's 650 meters to Delcrest Avenue, which is almost more than half a kilometer away. And the other to Church Street East is 440 meters away, which is close to half a kilometer away. I know Mr. Jellis is in the audience here. He does a great job, very reputable builder in the Bluegrass Estates. And I realize that people are concerned about snow removal and safety, but there is no connectivity. And for that reason, I would suggest that we do something with the dollars, put that into a reserve account for sidewalk installation down the road, rather than have a sidewalk that ends nowhere.
All right, thank you, Councillor Columbus. Councillor Brunton, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of things. One, I wonder if we're misleading somebody. You can walk up and down your street on a sidewalk, but you got nowhere else to go. When you get to the end of the street, you're on your own if you're going someplace beyond your subdivision. But, you know, we've kind of created a problem in our own. When we used to have proper setbacks, all the vehicles could park off the street, and the streets were a little wider. We used to encourage people in urban residential areas to walk on the street. There's no problem with vehicle traffic. So I sympathize with the people that don't want a sidewalk. And I think Councillor Columbus addressed all the issues of snow removal, et cetera, et cetera. So I'll be supporting his motion.
Thank you. Councillor Huffman, then Van Passen, then Van den Driesch.
Thank you, Chair. I will not be supporting this motion. We worked hard last term of council to make sure that we provided future planning for the residents of all areas of Norfolk County. There is an issue, Bluegrass Estates will experience growth. There's an issue of active living, there's an issue of an accessibility, and the squeaky wheel does not always get the grease. And this is a case of that. Homeowners were made aware that they could purchase a home without a sidewalk or with a sidewalk, and now they're wanting to change the rules. I do not empathize with that, and we have a bylaw in place, and there's a reason. And Mr. Lambert is an expert in engineering, and I'm going to follow his advice. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Huffman. Councillor Van Passen, please.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I as well will not be supporting the current motion on the floor. We put in a policy, sidewalks are for not the individual in front of the sidewalk, they are for the entire community. And if we have a policy, but in the past, they keep doing one-offs and eliminate them, and you wonder why there's no connectivity. I think in the report, in a few years, they're going to be doing work, there will be connectivity. There is a park there. No, the streets are not, don't have heavy traffic, but there's 25% of the houses built. So in future, the traffic will increase. It's not a majority of the people living in that subdivision because only 25% of the houses are there. So if nothing else, we're being a little bit premature to make this decision. I will not be supporting this motion, and if it fails, I will put forth a motion as presented in the staff report.
Thank you, Councillor Van Passen. Councillor Van den Drieschie now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I have to echo those comments. I'm all about safety. I maybe would have rethought it a few days ago, but I was at a ballpark the other day where it's a small subdivision in the ballpark, and I would have never said the kid was going to be hit by a truck on his bicycle, but yet he was. So at the end of the day, I am all about safety, and we have a policy, and I think we should stick to it. Thank you.
Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also cannot support this policy. We do have a bylaw, as my colleague, Councillor Huffman, has mentioned. We have an expert in this matter with our staff. And one of the deputations referred to the safety of walking on the road in subdivisions because they have never seen anyone speeding. I find that a little bit incredulous, since most of the comments that I receive about Norfolk County driving is that everybody's speeding. So from a safety point of view, I cannot support this.
Any further discussion or debate? I have some comments, but I'll allow committee first. Nothing? Okay. I am also not going to support the motion that's presented today. I live in an area where there's discongruency with the sidewalks. I have them on my street, but everywhere around it doesn't, and I can tell you it drives me crazy. I do have young children, and walking them to school in the morning sometimes is, well, it's unsafe, and it doesn't make sense to me. But that was a decision of 30 years ago. The community looks different today than it does 30 years ago. And I think that's the conversation and the thought process that we need to have as we look at this issue today, is in 30 years' time, what will that subdivision look like? So with that, I won't be supporting it. I will call the question on the motion that is before you, moved by Councillor Columbus and seconded by Councillor Brunton. It's posted on the screen, not to proceed with the sidewalk installation in phase 3 and 4. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that motion is defeated. Councillor Van Passen, I think I'm coming back to you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd be happy to put forth the staff recommendation as printed.
Okay. Motion for the staff recommendation made by Councillor Van Passen and seconded by Councillor Huffman. Is there discussion or debate on this motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion that's presented on the screen? Opposed, if any? 2 opposed, and that is carried. Thank you very much, and thank you to the deputations on that matter. Your feedback certainly is appreciated and important to the process. Move forward to the, actually, yeah, perhaps, sorry, I don't have a clock in front of me. It is 2:50. I appreciate that there are a number of people in the gallery. We will take a very quick 10-minute break. I apologize. I know you've been here for some time now. We'll allow council members to get a quick snack, use the bathroom, and then we'll come back and be ready to go. Thank you for your patience. We'll recess briefly.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a severance? Severance is a planning process to separate a piece of land from an existing lot, generally for the purpose of a new development within a new lot. There are 3 different common types of severances we receive in Norfolk County. The first one is when a piece of land is separated to create a new parcel of vacant land. For example, a landowner may have a large lot and wish to separate a piece of land from the original lot with the intention to sell the lot to a new owner. In that case, both lots need to comply with existing zoning requirements, such as setbacks of any existing or new buildings from the property lines. The second one is a surplus farm dwelling severance. It happens when a landowner purchases additional farmlands and a residence on one of the properties is no longer required for their farming operation. In this case, the owner can sever the piece of land that contains the redundant residential dwelling. And the third kind of severance can be a boundary adjustment between two adjacent properties, where one property owner agrees to transfer a piece of their land to the other owner. There are various reasons we received a boundary adjustment severance, such as to allow additional lands, to accommodate a building construction, or to construct an extended septic system, or to resolve the setback deficiency of an existing lot. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a subdivision? If a landowner would like to divide their property into 3 pieces of land, they can submit a severance application that we explained earlier. Whereas a subdivision application is required when a landowner has a piece of land large enough to divide into more than 3 or 4 individual lots to build new houses or other kind of developments. The subdivision process generally requires a more in-depth review with a longer processing time to ensure that the development meets county's development standards. What is a condominium? A condominium, often known as a condo, is an ownership model where the building or group of buildings is divided into multiple units that are surrounded by common areas for circulation, servicing, or amenities such as parks and open spaces. The common areas are jointly owned and managed by the owners of the units. Residential condominiums are frequently constructed as apartment buildings and townhouses with private roads. Many shopping malls are also commercial condominiums in which the individual retail and office spaces are owned by businesses that occupy them, while the common areas of the mall are collectively owned by these business entities. A condominium corporation is often made up of condo unit owners who manage and operate the condominium complex. What is the difference between a subdivision and a condominium? One of the main differences between a subdivision and a condominium development is who is responsible for providing services such as water, wastewater, and road maintenance after the construction and occupancy of the dwellings or units. In a subdivision, the county takes responsibility for providing these services to individual lots. On the other hand, in a condominium, the county is only responsible to providing services up to the entry point of the development. The condominium is responsible for distributing services and the maintenance to the individual units. How are subdivisions and condominiums approved? To get approval for a subdivision or condominium, the landowner must apply for approval of a draft of the plan that shows how many lots are proposed, the lot size, how the lots will be accessed, including any new roads, and how the lots will be serviced for water and wastewater or other utilities. The planning team will provide guidelines to the landowner on the standards they need to comply with. Examples include road design, tree plantation, fencing requirements, and maintaining a buffer from any existing industrial or commercial sites, etc. Generally, the subdivision applications go to council for a decision, whereas most of the condominium applications are currently approved by the county staff under delegated authority. How are residents informed about a new subdivision? When a draft plan of a subdivision is approved, the neighbors receive an approval notice of the application. The neighbors have 20 days to appeal against the approval or refusal of the draft plan. Once the appeal period has expired, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done by the developer before beginning the construction. An approved draft plan of subdivision does not constitute a legal lot. It is merely a draft plan. Norfolk County must ensure that all lots are appropriately designed and serviceable through a subdivision agreement, and only then can the lots be registered and the owner can apply for a building permit. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is site plan control? Site plan control is a tool that planners use to evaluate a proposed development to ensure the site features and elements such as walkways, parking areas, and landscapings, and many other technical features meet specific standards. For example, standards may include engineering design, sustainability, and universal accessibility for barrier-free access to the building or within the property. What do I do if I have submitted a permit and I have learned my property is under site plan control? If a property is under a site plan control, the first step is to speak with a planner. A planner will need to learn about what is changing about the lands, which may or may not require a site plan application. What is a site plan waiver? Sometimes the nature of a development is so minor that a site plan application is determined to be unnecessary. In this instance, a site plan control will be waived. If you have learned from a planner that it is appropriate to waive a site plan control, you can submit an application form with any required documents to the planning department to receive a site plan waiver. Do all lands require site plan control? Not all lands require site plan control. For example, single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and townhouses that are serviced and accessed from a public road. Agricultural activities or farm buildings also do not require a site plan control. Most new commercial, institutional, and industrial developments require a site plan control. A site plan agreement with the landowner may be required to ensure that appropriate standards are maintained during the construction period. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation/Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing/Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose
All right, welcome back. We'll reconvene. Thank you for your indulgence. Moving along to deputation, this I believe is 5.7 from a Jennifer Day related to the Victoria Old Town Hall. Jennifer, please come forward. I'll give you the same warning as everyone else. You have 5 minutes for your deputation, and I'll let you know when you've got 1 minute remaining. Please go ahead. It's the button on the right side of that device. There you go.
Perfect. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe it is through the chair that I say good afternoon, Madam Mayor, councillors, staff, and community members. My name is Dr. Jennifer Jane Day. I am a 7th generation descendant of Henry and Elizabeth Lamport, who first settled with their family in Victoria around 1820, some 205 years ago. Here with me today are Catherine Stephen Piper, who is my second cousin through our Lamport ancestry, and my grandmother, Edith Jane Lamport Day, who is the eldest granddaughter of Alice Lamport. Together, we represent the heirs to Alice and William Lamport. In 1962, Alice conditionally donated the land, now known as Lamport Memorial Garden, to the trustees of the Police Village of Victoria. I have provided copies of this indenture to you here today, attached to the letter. So, as an heir of Alice, Jane is a key stakeholder of the recommendation being put forward by staff, which in today's meeting is Agenda Item 8.3.1, titled Victoria Old Town Hall Expression of Interest Results, CDS-25-016. To be clear, we entirely respect this council's right to change course with respect to Lamport Memorial Garden because you believe it is no longer in the public's interest. However, the matter before you today is not simply about budget, but a matter of legal obligation, community heritage, and ethical stewardship. The 1962 indenture through which Alice Lamport transferred the land includes explicit registered covenants. These conditions are not symbolic, they are legally binding. They clearly state that number 1, the land must only be used as a park. Number 2, it must not be used for any commercial purpose. Number 3, no liquor shall be sold on the premises. Number 4, in the event of a breach of any of these conditions, the land shall revert to the donor or her heirs. These covenants were agreed to by the village and have governed the property for more than 60 years. Victoria has consistently acknowledged and upheld this agreement through its own actions by maintaining Lamport Memorial Garden and by hosting the prescribed monument to William A. Lamport on the grounds. If you do wish to continue to use the land as a park, respectfully, we request you bring into compliance with the indenture 2 material breaches of covenants within a reasonable period, being number 1, removal of all septic or sewage infrastructure servicing the adjacent property, as clearly this is not a permitted use of the lands, and number 2, to erect and maintain in perpetuity a suitable fence. Your circulated material attached to the agenda of this meeting erroneously asserts you are looking forward to not just saving money by no longer needing to maintain Lamport Memorial Garden. Instead, you are looking to enrich the town by an expected windfall of approximately $520,000 by selling both the Old Town Hall and Lamport Memorial Garden lands for development. What a shame. You have, however, a big problem. The indenture between Alice Lamport and the trustees of the Police Village of Victoria with restrictive covenants is registered on title. Therefore, your interest in the Lamport Memorial Garden property only exists if it is a park. Should it no longer be a park, the property is required to be conveyed back to the heirs of the donor. Quite simply, the evaluation and recommendations being presented by staff for the Council's consideration do not form a complete analysis, as none of the documents refer to this indenture and its restrictive covenants. On behalf of my family, the heirs of Alice Lamport, we respectfully ask you to consider the terms of this indenture. It may affect the marketability and fair market value of the property, and even your ability to pursue staff's current recommended course of action that is seeking approval today. Do you have a legal opinion dismissing this indenture? If you do, should the opinion and the risks carried with it not form part of today's package of materials in order to present a truly informed discussion? In this case, we respectfully request that this opinion be made public. If you do not, We urge you to seek one before proceeding, as it is material to the decision and may well impact your ability to convey clear title. In summary, I am here today representing my family, the heirs of Alice and William Lamport. We respectfully ask that this matter be stayed and referenced back for further study that includes consultation with the Lamport family, that specifically includes Edith Jane Lamport Day, who is here today, the closest living direct descendant of Alice Lamport, and myself, Jennifer Jane Day, here representing the current generation of direct descendants with our authority by descent. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in this meeting today. I would be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for your deputation. Appreciate that. Are there any questions of the deputation? Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you to the deputation. Jennifer, thanks for coming today and bringing your family. Can I just seek clarification, because I apologize, I was a little bit late to today's meeting, and so was trying to read this while you were speaking.
Yep.
You're asking, should the county maintain ownership of the land, stewardship of the land, to fulfill the covenant requirements that it be used as a park space, no commercial use, I see no vehicular parking, no liquor, and remove the septic and the underground infrastructure, if I can just generalize it as that. Is that your request from us today?
And erect a fence as per the original agreement.
And erect a fence, okay.
There are specific things I can quote about the fence if you wish, but it's in the attachment.
Sure, go ahead while I'm making notes, yep.
Let me just find it, sorry.
I see it here.
Number
It's
4, the top of page 3, that the grantee at its expense shall erect and maintain a suitable cairn of a height of not less than 2 1/2 feet, bearing, oh, sorry, that's a cairn. Number 6, apologies. The grantee will erect and maintain in perpetuity a suitable fence or obstacle around the said lands to prevent their use by automobiles except for any suitable entrance or entrances.
Okay, thank you for that. To your knowledge, or maybe to any of your family's knowledge, has there ever been a fence?
Not to my knowledge personally.
Is that covenant ever fulfilled? Okay. And was there ever a position taken by the family whenever the septic went underground, which is...
I'm not aware of exactly when the septic was installed.
Nor am
I'm only aware of it based on its, quote, likely emplacement under part of the lands from your staff's report,
Okay.
which is attached to today's agenda.
Yes, okay. I think those are all my questions for now. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thanks, Jenny, for your presentation and very interesting document. I have read it, and maybe I'm misinterpreting things here, but it refers to the lands, not the building. And I question, do you know the history behind the actual building?
There is some earlier history, but what I'm here representing today specifically is Lamport Memorial Park.
Okay, so, but it's, you know, the septic being in the park and so forth, we're looking at the whole parcel, I guess. I think you know that. But my question is, you don't know anything about the history of the actual building, when it, or who put it there?
The building or the septic tank?
The building and the septic.
I believe the building was donated by another Lamport ancestor. I think my cousin Catherine has some idea. May I ask for her clarification?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just curious as to...
The land was donated by the family.
Right.
And the building was developed by collection from the town.
Okay. Yeah, because this document really refers to the land.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Further questions to the deputation? Councillor Van Passen.
Mr. Chair, I don't have a question for the deputation, but I do have one for staff. Right?
Let's finish with the deputation. We'll come back to staff questions. Thank you. Any further questions of the deputation? Councillor Michele?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Day, thank you for your presentation. It was very helpful and informative.
Thank you.
When you are commenting about the land is to remain a park, do you have like any kind of description of, you know, what it would specifically have to do to constitute a park in future?
Can you elaborate on your question, please?
I guess, you know, are we requiring it to, you know, have any kind of park-like amenities? Are we requiring a certain, you know, type of standard of maintenance, that type of thing?
The documentation that's attached is, to the best of my knowledge, the original documentation for the arrangement of the land donation. There's some wordage in it about being a parkland and how it has been donated. There is some wordage about upkeep as well.
Okay, thank you.
But I don't want to misquote it, so I won't.
Yes, no, I understand. Yeah, I just, you know, just trying to take this to what could be its illogical conclusion, that, you know, it could be ultimately repurposed as something that someone could describe as a park, but as, for example, you and I might not describe it as a park. So because I don't think that is specific enough to, you know, like, I'm just curious if there are specific requirements that you have in mind.
Not that I have in mind today, but as I closed in my statement, that we would request there be consultation with the family.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Vanden Drieschie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. And at the time when the land was donated for a park, and then later on the building was established on the land.
Separate land.
Oh, okay, so we're talking about two separate lands.
Two adjacent parcels of land.
One section was donated by
the Lamport family earlier, and
Really?
then it was the town hall was erected. The old town hall was erected on that land. And then the separate parcel is the Lamport Memorial Garden, which I'm focusing on.
And the septic system or the lines run into that park under there? You're sure of that?
It doesn't seem definitive based on my reading of the staff report that's attached to this agenda item. It sounds like the septic tank may be partly under the Memorial Garden Park, but the septic bed is highly likely under the park.
The septic lines are under the park?
Yes. From what I read from the staff report, I am sure they would be able to provide more insight.
Right. So, so if we separate in our minds the two portions and the town hall still sits there, so at the end of the day, you'd want to have those lines removed and placed where?
I think that perhaps some of those questions may be better directed to staff. I'm not sure the deputation would be able to answer that from there's probably an operational EIS consideration that needs to be part of that.
Okay.
So with that in mind, are there any other questions of the deputation today? Seeing none, Dr. Day, thank you for your deputation and providing your information. I will look for a mover to receive the deputation as information. Moved by Councillor Van Passen and seconded by Councillor Vanden Drieschie. Call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. I get the sense there is some appetite for questions of staff, so I will start with Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. We've been dealing with this for quite a few years, and it seems that nobody's grasping the full big picture. It's always been that the Old Town Hall sits on a separate parcel, was donated by the Lamport family many years ago, like over 100 years ago, and was only recently in the last term of council purchased by Norfolk County. It was not ours until we bought it from the federal government a few years ago. Might have been one of the biggest mistakes we ever made, but, and then the park is the park. But my question for staff, we did get a legal opinion on that, and was that only, was that not released as part of the public documents, or?
Okay, I think that question may be best served to Ms. Van Dyke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to council. Yes, there was a legal opinion. I would have to go back at the public engagement notes to see if that was released as part of the public engagement, but the legal opinion has informed the council recommendations on that are before council for the staff report today.
Yeah, and so if it's not been released, then I take very seriously the comment that we should defer this so the public can actually look at that, but I was always under the assumption that was part of the package of the documents that was released, so thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Van Passen. Further questions of staff related to the content from the deputation today? I'll remind you the staff report is coming up momentarily. Mayor Martin.
If we were to restore the lands as per the request to park lands and remove underground septic that we did not put in, what then happens to Old Town Hall?
No bathroom.
Is there someone on staff? Who wants to take that one?
I can certainly take it. I would suspect that in the absence of proper plumbing facilities, that the building would become uninhabitable or not being able to operate, and so we would have to look at the consequences of such actions.
Thank you. Further questions to staff related to the deputation? Seeing none, we'll move forward with the next deputation. I have Joan Norman, related to the Victoria Old Town Hall. Mrs. Norman, nice to see you again. Welcome. A number of people have commented on my expediency with this meeting. I will say likely that's because of you and our time together previously at the fair and keeping things on track. So you have 5 minutes for this deputation, and I'll let you know when we have 1 minute remaining.
Okay, before I start, good afternoon. I'm tuned in to less than 5 minutes, so don't interrupt me, okay? The Victorian District Foundation was established in 1997, incorporated and approved as a charity in 2013, and currently has 20 directors and 225 general members. As the Foundation President, I am here to speak about Agenda Item 8.3.1 and staff's recommendation to proceed with selling the Victoria Old Town Hall building and parkland on the open market. We are deeply disappointed by this turn of events after 18 months of dialogue with Mayor Martin, Councillor Van Passen, and staff. In February of 2024, we were asked to submit a lease proposal, only to be told leasing was no longer an option. By June of 2024, we were instructed to submit a purchase proposal as a nonprofit. After confirming the foundation could own property, we secured director support and presented a purchase proposal in January of 2025. Council then opted for staff to complete a non-standard expression of interest process, and we submitted the only EOI proposal. Now, staff recommends selling the property on the open market instead. Why would there be no opportunity for negotiation? This is contrary to what we were advised by staff. If Council is truly committed to history, heritage, and diversity, we urge you to make the decision today to negotiate an agreement with us. Our full EOI proposal is part of your agenda package. To recap, we proposed purchasing the town hall for $1 and outlined a funding plan to raise $900,000, including a 1-to-1 matched funding arrangement. We requested $450,000 in grant support from Norfolk County, a $300,000 startup grant in the first year, and a diminishing annual operating grant totaling $150,000 over 5 years. Additionally, we requested that the county waive or reimburse property taxes and cover legal fees for the purchase. A comparable precedent is the Linwood Arts Centre, which Norfolk County owns, while the centre covers at least 60% of capital costs. The county maintains the facility at an annual cost of $39,200 and provides a diminishing operating grant totaling $150,000 over 5 years, exactly what we are proposing. What may seem unique is our request in the initial $300,000 capital funding. Based on staff's guidance, we understood there was a possibility of this $300,000 being offered as grant assistance. This amount was already earmarked in Norfolk County's 2022 capital budget for exterior restoration of the Victoria Old Town Hall. The work was never started and the funds never used. We ask current council to take accountability for past decisions and lack of maintenance that led to the building's current state. To achieve this, a portion of proceeds from the $450,000 sale of 14 Oaks Boulevard in Victoria could be reinvested in the local community in accordance with Resolution CIC-120. The Foundation's proposal also demonstrates our ability to raise matching funds and showcases our experience and expertise in handling a project of this scale. The citizens of Victoria have a proud history of supporting their town hall through financial contributions and volunteer efforts. In preparation for Victoria's 200th anniversary in 1996, a partnership between the township, the Victoria Lions, the Lamport Club, the Women's Institute led to major renovations, including a new roof, entrance steps, and gardens. A partnership continued with the establishment of the Foundation, which successfully advocated for Norfolk County to lease the town hall to our group at that time. This allowed the Foundation to fully restore the building at no cost to the municipality. The Foundation secured significant provincial and federal grants and managed the entire project, adhering to heritage designation requirements, consulting experts, sourcing contractors, overseeing interior design, and acquiring engineering reports. The project earned national recognition for heritage preservation, with the Foundation advising others on modernizing historic buildings. To enhance accessibility, the Foundation secured funding and worked with the municipality to install an entrance ramp in 2008. Thanks go to the county, the Heritage Committee, local builders and volunteers, the Ontario Trillium Foundation, Victoria Lions and Lioness, Victoria Lamport Seniors Club, Victoria Women's Institute, Norfolk Branch 1156, and our foundation. Another shining example of what we can accomplish. It should be clear by now that we are ready to meet the task head on. The Foundation is this only logical buyer and will be a most responsible steward of this heritage property, restoring it for community use. Mayor Martin, councillors, we implore you to make the decision today, since once and for all to negotiate an agreement with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of the deputation? Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the deputation, what happens if there's no septic for Old Town Hall?
Well, that would be the purpose of negotiation, wouldn't it? There's got to be some room there somewhere to do something. Who knows what can happen if we look at the whole picture.
Any further questions of the deputation? Seeing none, thank you. May I have a mover to receive the deputation's information, moved by Mayor Martin and seconded by Councillor Huffman. Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. Mayor Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you'd indulge me for a moment, I'd just like to maybe speak on a point of personal privilege here.
Sure.
A couple things. First and foremost, while individuals may not agree with council members, nor do they need to respect council members. They should respect the institution and the place of local governance, and that includes not directing the chair on how to do his or her job, first and foremost, and that also includes not mischaracterizing meetings with elected officials. And so I would like to speak specifically about the 18 months of dialogue that occurred with Councillor Van Passen and myself, and that was limited to actually a total of 2 or 3 meetings with myself until a deputation came forward and mischaracterized what I had said in that meeting in a public forum. And so if there is some confusion around the expectations of council, Councillor Van Passen and I are just one vote around this table. No promises were made, no direction was given, rather suggestions to try to work with the community to bring forward the best possible proposal. It would be in bad faith to negotiate something that came forward in a public, open process with our expectations being known. I want to be very clear about that.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we will now move forward with the staff report related to the Victoria Old Town Hall. That is agenda item 8.3.1, Victoria Old Town Hall Expression of Interest Results, CDS 25016. Mr. Michael Simoes is the Director of Fleet and Facility Services, and he's here to present the report today.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. The purpose of this report is to seek council direction on the future of the Old Town Hall building and adjacent parkland, Lampart Park. A previous staff report, OPS 25-001, brought to council in January of this year, identified over $1.2 million in immediate and long-term capital repairs needed for the hall. It also noted that the hall building has historically low facility utilization and is located in very close proximity to another county-owned community center, which is providing a similar service, which is the Victorian District Community Center. That report presented 6 options for the hall and the parkland. The recommended option being to transfer the hall to a local nonprofit for a nominal fee of $1, while retaining the parkland. If no suitable nonprofit came forward, the preferred backup option was to sell both the hall and parkland properties on the open market. To implement the preferred option, staff have issued a non-standard expression of interest document to local nonprofits in April of this year. Only one proposal was received in response to the expression of interest. And obviously this was from the Victorian District Foundation. While the proposal addressed many of the community objectives, it included significant financial supports or requests from the county totaling over $500,000 over the next 5 years, including upfront capital funding, ongoing operating grants, and waived property taxes in perpetuity. It is staff's opinion that the proposal does not meet the intention of option 3 and recommend that we proceed with the backup option as identified in the previous staff report, option 6, which is the sale of the hall and parkland properties on the open market. We should note that with this option, staff anticipates some minor costs associated with the removal and moving of the 2 monuments, as well as the interpretive signage and flagpole located on the Lampart Park parcel. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Simoes, for your report. Turn the report over to committee for questions. I see Councillor Van den Drieschie first, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. In light of new circumstances that we have here, when you were talking about selling the property jointly, the actual town hall and the park, would this be something that we should put on hold until we get clarification of this, clarification of where the septic system is, a few things like that? Would you be in thought of that?
Through you,
Sorry, if I may interrupt, Mr. Simoes. I think that perhaps Ms. Van Dyke has some comment related to the earlier discussion around the legal opinion. So if that's your question, Councillor Van den Drieschie, I think maybe we'll allow Ms. Van Dyke to provide some comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to committee. So I took a look at the Engage Norfolk page on the Victoria Town Hall, and it listed all of the questions and answers that came out of all of the community engagement that we did. One of the questions about whether the county had received a legal opinion that we were not able to sell the property, and the response was, and it is posted on the county website under community engagement and the Victoria Town Hall, that an in-depth review of title to both parcels has been completed, and we can confirm that there are currently no legally viable or unexpired restrictive covenants to either property.
But in light of that, I have something that does. Did you have this document when you took it to legal counsel?
Mr. Chair, through you to council, yes. Staff has seen this document before.
Councillor Reina Drishy, did you have anything further at this time?
No, I'm just a little confused with the fact that there's this document, a presentation that was made. You allowed deputation to be made knowing that it has no merit?
So, Mr. Chair, through you to council, until today, staff were not aware that this was the document that was going to be presented through the deputation. However, during the community engagement on the Victoria Town Hall since the beginning of the project, staff have been aware of the existence of this document and have received that opinion, which is posted on the county website on the Engage Norfolk.
I think the CAO also has some comment.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would also say that there's some case law that supports the county's direction and legal opinion that we've received on this matter. Thank you.
Okay, further questions? I had Councillor Columbus and then Van Passen.
Mr. Chair, I had a similar question. Has the county had a legal interpretation of the 1962 property transfer that we've had here, the last 3 pages? I think that's the key. And I think, Ms. Van Dyke, I think you explained it, but if you can do it again, please.
Certainly. Mr. Chair, through you to council. So staff and external legal counsel have done a full in-depth review of this document and of the title of both parcels. And it is the opinion that there are no legally viable or unexpired restrictive covenants on either property. And that opinion informed the council recommendation in the staff report that is before you today.
Thank you, Councillor Columbus. Councillor Van Passen now.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for the clerk first about the actual motion that was approved back in January, February, whenever it was, that council, we were going to put out expression of interest to see if there was a community group that was willing to purchase it for a nominal fee. But did it also say, and further, that if we couldn't find that we sell it? Was that all included? Like, do we need a motion of reconsideration if we do anything other than that? I don't want to get in trouble for some other reason, among other things, but.
Okay, we'll just give the clerk a minute to confirm that. I do believe it is, but we'll let the clerk confirm.
And if that's the case, then what this report today is saying, that staff did not find anybody who met the criteria put out in the expression of interest, so we're automatically in the fallback position.
Which is option 3 within the initial report.
Option 3 and option 6. And if that's the case, then I think I'd probably still like this put off till at least till council meeting for a final decision. But if that is the case, we have the 7th generation of the Lamport family here today. And if the intent would be to move that park, maybe some discussion with the Lamport family, whether the covenants, like I would accept our legal opinion that those covenants have expired and legally we can do it, but can we do it morally? So some discussion on like moving the plaques to the other park and how can we go about that and how can we enhance that and still show that appreciation of what the Lamport family had donated over the years. You know, just because we're doing something, that doesn't mean we're doing it right. So let's make sure if we're going to do something, we do it right.
Okay, I think the clerk is just confirming, so we'll give him a minute to do so. In the meantime, are there further questions of the report that was presented today? Well, the pressure's on, Bill. I was hoping to give you some time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I get paid by the hour, so just bear with me.
There's a joke that everyone in this room is thinking right now, but we won't say it.
Trying to confirm the resolution. It was option 3, as Councillor Van Passen discussed. Yes, I can confirm that was the motion, that option 3 be followed, and failing that, option 6.
Okay, so the clerk has confirmed that. Councillor Van Passen, did you want to continue?
Just so that where we are is, unless we follow through with that, somebody needs to put forth a motion for reconsideration, correct?
Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I'm not following.
If I think Councillor Van Passen, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but the motion clearly said that if option 3 is not successful, staff be directed to proceed with option 6 of the report, and if we do anything other than that, we would require a reconsideration of the original motion from January.
That would be clear, yes.
I believe that's correct.
Thank you, I understand.
Okay. Okay, seeing no further questions on the report that is before you today, I would seek direction from council on how you would like to handle it. Councillor Van Passen, I am looking at you currently.
Well, I've thrown out a couple of unanswered questions in my head, and this is council and committee. We do have the ability to just defer a decision on this, and even if it's just deferred until council and send staff back to try to get some, like maybe because we heard from the deputation today, they haven't seen, I'm sure, the legal opinion that we had, and I'd like to be able to have staff share it with the family. And also, in the report it talks about we have to set a budget to move the monuments and things. If the sale of the property goes through, we have to move the monuments, find the right location for them in our other parks in Victoria, and that kind of thing. And I think some discussion with the family about that idea would be very helpful in my mind. So, without trying to delay everything, I'd put forth a motion that the decision on this be deferred to council in 2 weeks, whatever the date is.
Well, I hate to say this to you with the knowledge that you have. I think in this case we are actually looking to refer it back to staff so that some discussion can take place with the family, but we can ask that it come back to the June 24th council meeting. Is that?
You have learned very well, Grasshopper.
The feet of the master. Okay, so motion by Councillor Van Passen to refer the item back to staff to allow some discussion to take place with the heirs of the Lamport family, and to bring it back to council, the council floor on June the 24th. That motion is made. I need a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Columbus. Not debate. Inclusion? Okay, go ahead, Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just please correct me if I'm wrong, but the way I see it, we've got about, in 2 weeks, we'll have a couple options before us. Proceed with sale. Return the parcel with the elimination of the septic. And so my first question would be, in 2 weeks' time, can we have a rough estimate on the value of that and commentary on what then would happen to the hall? Because I fundamentally believe the community wouldn't actually want that. And thirdly, the third option would be to give back the land despite the expired covenants. If we ignored that, give back the land with the septic still in place. So I would like to see kind of a breakdown on those three options. I don't think that council, and I've heard a little bit of it here today, but I've never once heard this council say, oh, we need to sell these lands to maximize funding. It's a situation that we're in where we're trying to do the responsible thing. And as Councillor Van Passen has alluded to, sometimes, you know, there's the moral thing to also consider. So the way I see it, there are three options, but I would like in this referral, if you would, Mr. Chair, staff to include a breakdown of what I see as those 3 potential options and maybe some costs associated with that, because that might change our position on Old Town Hall if the community wants it to purchase it and wants $500,000. Well, it might actually cost us $700,000 if we need to remove septic and all of these other things. So not only would they be without septic, the cost is actually increased, and I don't think that that's what council is trying to do here today. So with this new information, I am looking forward to discussing it and making a final decision at council in 2 weeks, but I would appreciate some staff commentary on those potential options.
Okay, so noted. I would look to the mover and seconder if they would agree with those inclusions within the referral.
Mr. Chairman, I think the motion stays the same, just the direction to staff on what we want.
And you're okay with those
Yeah,
items,
fair.
so that's fine?
Yeah.
And the seconder?
I do.
Okay. Does that provide enough clarity then? I'll look to the CAO.
Through Mr. Chair, I think it does. With council's indulgence, can we just provide an additional direction that if the discussions with the family lead us in a different direction, that we are authorized to explore what that would mean and bring that back as part of the report?
Again, to the mover and seconder?
Yeah, if it's going to take a little longer and it can't make it back to council, been 2, 3, 4 years already. What's another week?
What's another month?
Yep.
Okay. So the motion then before you with those lovely friendly amendments is to refer it back to staff. We'll check a number of items related to the legal, the septic, land discussion with the family. It'll come back hopefully June 24th, but if it's July, it's July. I think that roughly encapsulates everything. So we'll call the question on the motion that is on the floor currently, which isn't on the screen, but you've heard me say it now, so I think we're good to go ahead. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, we are moving right along to item 8, which is presentations. We have one presentation scheduled for today. It is item 8.1. Just confirming that is correct. And
Our numbers are changing now because
we've moved some things.
Probably better to speak.
Okay, why don't we take a quick 5 minutes? I think there's some gallery members that may want to clear out. We'll take a quick 5 minutes. We'll reset and get rolling again at 3:50.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation / Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing / Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In Step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's two entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have three main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center Mall, which is where Food Basics is located. Your second option is 2-hour street parking on Court Street. And your third option is 2-hour street parking on Lott Street. If you can't find any parking in any of those three options, don't worry. Downtown Simcoe has plenty of street parking in all of the surrounding areas. If you enter through the Colburn Street doors, you'll have to make your way through the building to get to council chambers. But don't worry, if you require any assistance, you can feel free to ask Service Norfolk at the front desk. Make your way along this path and you'll end up in the main lobby. To your left, there'll be an elevator. You can either ring the bell or go ask the people at the front desk for assistance. If you don't need to use the elevator, you can head on up the green staircase and go up to council chambers. If you enter through the Talbot Street doors, the elevator will be immediately in front of you, or the green staircase will be ready for you to go up and deliver your presentation. Once you reach the top of the stairs, you'll have made it to council chambers. Feel free to take a seat here or here and wait for council to call your name when it's time to present. When council calls your name, make your way to the podium and ensure that you don't walk between the railing and the chairs on your way there. When you arrive at the podium, adjust it to your desired height using the arrow buttons and turn the microphone on using the button on the right. If you're giving your deputation in front of council, begin by saying, through the mayor. If you're giving it in front of a committee, begin by saying, through the chair. Then, clearly state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Upon having 1 minute remaining, the chair will give you notice. When you're finished your presentation, council may have questions for you. Ensure that you always begin your answer by saying, through the mayor, or through the chair to councillor, and their last name. If you can't answer the question, that's okay. Inform council that you'll gather more information and get back to them. After that, council will have heard out what you've had to say, and they'll take appropriate action as they deem necessary. And now, you've finished your deputation. You can either have a seat and watch the rest of the meeting, or you can leave through the door that you came in and ensure that you leave as quietly as possible.
All right, we are back on air, and we have quorum. I would get us to reconvene. Mr. Bowen, you can come forward. We have one presentation scheduled for today. It is, in my agenda anyway, 8.1, Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation Financial Statements and 2024 Annual Report. I would welcome Matt Bowen to the podium to make his presentation. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, Madam Mayor, members of council and staff, thanks for entertaining me today on our audited financial statements, which I believe everybody has a copy of.
Sorry, Matt, one sec.
It's an exciting place today. Hey, you know, right to the end. I appreciate that.
I appreciate your patience, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. Clock starts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Mayor, members of council. Thanks for hosting me here today. Really proud and happy to celebrate that it's HNHC's 50th anniversary. So you'll see that theme throughout the year. This year's theme is Bridging Gaps, Building Homes. And again, I'm excited to be here today on behalf of our board of directors and staff. Next slide, please. Again, just celebrating our 50th. Next slide. Just a quick little update. I know most of you folks know HNHC and what we do, but we do serve both counties. Quite a large geographical area in towns across both counties: Delhi, Simcoe, Port Dover, Port Rowan, Waterford, Hagersville, Caledonia, and Dunnville. Next slide, please. And just a little bit about HNHC. I always like to bring a little bit of information, but we are governed by an 8-person volunteer board of directors comprised of 2 elected officials. Councillor Kim Huffman, thank you for your service as the Norfolk County rep, as well as Councillor McKean from Haldeman County. We serve over 1,000 residents, and we have over $106 million in unencumbered assets, and we're proud to serve 77% of all folks entering housing from the centralized waitlist. Next slide. Just really drilling down the data here. It's quite an aggressive data set here, but you know, it's really important in housing to be able to tell the story. So we wanted to provide as much information for council as we could here today. But some of the milestones from this data is just, you know, the community understanding that we serve over 50% of our housing portfolio is seniors, and the remaining 22% are family households, then led by single adult households. And what we find here is, you know, you can see that single family households led by females represents over 60%. And when we talk about, you know, who's living in housing from a financial perspective, you can see from the pie chart there that 34% of folks are on ODSP and fixed incomes, as well as Ontario Works, and our seniors populations with CPP and OAS. So, you know, we truly are privileged to serve the most vulnerable people in the community. And you can see from the wait list, I know folks, you know, always have a lot of questions about the wait list, but you can see that HNHC is housing 65% of last year's move-ins are folks from the SPP list. So we're really seeing a much higher level of vulnerability on the wait list, and that is having some impact on HNHC. So 72% of our family households are led by a single parent. And I think that tells a bit of a story. And this data is really important for us to plan and strategically plan for housing over the next 50 years. Next slide, please. So, you know, our financial year in review, some of the takeaways from this is you can see we've captured some data dating back from 2022, but if you look at our overall operating budget in 2022, it's almost doubled here now in 2024. So when we look at the rent revenues in 2024, you can see that just over $2 million, you know, makes that up. Our other revenue streams, our municipal subsidy on operating and property taxes, some of the municipal funding like COCHI and OFI, we've added in here for you as well, and you can see that that's over $500,000. And our municipal subsidy and our capital allocation, that's $625,000. And then the capital repair and renewal program, which is really exciting. We'll talk about that a little bit more, but that was that $8 million investment that was made to HNHC in partnership with the counties. We're really starting to see, you know, really solid capital investments to help support our asset management strategy. So the total revenues, just over $6 million, $6,686,074. And our total expenses, $6,683,539, producing a $2,535 surplus. So just want to commend Gary Moret, our CFO, who's here in the gallery today, one of the last men standing, on an excellent job here managing the finances along the team at HNHC. Next slide, please. This is where I was going to invite Matthew McAnally up from Millards. Unfortunately, he had to step out to another meeting. But you know, we were privileged to have a clean audit this year. Matt will be attending the joint shareholder meeting and annual general meeting next Wednesday at Riverside, which I know most councillors have confirmed that time. So we'll really dive into that, but I know everybody has been provided the audited financial statements. So, I'll do the best I can if there are questions to answer about that. Next slide, please. So just at a really high level, folks always want to know kind of what's happening at HNHC. On the new development side, we're still working, towards the development in Dunnville of 56 units in a state-of-the-art childcare facility. We're working really hard in Delhi, on the Gibraltar Street project there. We did receive some tenders back. We do have an RFP that went out for design consulting for the development there, and we're working really hard at that one. The Port Dover project, which we're not going to talk about today because it's still very far out in the planning stages, but these are just elements of the regeneration strategy that Council has approved. Strategic partnerships, working closely with the Norfolk General Hospital and the Canadian Mental Health Association on the supportive housing units that Council approved. That project's working, through really, really well. Our student housing, we're starting to outfit that, having some work there with the college and students as well. And then our relationship with Flourish, the arm's length corporation that Inwell owns, that's taking on the development consulting phase with us. Those projects are moving really well, and I want to acknowledge the work that they've done, because they really are a first-class organization, and they've really helped support HNHC into where we're getting to. Again, on the repair and renewal side, great program, over $8 million, invested in capital projects across Haldimand and Norfolk. And, we're meeting very closely with Heidi and Amy and the team here at Norfolk County. We're at about 70% of completion on all the projects. Q4 of 2025 is our target to sort of wrap those up with a bit of a buffer in Q1 in 2026. But we're really happy with the work that's happening there. On the tenant engagement side, really happy to report that we did, in collaboration with Toronto Seniors and Toronto Community Housing, work through a tenant engagement strategy, a community connect strategy that we're starting to roll out. Our board's working, we'll be providing a policy to our board in the coming months around that. But really excited to be able to say that we engaged all of the tenants across all of the properties at HNHC to sort of hear and allow them to have their say and help be a part of the solution moving forward in the future. Next slide, please. So just quickly, our KPIs, everybody knows when I show up, we usually have some metrics that we're working on. Our annual unit inspections is something that is very important. You can see our target there is, to complete 100% of those, and we did do that. Our housing occupancy target, is 97. We achieved 99%. Our unit turnover target, you can see there's 30 days, and we're turning those units over in 24 days. And our rent collection is something that we're really proud of. Our arrears, you can see there that the target's 95%. We're coming in at around 99%, which is about 2% total arrears. And that's a story that we celebrate because it's really a story of our continuous improvement program. When I started in 2019, our arrears were a little over 12%. And with the support of Louise Jones and the team, we've really been able to drive that number down. And as you can see from the financials, rent revenues make up about 50% of our business. So we need to collect rent. And if we're not collecting rent, that means I'm back here asking for money, and I know nobody likes that. So that's something that we're really, really proud of. Next slide. So just again, really fortunate to work with a lot of amazing partners in the community. This slide's just really to illustrate and to speak to council that as a housing provider and a housing organization, our specialty is the brick and mortar and providing safe, affordable housing. These partners that are listed up here are folks that are helping support that mission, whether it's supporting us in different partnerships and supporting the people that live in the buildings. Partnerships are critical, and we're very, very thankful for the partnerships that we have. And with that, we'll go to the next slide, and I'll say thank you. I know, 5 minutes. hopefully did it within there. Like I said, Matt was going to take up some of the time today and provide some insight on the audit. But again, we'll get to that next week.
Okay. Mr. Rowan, thank you very much for your presentation today and excellent, insightful information. Appreciate that. Are there questions of committee for Mr. Bowen? Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Matt. Matt, thank you for joining us today and for your annual update. Could you just take 2 minutes and share a little bit about Delhi? Because I don't think that this has been shared far and wide or articulated, but you have a bit of a success story there. We took down 2 units and plan to replace them with 16.
Sure.
But your slide didn't say 16.
Yes, you picked up on that. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to you, Mayor Martin. So yes, of course, our mandate from council was to demolish 2 legacy social housing units on Gibraltar Street with a mandate to replace that with 16 units. One of the things that HNHC is doing actively in all of our developments is looking at how can we optimize and intensify the land space. So before I talk about Delhi, when we give you some context around Dunnville, our original mandate for that property was 35 units. But working with our project team, looking at sort of all of the variables and all the opportunities, we were able to come back with a business case that supported 56 units, as well as a state-of-the-art childcare facility for the ground floor. So utilizing that strategy and that framework, we will come to council with a business plan that indicates the original mandate, but we feel, working with the planning department at Norfolk County and the project team, that we can intensify that. We don't know, if there will be extra costs, and all of that will be laid out in the business plan. But we think it's important, given the affordable housing crisis in the community, to maximize, and this is something that our board's very passionate about, is really utilizing that site to intensify, and let's put as much on there as we can, within the financial construct that we have. But we understand that through scale, we've seen that in other projects and across the province, that sometimes we can make tweaks to the square footage, to the building envelope, and sort of have some good benefits. So yeah, that original mandate of 16 is still there, and that is our priority. What our team's hoping to do is really, do a little better there for council and for the community.
Okay, thank you very much. Further questions? Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Matt. I try to educate myself more on all this stuff every day, but I got some small questions here, maybe. Sure. But do you pay HST on some of your expenses, like your utilities and all that?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to you, Councillor Brunton, we are HST exempt, so most of that HST
is recovered?
Yes.
Recovered, okay. Yeah. And I see in your budget, your rent is about 1/3 of your budget. That's recoverable, right? The way it reads in your report.
Essentially, it might be a little higher than 1/3, but yeah, okay. You're right on track.
How do you gauge that in terms of an applicant? Like, is it their ability to pay their share, or how do you?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Through you, Mr. Chairman. No, really, over 97% of all the housing at HNHC is rent geared to income.
Right.
So we work with the Housing Services Division, and applicants qualify for rent geared to income housing through the centralized application process.
Right.
And then their rent is calculated based on their income, 30% of their gross income. So that's where the rent numbers come from, and then we're provided a municipal subsidy on top of that.
Okay, and do you are always looking for rentals on your wait list? Are you always looking for properties to rent for people then?
Oh, through you, Mr. Chairman, not necessarily for people.
Or families or whatever?
But yeah, no, for HNHC, there is a quite extensive wait list in the community, so we're typically not waiting, for folks. When a unit becomes empty and vacant, then we work through the process of leasing, and there are quite a few folks on the list. So I would say that we don't necessarily have an issue filling the units.
No, I realize that, but do you go out and look for rental properties to put people into?
Okay, I see where you're going, Mr. Chairman. No, we don't actively. We don't actively search out residential or commercial rental properties to take on to then rent out. We, in this case, we're looking at several new developments to, to grow our stock so that we can, we can house folks that way. But typically, I mean, we do have a partnership with Women's Services, so we do take care of one of their properties, the tiny home that they have on the shelter site. We actually do all of the property management, in partnership with them, and we try to help community organizations, but we're not actively securing rental units to house additional folks.
You're not. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions for Mr. Bowen? Okay, seeing none, may I have a motion then to approve the presentation as information? Moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Michele. Discussion on that. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you very much. Thanks, Matt. Yes, thank you for your patience today. It's been a long day, and we've moved the agenda around a few times. Okay, notices of motion. We have 2 notice of motions today. They're both being brought forward by Councillor Huffman. So with that, of course, they're not being debated today. They're just being introduced. So I will give the mover just a second to get to the right spot.
There should be just one notice of motion. The other one was regarding the strong mayor powers. We voted at council to send the letter.
So what's in my notes here, the first one is around a sidewalk connection, and then another one around Bill 5.
A sidewalk connection?
Explore the options for sidewalk connection from the villages of Waterford to the trail system.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh, that's right. I've been busy with my notices of motion. I had to, okay, so the first one is the sidewalk connection. And that is basically just looking at, I think, in all honesty, to be blunt, there was a ball dropped when the subdivision was approved, and we did not. Hence our decision today about the sidewalks. We did not look at connectivity to our wonderful trail system that we have in Waterford. So there's a lot of moving parts to this notice of motion. A lot of it will be closed session discussion because it will involve real estate. So that's just something that I'm working on, and hopefully will garner support from the rest of council.
And the second item related to Bill 5?
Okay. That one I was prepared for. Bill 5. A couple weeks ago, if that, the provincial government moved forward with Bill 5. Bill 5, and just the wording of it is atrocious. Protecting Ontario by Unleashing our Economy Act. Basically, what happens with Bill 5 is it allows the government to create special economic zones where cabinet can exempt companies or projects from having to comply with any provincial law, provincial regulation, or a municipal bylaw. So it could actually be a free-for-all. It's a very dangerous bill. It was tried, it was filibustered in Queen's Park, and the Liberals brought forward, I think, I can't remember if correct me if someone knows, it was 400 or 4,000 amendments to the bill to try and stop it from going through, but it did go through. So what I'm hoping for is that we can, as a group, send a letter to Queen's Park expressing our discomfort and dislike of Bill 5.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Huffman. They will come forward to council in 2 weeks' time for debate. Okay, any other business? Start with Councillor Brunton, then Councillor Michele.
Yeah, just on a note, I wanted to congratulate Andrew's staff on the paving of Norfolk Street. It happened real quick, and if you see, the lines are down, and I just wish it went a little further, but I know the reason behind that. But excellent job and very quickly done, and I received a lot of comments on it already. But on another note, and I'd like to throw this out because budgets are not too far off, and I was looking at the price of AC and the MTO thing, and just so you're aware, in 2022 of July, it was $1,400 a metric ton. And here we are in May of 2025, it's roughly $1,200 a metric ton. So I think with the price of oil, if I can, encourage you, take a good look at paving and surface treatment. And I think the time is good. But I realize you pay at the time of completion, correct? But and things may change, but I think that's encouraging to see that lower price. So anyways.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Michelli.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think all of council is aware that the paid parking program begins on Sunday, and it has been brought to my attention that I think there is an item that I would like to be able to correct. Staff have added some 6 additional paid parking spots in Long Point at what is known as the Abigail Becker parking lot. It's the central large lot that we have for paid parking there. And one of those parking spaces is an accessible space, which is very good. But 2 of them actually are located directly in front of the main entranceway to our retail location there. And I have been approached by the owner of the business to ask that there be a change to those 2 spaces in front. And, you know, I mean, it could be 1, it could be 2, but I would like to put forward a motion, and I can get some advice from the clerk, hopefully, and perhaps some comment by the CAO, to alter 2 of those spaces, the ones directly in front of his doorway, to be changed to 15-minute parking to allow for people to come and go from the business location. The owner of the business is concerned that people will park there for the day and it will restrict trade at his location. So I'm not sure what I need to do to get that to happen. I do understand that we have done this previously in Port Dover and Long Point with a similar circumstance where paid parking, 4-hour parking was placed in front of a business and it was then later changed to 15-minute parking. So I am hoping that I can look to staff for some direction about how we can make this happen for this current season.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Michelli. I am informed by the clerk that the only actions that can happen during this section of the agenda is that a request for a staff report be put together, or your other option is to bring forward a notice of motion at a subsequent meeting. I can let the clerk provide additional information if you so choose.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I just need to think about that. Could I just have just a moment while Councillor Van Passen asks this question?
Okay, I think actually the clerk may have another option for your consideration.
Because I thought I was acting on a suggestion from staff, so so I can hear the other option too.
Okay, so I just want to beat Councillor Van Passen to this. So you could put a motion on the floor that would ask to suspend the rules of our procedural bylaw to consider a motion today on any topic. You'd need a 2/3 majority. The chair would have to rule it in order, and then you'd proceed with the debate and the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and I believe that was what Councillor Van Passen was going to do for me.
Should we all just turn to Councillor Van Passen to confirm that's correct? Yes?
Okay, so that, and then in that event, thank you, that is a motion I would like to put forward. That staff be directed to convert the 2 spaces directly in front.
I think before we have to do a motion for a 2/3 majority to suspend the rules of procedure.
Yes, so that would be my motion.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Michelli, seconded by Councillor Van der Drieschie then to suspend the rules of procedure to allow the motion to be heard today. Call the question. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Michelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're going to do a motion?
So,
please continue.
Yeah, okay. I'm getting chirped here from the side. All right, so I would like to put forward the motion to direct staff to change the configuration of the paid parking spaces, which is technically on what is called Abigail Becker in Long Point, to 15-minute parking spaces, and that I would like that to be effective on Sunday, June the 15th.
I'm just going to confirm, can we do that? Because it would then still need to be ratified, correct? Yes. So it wouldn't be able to be in effect for the 15th. It wouldn't be until ratified following the June 24th meeting.
Okay, that I think is what
Not
we
ideal.
have to do. We don't have a choice. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Apparently Mr. Quinlan wants to say something. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, through the chair, yes. The parking and roads have kind of just been split between Andrew and I, so I know where the councillor's going. It was part of the Lee Comprehensive Parking report that came in, and it recommended marking spots in front of this place and actually converting them over to the paid parking. So with staff, that's what they were moving ahead on. I don't think we can put the 15 minutes in until we actually get a bylaw so they're enforceable. So what I might be more comfortable is let staff go away, step away from this and have some conversations with the folks on the ground, staff on the ground, because I'm not 100% sure where they are, but we could never put the 15-minute parking spots in legally on Monday. It will take a few weeks. It'd have to be back here for a council report. And also, I think both Andrew and I like to get involved and just see what they've talked about to the owner. And I'm sure we can work something out on this for this summer anyways. If that helps the council.
Okay, that helps a lot, Bill. I just as long as we are moving kind of forward on some way, I agree that there is a way I think that we can work this out.
Okay.
Councillor Van Passen.
Well, I will pose the next question to the clerk that, like, this was an obvious error. We never intended to put full-time parking in front of a retail establishment. And there's a little section in the bylaws about how the clerk can amend the bylaw if it was an obvious error and shouldn't have been there in the first place. So is that, like, we have a parking bylaw that says it's paid parking. We missed this little part. Is it okay for the clerk just to fix that without having to come back and rewriting the bylaw and getting it reapproved? That's pushing too much. It's not a small error.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. So that provision within the rules are if there's like a typo or it's 5.3 instead of 5.2 or those types of things, but not to add or delete something of substance. So I would say, in my opinion, that would be beyond the scope of a minor adjustment.
Just trying to speed it up.
Appreciate that, Councillor Van Passen. Okay, Councillor Michele, back to you, and then we'll figure out where we're going.
Just maybe further to Councillor Van Passen's question to the clerk, even if it is a clear indication of dissimilar treatment of other, in this case, businesses, we deliberately did not put paid parking in front of all the retail establishments on Erie Boulevard for this specific reason. But we did do it on this one location, which is the sole retailer in that spot.
Did they just realize it?
Okay, so the motion has been made, but to my knowledge, I don't have a seconder on the actual motion. Is that correct? There would like to be a seconder? Okay, Councillor Van Paschen. So there is officially a motion on the floor now. We have heard from staff. There is some perhaps request to send it back to them to allow them the opportunity to have further discussion. That sounds different from what the motion is, though, currently. So, any discussion on the motion? Councillor Michele.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so I just want to be clear that we all are aware of what the motion is. I am under the impression that what we are doing is we're directing staff to come back to us with some way to work this out. And in the meantime, then they would be able to get back to council. Is that correct? Right? Before June 24th council meeting?
Through the chair, I'm confident we can bring a resolution to this next Tuesday if that's the council meeting. or Tuesday after, sorry, 2 weeks
Yes,
from now.
two Tuesdays.
Lots of time. You have
Okay.
my word on that.
Okay. And then at that time, we would be able to vote on that as a motion. Is that correct?
Okay. I just wanted, we'll
Yeah.
encapsulate that in just 1 second. I think the clerk has a comment.
Yeah, so no, not a comment, just confusion. The motion, as I understand it, that was originally put forward by Councillor Michelli was that we were to remove 2 paid parking spaces in front of the specific business establishment to incorporate that change by this season. And then it was noted that it would, further information would come back to the June 24th meeting, but I'm not sure if that's the resolution we're still discussing.
So it's my interpretation then that the discussion that has been had is different from the motion that is currently on the floor. So with that, I would look to the mover and seconder to either clarify and pull the motion or make a new one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if, maybe I should confer with the seconder, but if we need to have this motion as I've originally put it. Yeah. But can I just change this to staff direction to come back with this information on June 24th, and then we can go forward with it?
So that sounds more appropriate. I would look to the seconder to see if that is in agreement with them.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think there's anything wrong with the motion. We want to eliminate 2 paid parking spaces, and the earliest we can do it by the 24th. The staff is going to come back and tell us how to go about doing that. That's the only difference, right? So whatever works for our clerk and our staff, I'm happy to support, but
Thank you,
turn
Mr.
to the clerk. This seems messy to me, so I
Yeah,
think
it
my
does-
preference would
yeah.
be to clean it up.
Yeah,
if
so
I'm being honest.
Again, yeah.
Okay,
And I'm
let's-
not trying to
let's-
create problems, but we just had the mover say he's willing to do something else, but the seconder says he's fine with the motion as written.
All right. In the interest of clarity, let's call the question on the motion that's currently on the floor. And depending on what happens with that, we will move forward with the supplementary motion. Okay? Call the question. All those in favor of the motion that's on the floor currently? Interesting. That's carried. Okay. Well, that completes that. Clear as mud. Good luck, staff. No pressure. Well, we did change
I
it to
did
after
want it
the
this weekend,
24th.
Madam Mayor, but it's not going to happen, so I'm content with June 24th.
As long as they wear a reflective vest, it's fine. Any other announcements then? Section 12 of the agenda. Announcements? Councillor Columbus.
Yes, I was just wanting to announce that there was a multicultural food festival held at the Tobacco Museum on the Saturday, and it was very well attended, and they're looking to continue it, possibly for future years. And the other thing I wanted to mention in Delhi is the Delhi BAIA is hosting a Ford Mustang car show. It's always very well attended. It's on this Saturday, the 14th of June, and there's lots of food vendors, etc., and everybody's welcome. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Columbus. I heard really wonderful things about the Multicultural Festival over in Delhi this weekend, so congratulations to all those involved. I hear it was a great success. Councillor Huffman and then Michelli.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I just wanted to remind everybody that next Sunday is the Dragon Boat races in Waterford. They are still looking for, they had it full. I believe they were the other day looking for 3 teams. I think they've got 1. So if you know anybody who wants to put a team together, they're looking for participants. It is a fantastic day. I can't explain to you how much fun it is. And it's just such a sense of community. And it's great. It's on Shadow Lake in Waterford, and it's just a terrific venue. So anyways, if you want to go and check it out to watch, feel free, and you'll enjoy yourself. I know you will. And if you would like to race, please let they're on Facebook, Norfolk Dragon Boat Races, and you can sign up. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Huffman. Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to let everybody know that on Sunday, June 22nd, in Port Rowan, there is the Lions, the Long Point Lions car show, and it's something I think if you've ever been, it's a very nice car show, lots of entrants, and it's a great day to be in Port Rowan. It's going to be held at the community center.
Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last weekend, you joined me alongside Councillor Van Passen to celebrate 150 years of combined service with Norfolk General and Norfolk Nursing Home. So congratulations to them. Job well done. Quick reminder that tomorrow is Friday the 13th in Port Dover, and we wish everyone joining safe travels in and out, and would like to thank all the emergency staff, roads, and parks from Norfolk County who commit to working tireless hours to get everything set up and cleared up on short order. We appreciate that. And Tuesday, the 17th of next week, is Norfolk General Hospital's golf tournament, and I understand there are still spaces available if anyone wishes to join for a great cause.
Councillor Brunton.
Yeah, on the Friday the 13th, if I may ask the mayor, what is the policy now for people that want to just go down and visit? Do they have to park out of town someplace and get bussed in again, or is that?
Yes, the Kinsman is operating the shuttle, and it is on, Councillor Van Passen could correct me which lot they're using. It's on which one? Yes, okay, it's the Dog's Nest lot. So coming in on Highway 6, you would just make a right by Dog's Nest.
Nothing on this side, on 24?
Not that I'm aware of, no. However, the cars are restricted from Main Street, St. Andrew, and St. George Street, so there is still access around on some of the peripheral roads if you're able to find a parking spot and walk in.
So you can bike down the trail, I guess, and sneak in that way, eh? Okay, thank you.
Any other announcements? Okay, a couple of things. Community Days is this coming weekend, correct? Starts Thursday? Today, yeah. And so there's a number of events taking place for Community Days, which I think you can find on our website. This weekend is also the Fairgrounds Festival that ties in with Community Days. They have Dwayne Gretzky performing on, I think it's Saturday night. And then next week, is it Thursday? The 17th is the Carillon Tower event. Tuesday, my apologies, which is also a really important milestone as well. Okay, that's it for announcements, I believe. Okay, we have one late closed session item today. May I have a mover for the following motion? That committee enter into closed session at 4:28 p.m. to discuss an item pursuant to Section 239(2)(c) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. That would be moved by Councillor Van de Driesche and seconded by Councillor Brunton. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system, where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000 pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests, depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Hey Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
This summer, discover the hidden gem of Norfolk County, Ontario's garden. Stroll through historic villages where time seems to slow down. Feel the sand between your toes on our pristine Lake Erie beaches. From live theater that captivates to trails that wind through breathtaking landscapes, adventure and relaxation await at every turn. Meet the farmers who grow your dinner and taste wine and beer crafted right here. Experience Norfolk County this summer, where small-town charm meets farm-fresh flavor. Ontario's garden. It's time you came home to it.
Today we're announcing an exciting partnership with Scotland and Norfolk County Economic Development, and we're transforming transport trailers into mobile ambassadors. We're showcasing Norfolk's story of opportunity, excellence, and quality of life across all of North America, and Scotland is the ideal partner with an amazing logistics network and will help us share our story all across North America.
Meet Captain Clean, the toilet paper superhero, here to protect Norfolk County's pipes and keep everything flowing smoothly. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps: pee, poop, and toilet paper. Flushing anything else can cause big trouble. Things like wipes, hair, or grease can create sewer blockages. These blockages restrict flow, combine with other debris, and cause costly damage, overflow, and even water pollution. By sticking to the 3 Ps, you can help prevent clogs, reduce repair costs, and keep our water clean. For items you can't flush, proper disposal is key. Throw regular waste in the garbage. Do not believe claims on packaging that products are flushable. Take it from Captain Clean, they are not. Household hazardous waste can be dropped off at Norfolk's temporary depots during spring and fall. For things like medication and sharps disposal, take them to your local pharmacy or the health unit. And remember, grease belongs in the trash, but let it cool and store it first. Don't pour it down the drain. Be a flushing hero like Captain Clean. Together we can protect our pipes, our homes, and the environment. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps. Norfolk County is counting on you.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, From our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/Our Future Norfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes Council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover Secondary Plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to the provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our space.
All right, welcome back. May I have a motion to reconvene in open session at 4:48, moved by Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Vanden Drieschy. All in favor? That's carried, thank you. I would ask the county clerk to read the motion from closed session, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Duthie. So we dealt with, as noted before we went to closed session, one item dealing with a pending acquisition or disposal of property. In that meeting, council and committee provided direction to staff, so if we could have a motion to that effect, that would be great.
Moved by Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Vanden Drieschy. All in favor? It's carried, thank you. And with that, it is 4:49. May I have a motion to adjourn at 4:49, moved by Councillor Huffman and seconded by Councillor Michelli. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much, everyone.